Hi, I'm McAnders. I'm the author of the steamy male-female billionaire reverse harem romance audiobook you're about to listen to. The description of it is below, but allow me to tell you something about it. It is about Kat, who isn't known for making the best decisions. Kat empties her bank account to take her fiancé to a remote resort where he dumps her and steals her ticket and leaves her with no way of getting home. Stranded and under the influence of too many Mai Tais, she meets this gorgeous guy named Angel who seems too good to be true. So when he promises to get her home on the condition that she first pretend to be his fiancé, to get a stalker off his back, she agrees. But what she doesn't know is that the stalker is Angel's billionaire best friend Fury, who has crossed the globe trying to rescue his best friend from himself. Because Fury has been in love with Angel from when they were kids, and he can't quit him. That is, until both men meet Kat, and all hell breaks loose in this spicy, fun, yet emotional MMF romance that you are gonna love. But before you listen to the story, I need to tell you that there's a version of this audiobook with world-class narration that exists on Audible. And if you live in the United States or the UK and you don't already have an Audible account, then you can click on the links in my description, sign up for a free trial, and get this audiobook for free. However, if you are ineligible for the free trial because of where you live or because you already have an Audible account, then you can click on the join button, becoming a member of this YouTube channel. When you do, you'll get access to the premium narration version of the story and access to every audiobook already uploaded to the membership program. And I write a lot of audiobooks. So if you want to learn more about it, you can click on the link above me. Otherwise, enjoy the story.
Furious Chase by McAnders. Chapter 1. Kat. The question I keep asking myself is, do I have a superpower for finding the absolute worst men, or does being with me turn great guys into shower scum? It's got to be me, right? I have to be turning men into the crud that builds up on your drain. No human being could actually be that awful to begin with. For example, no guy would ever sweep a girl off of her feet with flowers and fancy dinners, and by constantly tell her how much he loves her, and then invite her onto a romantic vacation to the South Pacific, and then ditch her there without warning or a way of getting home, right? No guy would actually do that. Especially after giving her the impression that he was planning on asking her to marry him. It would take a monster to do something like that. I can't believe that I would see such a monster and say, him. Definitely him. That's who I want to spend the rest of my life with. No, I can't believe that. It had to be that I keep finding fantastic guys who were willing to give me everything I ever wanted, and then I ruined it. I mix the wrong body scrub and perfume, and it mutates them into the worst type of human being there is. That's got to be it, right? I just need to stop wearing Curious by Britney Spears. I'm okay with that. It was a decision I made a decade ago, and Britney hasn't had a good album in years. The problem is, realizing that now doesn't help me out of my current situation. Because I've already dated the shower scum. I've already crossed international waters with him, and he has already left me stranded on the most romantic island on earth without money or a way of getting home. I will say this though. If you were going to be heartlessly stranded anywhere, Vomo Island in Fiji is definitely the place to be. The island is so small that every bar is on the beach. The sand is a perfect shade of off-white. The water is a swirling mixture of aqua blues. The view is of nearby volcanic islands covered in a lush green. And most importantly, you can charge all of the drinks to your room. So, the more you drink, the bigger the fuck you will be to the boyfriend who booked the room on his credit card. I haven't been able to speak a full sentence in days. Have I wanted to be this drunk for this long? No. But the friggin' drinks are so cheap that I've had to IV drip the rum punches to even put a dent on the asshole's wallet. Sure, my liver is 2 Mai Tais from exploding, but imagine the look on his face when he sees the bill. So worth it. Don't get me wrong, there is a practical side to all of the drinking as well. It's not like I'm a complete idiot. The drinking helps me forget that I'm stranded on a tiny island halfway around the world with no way of getting home. It helps me forget that I'm a chubby loser who no one will ever love and is incapable of making good decisions. Was it a good decision to quit my job because they wouldn't give me the last-minute time off to fly to Fiji with the man who I thought was going to propose to me? Probably not. Was it a good decision to do that knowing that my bank account was empty and my credit cards are maxed out from the gifts I was buying the asshole? Clearly no. So instead, I'm drinking like I'm a safecracker in need of an explosive device. See, drinking my weight in spice rum is probably the best decision I've made in months. And I swear I will only be making good decisions from here on out. For example, in the days since my boyfriend took off in the middle of the night, I haven't agreed to leave my job to travel around the world with anyone. Hell, I haven't even fallen in love with a complete stranger. It's like I'm a new person. I barely recognize myself in the mirror, and it isn't just because I haven't been able to see straight in days. Of course, what is there to see on this godforsaken island? Yeah, I know I just talked about how beautiful the place was. And it is. But nothing changes. Since I arrived on the island 3 weeks ago, everything has been exactly the same. The asshole and I were the only visitors on the island since we've arrived. Sure, the locals were friendly enough, but this island is their entire world. We don't exactly have anything to talk about. So instead of talking, I've been drinking myself blind alongside all of the locals in the bar. Nothing changes. Every day has been exactly the same for weeks. So when I heard a voice I've never heard order a drink at the bar, it grabbed my attention. "Give me whatever you're good at," the voice said, whipping me out of my alcoholic stupor. I can't tell you how good it felt to again hear what had to be an American accent. I thought I'd never hear it again. This was someone from the place I needed desperately to return to. More than that, it was a man. From the sound of his voice, a large man. And the way his words rumbled past his lips, a hot one. Lifting my head and forcing my eyes to focus, I turned and faced the bar. All I could see was his back. He had wide shoulders and a tapered waist. His wavy short dark hair looked like it had been styled at a fancy salon. And the clothes he wore screamed that he had money to burn. Call me crazy, but he could have been the sexiest man on earth. I know that was a lot to tell from staring at someone from behind, but he had an incredible behind. What if everything I went through was to get me right here to meet him? That's possible, right? Things like that happened. People go through the worst experience of their life, and then when things seem at their lowest, the guy they've been looking for their entire life steps in, and they live happily ever after. What if he was the guy I've been looking for all along? What if this was it, the moment I've been waiting for? I can already tell that he'll be the hottest thing I've ever seen. I don't have to see his face to know that. And what will happen if his face matches the rest of him? It will be over. All of my painfully lonely nights will come to an end. I watched as the bartender made the stranger's drink. I kept hoping the bartender would look over at me and hint that this stranger was the one for me. Sure, the bartender didn't know my name, but maybe there was a way he could tell. Sometimes you just know these things, right? You just see two people and can tell they were meant to be together. Unfortunately, the bartender never gave me such a clue. Luckily, he didn't have to. Because after the stranger took a sip of his drink and offered his approval, he spun around on his bar stool and looked directly at me. Did I mention my seeing straight issue? Yeah, it was a real thing. Because although he seemed to be staring directly at me, I couldn't quite make out the details of what I was looking at. I knew he wasn't an ogre. I could tell that. But was he Prince Charming? I couldn't see that until the man got up from his stool and crossed the room to speak to me. There's not much going on in here, is there? The man said, offering the most charming smile. No. Not tonight, I said, remembering the issue I had stringing two words together. Mind if I sit down? He said, blowing my mind. Go ahead, I told him, willing my eyes into focus. For a moment, it didn't work. But when he reached out his hand and said, "Hi, I'm Angel," everything fell into place. Yep, this was the most gorgeous guy the first had ever seen in my life. The man looked like a Helmsworth brother. And not the disappointing one. One of the good ones. His steely eyes shined as he smiled. His rugged good looks and strong cheekbones were only matched by his large hands. I loved large hands because of what it usually said about other parts of a guy. I was all in on this guy. If he wanted me, I was his. There was no way I could ever do better than him. I'm Kat, I told him as his hand swallowed mine. Cat, is that short for something, or was your mother not a dog person? Ha ha ha, I said, exploding into laughter. On top of everything else, he was funny. This really was the man I had been waiting for my entire life. And the way his thin shirt draped over his chest told me that he was built like a god. Yeah, Angel could definitely play Thor in a movie. I was in love. It's short for Katherine, I told him, pulling myself together. Katherine. I've always loved the name Katherine. Really? Why? Because every Katherine I've ever met was beautiful. Wait, was he flirting with me? This really was happening. I was meeting the man of my dreams. I had to flirt back. I've always liked the name Angel, I said with a smile. He smiled. Yeah, why is that? I froze. Because? Angels. Nailed it. Right. Yeah, my mother wasn't really a devil person. Though I've always been fond of the name Damien. Do you like that for a kid's name? I've always liked that. Damien. Was this guy asking me if I wanted to have kids? This is insane. I couldn't be more aroused by Angel if I tried. I had to rub my thighs together to quell the itch that was quickly overpowering me. I was ready to get started on those kids immediately, and needed to let him know. Damien's cool, I said, nailing it again. Are you staying on the island? He asked me, making it clear where this was headed. Yeah, I have a room, I told him with my face on fire. I've just arrived on my boat. I was looking for a place to stay. How are the rooms at your hotel? They're cottages. Do they overlook the water? I always loved that. Yeah. You want to see? I melted like butter from the heat of his gaze. His eyes dipped, taking in all of me. If I weren't drunk past self-consciousness, what he saw might have worried me, but that ship sailed 40 rum punches ago. So instead, I took a deep breath and rolled my shoulders, giving him a full view of the girls. I was ready to fuck him on the table while everyone watched, and my hardened nips, poking braless through my sundress, said as much. Lead the way, he said, giving me the first orgasm of the night. With Angel staring at me, I did the hardest thing I would do all day, stand up. Actually, I was hoping it would be the second hardest thing I would do, if you know what I mean. But to get the hardest thing, I was going to have to do the second hardest thing, and this girl was in no condition to walk. I couldn't look like it, though. I didn't want the first impression I gave the man I would spend the rest of my life with to be a girl stumbling across the room. If ever there was a time I would need to call on God to help me, it was now. So I did, and got proof that God existed. Because, as if I were the lead dancer in a ballet, I got up and crossed the room like a swan. Stepping away from the cabana bar onto the sand, things got a little more difficult, but Angel was there to help. As I lifted my arm to balance, he took my hand. How hot was that? My sex was pretty much on fire. He could have taken me right there on the beach with everyone watching if he wanted. He didn't, damn it. And instead, I led him through the resort to my cabana. Beautiful, he said as we approached. I turned to him. He wasn't looking at the room. He was looking at me. He could have taken me right there outside my room. And although there wasn't anyone around, I was willing to go collect a few people. What I'm saying is that I liked it when people watched. Entering my room, I couldn't hold out any longer. With the door closed behind him, I spun around and pressed my breast against his chest, lifting my lips. Angel didn't wait, he grabbed me and kissed me hard. His lips were strong and dominating. As close as I was to him, his ocean breeze scent overtook me. He smelled of freedom and adventure. My mind whipped away, lost in the possibility of who he was and our life together. And when he pried my lips apart and sent his tongue in search of mine, I let go, falling into his arms. As if I were weightless, Angel swept me off of my feet, carrying me to the bed. Placing me at the center of it, he climbed on, straddling me. Grabbing my wrists, he drew them together above my head. Pinning them there with both of his hands, he bent down and kissed me more. He didn't release my wrists until he reached down and peeled off my blouse. Laying topless beneath him, my body ached for his touch. I didn't have to ask for it. Because wrapping his large hand around my breast, that was what I got. Sliding down my body, Angel pressed his lips onto my...
Hi, this is the author. Steamy things are going on in the story right now, but because of the platform you're listening to it on, I can't play it. But If you'd like to listen to those steamy things, you can get a version of this audiobook narrated by me, the author, on Audible, and you can get it for free by clicking on the link in the description below. So please, check it out. Otherwise, continue listening.
The sensation was so overpowering that I blacked out. At least I think I blacked out. I do remember my body endlessly twitching. It was like I was having some type of seizure. It took minutes for my body to tire itself out. Then finally, when I could move without setting off another round of crackling, I wrapped my arms around the man I was going to love for the rest of my life. I was about to declare my undying love for him when I promptly fell asleep. Dear God, please let him still be there in the morning. If he is, sleeping with a complete stranger after barely knowing his name is the last bad decision I'll ever make. I promise, I prayed before succumbing to wonderful after-sex dreams. Chapter 2. Kat. The next morning, Kat's mind slowly left the darkness and focused. Lying with her eyes closed, she thought about what she had thought about every morning since her boyfriend had left, why he could have done it. Was she that horrible of a person? Did she deserve to be abandoned like she was? Had she caused him to leave, or was he just an awful guy? As her thoughts settled on it being her fault, she immediately looked for a way to wash it away. Alcohol was the first thing that came to mind. She would drink until she forgot. That was what she had been doing for days to escape her situation on an island that offered no other distractions. She was about to open her eyes and run to the bar when her thoughts stumbled on something else. The day before, everything hadn't been the same. Something had changed. What had been different? She wondered. There was a man. Something had happened with a man. He was beautiful. It had been like a dream. And the man had followed her back to her cabana. Why? Was he still there? Dread washed through Kat as she quickly opened her eyes. The fear that the man had been real and that she had been left again overwhelmed her. The image before her was blurry and too bright. But forcing herself to stare until everything cleared, something came into focus. There was something lying across from her on the bed. Whatever it was big and flesh-colored. She squinted, making the diffused lines sharpened. What appeared scared her as much as it filled her with delight. There was a man with his eyes closed lying inches away from her. What had she done? Unable to move, she scanned him. His tan face and sharp cheekbones were slightly masked by strands of wavy sun-kissed dark hair. She couldn't remember what she had done with him, but she was hoping it was a lot because he was gorgeous. Good job, she thought before suddenly remembering something. Didn't he speak with an American accent? Nothing came to mind when she forced the image in front of her to speak. She couldn't hear his words. That was probably because she couldn't remember anything about him. Where had they met? How long had they spoken before ending up here? Did she have an orgasm? When she asked herself that, she smiled. She had good thoughts surrounding that topic. If they had had sex, she had definitely orgasmed. She might have orgasmed multiple times. That would have been a first for her if it were true. It would have been perfect material for her spank bank if she could have recalled any of it. She couldn't. For the first time, she understood the evils of drinking. When the man in front of her suddenly opened his eyes, Kat froze. He was staring at her. Was he as drunk as she was? Was he going to be disappointed about what he found? A large smile crept across his gorgeous face. Morning, he said in a rumbling tone that made the flesh between her legs tingle. Morning, she replied with an increasing smile, before next getting a whiff of her alcohol breath. Kat's eyes popped wide as she put her hand over her mouth. Excuse me, she said before bouncing out of bed and dashing to the bathroom. Two things became clear as she did it. She was 100% naked. And she was still drunk. She wasn't sloppy drunk, she didn't think. But yeah, she was feeling it. Closing the bathroom door behind her, she rushed to the sink, finding the little bottle of mouthwash supplied by housekeeping. Gargling, she then looked at herself in the mirror. There was no escaping it, she looked awful. There were dark circles under her eyes, and her face was bloated. This was what drinking nonstop for days will do to you, she considered. There's no way she could let the hot man in her bed see her like this. But she also didn't want him to leave while she was gone. Turning around, Kat cracked open the bathroom door and pushed her mouth into the space. I'm going to take a shower and stuff. Can you stick around? There is nowhere I would rather be, he said delightfully. Really? Absolutely. Ah, she said as her heart melted. Then give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'll be here, he said before she closed the door behind her and considered if she was still dreaming. Dreaming or not, there were things she had been neglecting since the asshole had left that she had to take care of before her dream guide disappeared. She turned on the shower, setting it to freezing cold. It was a trick she had seen in a movie. Actors would submerge their faces in cold water to tighten everything and get rid of signs of a hard night of drinking. She needed it for her entire body. Stepping under the frigid water, she lost her breath. Slowly adjusting, she reached for her long-abandoned razor. It took some time to get herself back to presentable, which meant that she had a lot of time to think. His accent was definitely American. Did that mean that he would eventually be returning home? Could he be her rescuer? Would he be willing to pay for a damsel in distress? It felt a little icky to think like this. But she couldn't pretend. She needed help. And there was no way she was going to get it if she wasn't willing to ask. Again, looking in the mirror, she found someone mildly more acceptable than who she first saw. The cold water had also sobered her up. That was both good and bad. The good was obvious. The bad was that she was again herself, and it was the same self that the asshole had felt necessary to abandon like a bag of trash. For her, there was no forgetting that. So, unable to face her naked truth, she retrieved a dry towel and covered up as much as she could. "You're back?" the man said from her bed. "Yeah, that took a while." "Sorry about that," she said, rushing to her suitcase and finding clothes. "Oh, we're getting dressed?" "You don't have to. I just thought I'd put on something," she said, smelling every article of clothing and finding nothing clean. "I was kind of hoping we would repeat what we did last night." Kat stopped and looked back. He had another broad, beaming smile. Was he for real? What had they done last night? And what would it mean for them to do it again? She had searched her body for signs of what had gone on. Past a very happy sex, she hadn't found any clues. "Yeah, that was great, huh?" Kat said, playing along. "I just really need something to eat. I'm still feeling a little off from the drink I had." "No worries, Kat. We will get something to eat," he said, jumping out of bed, revealing his naked, muscular body. Damn, was he hot. And no wonder her sex was purring. The man was a shower. And what he showed was a lot. When he found his underwear and slipped them on, Kat was again able to look away. How could someone like him choose someone like her? And hadn't he said her name? They had to have talked beforehand. Did that mean that he had given her his name? His name would certainly come in handy about now. Kat spun back around and picked out the clothes that were the closest to being clean. Putting them on under her towel, she was fully dressed before she looked at him again. Dressed, he was just another form of sexy. The man was perfection, which raised the question, what was he doing with her? "Ready?" he asked, crossing the room. "Sure," she said, feeling her nerves kick in. Exiting her cabana, they entered the grass-filled open space between the rooms. Staying on the stone path, they passed the line of coconut trees and the cabana bar to arrive at the cabana restaurant. Taking a seat, Kat tried to remember the last time she had been there. She had chosen to drink her meals since the asshole had left. And as she thought about it, expensive meals could have been another way to do damage to the asshole's credit card. "So how long are you here for?" the hot guy asked. "That's a good question," she said, not sure how to answer. "What do you mean? No plans on returning home? I assume you're American?" "I'm from Eau Claire." "Eau Claire? Sorry. It's a small town outside of Milwaukee," she explained. "Milwaukee?" he asked, still befuddled. "Wisconsin? Wisconsin?" he asked. She looked at him confused. "It's a state in America." "America?" he asked with a look of confusion. She stared back, unsure of what else to say. How could she make it broader than that? "Earth? Earth?" He let it go on for only a second longer. "I'm kidding. I know where Wisconsin is. At least, I've heard of it. I couldn't actually point to it on a map." "Oh, thank God," Kat blurted, relieved. "I was about to ask where you were from, that you didn't know where Earth was," she said with a chuckle. "I was just trying to break the ice. You seem a little freaked out about things." Kat stared at him, wondering what she should do next. She didn't have a lot of blackout sexual experiences, and she certainly didn't know how to curtail that into a ride halfway around the world. Okay, I need to be honest about something, she finally said. What's that? I don't remember much about last night. And I'm super bummed about it because it seems like I had a really great time. You did? Twice, he said with a smile. Wow. Okay. And I wish I could confirm that. But I can't. I can't remember what we did, what we talked about. I can't even remember your name. Okay, he said with an amused smile. Well, first of all, I arrived on the island yesterday. My first stop was to the bar we met at. At the bar? Of course, she said, putting things together. Yeah. I ordered a drink, took a look around the place, and saw you staring at me. Since I liked what I saw, I walked over. We talked, although there wasn't much talking. I asked you how the rooms were at this hotel. You offered to show me yours. I accepted, and we had a good time. Twice? Twice, he said confidently. Okay. And your name? He stuck his hand across the table. Angel. She shook it. Kat. Short for Katherine. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm so embarrassed. Believe me, you did nothing to be embarrassed about. You sure? Because it feels like I should be. Like I said nothing, he said with a sparkle in his eyes. Kat didn't know whether to believe him, but hearing it did make her feel better. Something we didn't talk about was what you were doing on the island by yourself. Solo vacation? It didn't start out that way, Kat explained. Oh. Your travel partner got called away? Yeah. Something like that. And now you're here by yourself? Unfortunately. Kat saw this as her moment to bring up the other thing. If she was going to ask him to help her get home, there would be no better time than right now. Before she could get a chance, Angel became serious. Did you ever have the feeling that you met the perfect person at the perfect time? Kat paused. Actually, yes. Why would you be asking that? Because I've recently found myself in an unexpected situation. And it turns out that someone exactly like you could really help me right now. Kat stared silently at Angel. She was intrigued. Someone exactly like me. Yes? What am I? You know, unencumbered. Someone not traveling with a partner. Someone free to have a little fun. Okay. What type of fun were you thinking of? Do you mean like last night? Potentially. But that wasn't what I was referring to. Okay. Then what? This is going to sound unusual. Believe me, I know that it is. It's just that I have a friend who is having a hard time letting go of the past. Okay. And I kind of said that I have a fiancé. Okay. I know. I shouldn't have, but here we are, he said, offering another of his charming smiles. Here we are. So, would you do it? Do what? Pretend to be the fiancé that I'm supposed to have? I know it's an out there request, and we just met. But I would owe you greatly if you did. Would you? Oh, definitely. And ask anyone who knows me and they will tell you that I'm good to my word. Kat stared at Angel amazed. After having such horrible luck, how could she now be so lucky? Certainly, life owed her after everything she had recently gone through. But in her experience, life was never so fair. I'll do it. You will, Angel said, surprised. Sure. I'd be happy to. And speaking of owing me one, there's something I need that you might be able to help me with. And what's that? I need to get home. Iowa? Wisconsin. Right? When my travel partner's plan changed, he left with the tickets and our travel cash. So now I'm kind of stuck here. Kat decided that was close enough to the truth without having to mention all of the humiliating bits, like her horrible decision-making. There was no need to give her new fiancé a bad first impression of her. That's horrible. Angel said, distraught. Well, yeah. That's Patrick for you, pretty horrible. I'm so sorry. Thanks. I'd be happy to get you home. We can take my boat to the main island. From there, it's just a few connected flights to the mythical land of Wisconsin. You'll be home in no time, he said with a smile. I can't tell you how much that would mean to me. Seriously, thank you. Saving damsels in distress is what I do. Kat stared at the incredibly gorgeous man across from her. He had just become even hotter. It killed her that she couldn't remember the fun times the two of them had had together. But with any luck, she would have another chance. Hell, if she was really lucky, their time together was only beginning. He had asked her to pretend to be her fiancé to scare off a clingy ex. Wouldn't that require convincing the woman that the two of them were together? Maybe there would be some hand-holding. Maybe they would have to retire back to his room. It might even require a few well-timed screams during the throes of passion to really give her the picture. Whatever that was required, she was willing to do. And maybe during all of that pretending, he might decide that he stumbled upon something real. It was a long shot, but what if? There was a niggling feeling in the back of her mind, telling her all of this was too good to be true. But was it? Coincidences happen. Sometimes they screw over your life. And sometimes it places the man of your dreams in your lap. She had had plenty of the former. It was about time she got the latter. And it made sense that there was a woman out there who was having a hard time letting go of a man like him. Angel was practically a model. It wouldn't have surprised her if he was a famous actor or something. The man was perfection. So, needing people to pretend to be their fiancé was just something that guys like him sometimes required, right? I mean, it all made sense, didn't it? After a hearty breakfast of pancakes, waffles, bacon, sausage links, and milk, Kat was soberer than she had felt in a long time. There were a lot of breakfasts she had to catch up for. And once she was done, she was full. Halfway through, she had realized that she should have been dainty about things. But she couldn't stop herself. During her liquid diet, she had forgotten how good food tasted. Staring at Angel embarrassed, he stared back at her amused. "That got away from me," she said, making Angel laugh. "You probably shouldn't have seen that. You were hungry." "Apparently. Hungrier than I thought. Sorry about that." "Don't apologize. I kind of liked seeing it. You liked watching me make a pig of myself. I liked watching you be yourself. I don't know how much of myself I was being. I would love to say, not at all. But I guess it was kind of me. But only a little bit. Well, I liked it. The thought of someone being who they really are is, let's just say, it's refreshing." Kat wasn't sure what to make of his statement, and considering the food coma that had overtaken her, she didn't have the mental energy to figure it out. "I'm not sure I can move," she said self-deprecatingly. "You can stay here and relax if you want. I have to go take care of a few things." "No, I can come with you," Kat said, scared to have him leave her sight. "That's okay. It's boring stuff. Besides, you should pack. You're about to go home. What about your thing? Don't you need me to pretend to be your fiancé?" "Don't worry about it. Let's get you squared away first. I need to take a little trip before I head back to the main island. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Do you think you'll be ready by then?" "I could be ready in 15 minutes. I'm more than ready to get out of here." Angel laughed. "Yeah, there can't be much to do landlocked on this island. I think you saw me doing what there is to do when you met me." "You mean looking beautiful?" "Ah," she said, unable to hide how good that made her feel. Angel was too good to be true. He really was the perfect guy. There was no way she was going to be able to resist falling for him. And the way he was talking, it seemed that he was having the same feelings. "Okay. I'll pack. It'll also give me time to say bye to all of the friends I've made here." "You have friends here?" "Sure, there's bartender and guy who always sits at the bar and woman behind the front desk. We're all very close." Angel laughed. "You do that then. How about you be on the dock at 10 a.m.? What, too early?" "I mean, it's a little early," Kat said jokingly. Angel suddenly became serious. "I'm not sure I can push it any later." "I'm kidding. 10 a.m. is fine. I was just joking around. I could be there at 6 a.m. if it meant getting out of here." Angel smiled, relieved. "Oh, I thought you were serious. We'll keep it at 10. "No problem. I'll be there at 10. Angel got up and Kat wondered if he was going to kiss her goodbye. He didn't. What did that mean? The night before they had twice had sex, she was told. Hadn't the intimacy barrier been broken? Kat tried not to overthink it as she sat regaining her strength to move. She had eaten a lot. Between that and what might have been an approaching hangover, she felt awful. There was a side of her that was glad her new fiancé wouldn't have to witness what might come up next. That was no way to start a pretend marriage, or a real relationship for that matter. After sitting there for an hour, Kat stood up and dragged herself back to her room. They had gotten up late, and she had sat in the restaurant for hours. It was already lunch, but there was no way she would be eating for the rest of the day. The way she felt, she wasn't sure if she would ever eat again. Re-entering her room, she plopped herself onto the bed and looked around. This had been the last place she had seen her ex. Once she left it, Patrick would only be a memory. She was torn by that. She had genuinely loved him. But fuck him for doing what he had to her. How could a man do that to someone? How could he take off leaving her there to fend for herself without money or a way of getting home? Sure, she hadn't completely been upfront with him about her financial situation. But he shouldn't have had to have known that she was penniless and jobless, not to have taken off with the tickets, and without being assured that she had a way of getting home. What he had done had destroyed her already fragile self-worth. Luckily, waking up next to a man like Angel had done wonders for it. He really did seem to like her. And in every way, he was twice the man Patrick had been. That had to mean something. After a quick nap, Kat felt completely hungover. Had she still been drunk after breakfast? She didn't have to ask how much she had drunk because she knew. The mosquitoes would drink her blood and then fly into walls. This was the detox that she needed. It was the rightful end to her relationship, and the best way to start fresh with a new one. After thinking that was when Kat jumped out of bed and took up her new residence on the cool side of the toilet. For the rest of the day, Kat purged everything she had inside of her, including the dreams she had for the man who had left her there. By the next morning, it wasn't all gone, but for the first time in days, she was ready to re-enter life. Patrick leaving her and the drunk days that followed all seemed like a dream. The only thing she knew for sure was that her angel was coming to rescue her, and she had to be ready for when he came. Shit, it's 9:30, she said, remembering that she only had 30 minutes to pack and get to the dock. Springing out of bed, she looked around her room and then got to work. The 3 suitcases she had brought on her vacation needed to be refilled quickly. How drunk was I with Angel? She asked herself as she noticed for the first time how much of a mess her room was. There were clothes everywhere. Things were draped across the back of the desk chair. Clothes were piled on the desk and the armchair. And an embarrassing amount of them was spread across the floor. Angel saw all of this and still wanted to have sex with her? What was wrong with him? She asked herself. Shouldn't this have told him that things were not all right with her? As Kat tossed things into her suitcase, she began to realize that maybe it had. Maybe his telling her to stay there while he took care of a few things was his way of making an easy exit. She certainly couldn't blame him if that was the case. She was a mess. Her hotel room was just a reflection of what was going on inside of her. Looking at the clock again, she realized that 15 minutes had passed while she considered all of the reasons he wouldn't be coming back. She only had 15 minutes left to prepare for if he returned. She had to make some quick decisions. Scanning the room, she asked herself something that had never crossed her mind before. Did she need any of this stuff? For what was supposed to be a 2-week vacation, she had brought 3 large suitcases that were stuffed to the point of exploding. Why? Why did she think she would need 2 pairs of black heels on a trip to an island that was smaller than her high school? And why did she own 2 pairs of black heels that were only a half-inch apart? No. I don't need any of this. This is ridiculous. What the hell was I thinking? I'm not taking all of this back with me, she said, surprised by her realization. I'm really not. Kat looked around the room again. Evening dresses, 5 pairs of shoes, 2 pairs of flip-flops, a hairdryer, a clothes steamer, it was all just the junk that she had accumulated from a lifetime of what? What had her life been? What had her job been? And why was she so willing to leave it for a guy? Kat wasn't sure what was going on with her, but she remembered what she had to do. She had to get to the dock to return to her old life. But was returning to her old life what she wanted either? She wasn't sure. What she was sure about was that she needed to get off of this island. And the only way she was going to do that was with Angel's help. Yes, it was possible that he woke up and decided to run for the hills. But the only way of finding out if he had was to be there at the dock at 10 as they had planned. So, tossing a pair of jeans, a pair of sneakers, 2 tops, her toothbrush, and a brush into a plastic tote bag, she put on her bathing suit, a pair of cut-off jeans, a light top, a sweatshirt, and a pair of flip-flops. That was it. She was ready. There was nothing else that she needed. Everything else was a part of the mess of a life that she was leaving behind. If Angel showed up, she was going to start a new life. Maybe it would be with him. She hoped it would be with him. But she didn't know, and there was only one way to find out. Looking at the clock again, she saw that she was already late. Shit! She screamed before running out, headed to the hotel lobby. Approaching, she saw that her old friend was there, the person she knew as woman at the front desk. She was beginning to understand how awful it was that she had never learned her name. As she got closer, she realized that she hadn't even had to ask. She wore a name tag with her name on it. All Kat had ever needed to do was look down. Kat had considered her so inconsequential that she hadn't even bothered to do that. "Good morning, Monsieur. How can I help you?" "Morning, Ella," Kat said, both proud of herself and embarrassed that it took her this long to say it. "I might be leaving the island today. So can I leave my key with you?" "You want to check out?" the stout, dark-skinned woman said in her highly enunciated, almost South African accent. "No. I want you to keep charging the credit card for the room. But if you don't see me again, I probably won't be back." Ella looked at Kat, confused. "Okay." Kat handed over her key. "Oh. And if you do have to check me out, can you charge a $100 tip for housekeeping and tell them I'm sorry?" "Okay. Yeah. Well, wish me luck," Kat told her before handing over her key and heading for the dock. By the time that Kat arrived at the marina, it was way past 10. Either Angel was going to be there waiting for her, or he wasn't coming. Rushing through the dock station with her plastic tote bag in hand, her heart raced. Was he going to be there, or was this island about to become her forever home? Kat felt increasing panic thinking about it. Exiting the small building with the docks in front of her, she couldn't breathe. Stretched before her were pine gangways that stood in crystal-clear aqua-blue water. Attached to the docks were a dozen boats. All of them were open-top and empty. There was no one waiting for her. Kat's heart beat even harder as she scanned the area for Angel. Maybe he was somewhere around waiting for her. Kat saw a boat mechanic's shop on her far left. She headed over to find only one other person. He was a young Fijian with grease smudges on his face. "Excuse me. Have you seen someone arrive?" He would be built, really good-looking. Great smile. Looks like he would be good in bed. The 20-year-old turned around looking at Kat strangely. Kat wasn't sure why. "It probably would have been in the last hour?" Kat added. "No, ma'am. No one has come during that time," he said, rolling his R's as he did. "You sure? He said he was going to be here, and I need him to have come." "There are no new boats at the dock, ma'am." Kat wasn't sure what she was more disappointed about, that Angel wasn't there or that for the first time a cute guy had just called her ma'am. She decided it was definitely that Angel hadn't come. "Okay, thank you," she said, wandering back to the marina's small lobby. Dread rushed through Kat as she realized that he wasn't coming. Had he ever planned to come back? She sat on one of the chairs that lined the walls and replayed her exchanges with him. She hadn't made him up, had she? She had been very drunk when they had met, and had remained drunk until after he had left. Was the answer that she had fantasized that the most gorgeous man she had ever met had picked her up in a bar in the middle of nowhere, and had made love to her? As she thought about it now, it did seem too good to be true. Kat looked down at her plastic tote bag and her curvy body. She didn't recognize herself anymore. Was she the desperate fat girl who upended her entire life because some guy showed her a bit of attention, or was she someone else, someone new? With her mind swirling, she propped her elbows on her knees and buried her face in her palms. She couldn't take any more. With tears rolling down her face and her body beginning to heave, she was about to lose it completely when she heard something far off in the distance. It took a moment for her to realize she should look up, but when she did, she peered through the open sliding glass door into the horizon. Something was approaching. It was a speedboat, and someone familiar was driving. Wiping the tears from her face, she sprung up. She didn't know if this was him, but she headed to the end of the dock to see. The boat wasn't slowing down much as it approached. The closer it got, the more concerned Kat got. When it was 200 feet away, she considered backing off, but it was too late. It was going to slam into the dock. Sure that she was going to meet her end, she braced herself against a piling. With 50 feet to spare, the driver threw his barreling boat into reverse and turned. Spinning, it came to an abrupt stop 2 feet from the dock. The wave that followed slammed the other boats against each other. Water splashed everywhere, including over Kat. With the sound of violent sloshing and chaos, she heard, "Quick, Kat, get on." Kat stared at Angel, frozen. What the hell was going on? Was this some sort of escape? Was he being chased by the police or harbor patrol or... Hurry, Kat. Get on. Snapping out of it, Kat shut off her mind and did what she was told. Rushing to the edge of the dock, she realized the boat was too far away. Where's your luggage? This is it, Kat said, holding up the tote bag. Toss it to me, Angel ordered. Kat rethought things for a moment before tossing the stranger the only things in her life that mattered. The toss was bad, but Angel caught it and put the bag to the side. Now you're gonna have to jump, Angel demanded. Kat looked at the distance between her and the dock. It had to be more than 4 feet. There was no way anyone would make that jump, much less a curvy girl like her. I can't make it. You can do it. You need to get closer, she begged. No time. Just jump. Kat was about to protest again when he yelled, "Just jump." That was all it took. Without thinking, Kat leapt. With her hands reaching forward, she entered the water with a splash. It was too far. Swallowing water as the wake from his arrival overtook her, she wanted to yell that she told him so, but got a mouthful of ocean instead. Kat was sure she wasn't going to survive this. Flailing her arms, she was sinking. She was almost lost to the sea when someone grabbed her arm, pulling her to the surface. There are stairs. Climb onto them. With one arm stretched into the air, Kat swung it out in front of her. It hit a pipe, sending a wave of pain through her body. It had hurt, but she had found it. Gripping onto it, Angel transferred her other hand to a parallel metal pipe. Steadying herself as the waves threatened to submerge her, she locked her fingers and pulled herself up. Paddling her feet, her flip-flops touched the bottom rung of the ladder. Standing up, she pulled herself out of the water and took a deep breath. Slipping his hand under her arm, Angel helped her. Stumbling across the 10-foot width, Kat plopped herself onto the cushioned seat. Pulling her tote bag into her arms, she fought to get a bearing on where she was. What had she done by climbing onto his boat? What was going on? Before she could figure it out, the engine revved up and the two of them were off. With the warm tropical breeze blowing against her, the nose of the boat lifted into the air. It wasn't so much that she missed the changing scenery. They were pulling away from Vomo Island, her forced home for the last few weeks, and headed towards the open sea. Seated at the back of the boat next to the engine, she could only hear its loud rumbling. Angel, who had his back to her as he drove, could have been explaining what was going on, but she couldn't hear him. She should have probably wanted to hear, but her tense muscles warned her that she might not like what he had to say. The further they got into open water, the larger the mistake she realized she had made. What did she even know about her rescuer? His name and that he looked good naked? That was it. Was this yet another of her incredibly bad decisions? Was there no escaping the extent to which she could screw up her life? When it got far too late to jump overboard and swim back, Kat did the next best thing. She got up and stood next to Angel at the wheel. Seeing her approach, he turned, giving her a once-over. "You're soaking wet," he said, much more focused on the drive. "Yeah, I was in the water back there." Angel gave her another confused look and then let it go. "I'm sorry that I don't have a towel to offer you." "Me too. Can I ask you what's going on?" Angel looked over at Kat, taking a quick assessment of her state of mind before returning his gaze forward. "Remember that situation I asked you to help with?" "You mean me pretending to be your fiancé?" "Yeah." "What about it?" "You're helping me out with it now." "I am? How?" she asked, confused. Angel looked back at her with a hint of sadness in his eyes. It caught Kat off guard. For a brief moment, he looked vulnerable and scared. The look disappeared after he directed her gaze to something behind them. Kat looked behind them, searching for what could upset him so much. Was it something in the boat? It couldn't be. His gaze had been a lot higher than that. But the only thing behind the boat was open sea. "I don't understand," Kat said, finding nothing. "Don't worry about it. Sit down." We'll be heading to the mainland soon. We just need to take a quick trip first. Angel forced a smile. Get comfortable. It's a beautiful drive. You can see it better from the front of the boat. Kat still wasn't sure what was going on, but at least he no longer seemed like he would dump her dead body in the ocean. Relenting, Kat did what she was told. Finding a cushioned seat in front of the wheel, she sat facing the front of the boat. When she did, she realized she couldn't see much. The nose of the boat was too high. Angel must have realized it too because that was when he slowed down. Kat looked back to see if there was a problem. Angel smiled at her and pretended like everything was fine. Kat again faced forward in time for something to come into view. It was an island. As they got closer, she realized that it was multiple islands. Angel hadn't been wrong. The view was beautiful. The islands appeared like a mirage on a dazzling sea of blue. The sky behind it was painted with fluffy clouds, and the crisp smell of salt water relaxed her more than she had felt since arriving at Fiji, if not for years. She was about to conclude that everything would be all right when the boat turned. Instead of heading directly for the approaching island, Angel plotted a path around it. Kat looked back for an explanation. Angel wouldn't return her gaze. Looking past him, she searched the open sea. That was when she saw it. There was a boat behind them. It hadn't been there the last time she had looked, but it was there now. Was this the person Angel had been trying to escape? Was this his psycho ex? Had Angel approached the dock like he had because she was dangerous, and they needed to quickly get away? Did Angel know the boat was there? There's someone behind us, Kat said, waiting for Angel's reaction. Nothing. Is that who you said was following us? Who can tell? Don't worry, you're fine, he said, acting very differently than the urgency he had shown only minutes ago. More than that, he now seemed happier. What the hell was going on? Was this woman a danger or not? Should Kat be afraid or not? Keeping an eye on the approaching boat, Angel only let it get so close before he pulled down on the throttle, lifting the nose of the boat into the air. She couldn't be sure, but it looked to her like the other boat did as well. Quickly past the initial larger island, what next appeared ahead were a chain of cays. The water around them was different. Instead of being the rich shade of blue, it was paler. That had to mean the water had become shallower, didn't it? Zipping between the islands, the boat following them did the same. She's following us, Kat told Angel, making sure he knew. What? The boat. It's following us. Oh. Yeah. Sit tight. Don't worry. We'll shake 'em. For the next hour, Angel did everything he could to lose the boat behind them. She felt like she was in the boat chase in a James Bond movie. Her mysterious Bond was zipping in and out of coves, losing the villain for a moment before returning to the open water, only to be found again. She's relentless, Kat said, losing herself in the excitement. Relentless, but not as skilled, Angel said, as cocky as James Bond ever was. Almost as if he was showing off for Kat, Angel pulled the throttle down as far as it could go. Instead of frightened, Kat felt exhilarated. Angel knew what he was doing. She was sure of it. All that was left for her to do was enjoy the ride. Her first impression of him had been correct. The man was sexy as hell, and the whole thing was turning her on. Peering back at Angel, she saw that he was getting a kick out of it too. When Angel caught her staring, he winked. This was the man she had met at the bar. It was coming back to her now. He was charming and hot with a touch of danger. Do you think you'll be able to lose her? Kat asked after joining him by his side. You should sit down. I got it, Kat said, feeding off of his confidence. If you insist. I don't know if I can lose them. Their boat is faster than ours. How would you feel if I kick this up a notch? Do what you have to do, Kat said with a smile. She was definitely going to have sex with Angel again. This was all too arousing for her not to. She wanted him to fuck her right there on the boat. If he wanted to convince his crazy ex that he had moved on, what would work better than that? With one of her hands gripping a safety handle, she slipped her other hand on Angel's ass. Kat hoped that gave him ideas. When he turned back to her with a smile, it appeared it had. With his eyes locked on her, he leaned over and kissed her. It was short but hot. And when Angel turned his attention back to the ocean, he drove with a fury that made her tingle. Slowing down, Angel waited for the boat to get a few hundred feet from them. When the boat did, Angel spun the wheel and jammed on the throttle. In an instant, they were headed in the opposite direction. They whipped past the other boat, confusing the driver. She adjusted. Outsmarting her made Kat laugh. But there was something about what she saw as they went by that confused Kat. She had thought that they were being followed by his ex. But there wasn't a woman driving the boat. It was a man, and he was alone. Had Angel said that they were being chased by his ex? She searched her memories. He had said that this was how she would help him with his problem. But if they weren't being chased by his ex, who was it? She pictured the man she saw when the two boats passed each other. Both boats were moving quickly, so she didn't get much of an impression. The other driver had looked at her with surprise. She remembered the driver's blondish hair was long enough that strands blew in front of his face. He didn't look like a henchman. In fact, if Kat had to describe him, she would say that he looked more like James Bond than Angel did, if James Bond were blonde. What was going on here? Kat had thought she knew, but she clearly didn't. What she did know was that Angel's maneuver had worked. Not only had the move confused their pursuer, but while the other driver adjusted, Angel was able to escape behind a few of the smaller islands. He had opened a path to freedom. Kat searched behind them again and again over the next 10 minutes. The boat never returned. "Do you think we lost him?" Kat asked. "We might have." Kat returned her attention in front of them. They were headed towards shallower waters where the blues turned pale. Ahead of them were two islands. One was on the left and the other was on the right. They were close and seemed to be connected by a narrow sand bridge. It looked like a natural occurrence and was the most unique thing Kat had ever seen. "Where are we going?" Kat asked. "Right through there," Angel said confidently. "You mean between the two islands? Doesn't that look kind of shallow?" "That's just how it looks. We can do it. And once we get across it, I think we can head back to the mainland. I can get you on a plane home," Angel said with a smile. Kat had mixed feelings about what he said. Sure, it was great that they were out of danger, but she wanted to spend more time with him. What did she have to rush home to? Nothing. She would never meet a man like him back in Wisconsin. What was the use of returning to her life if her life wasn't worth returning to? Kat snapped out of her thoughts when Angel slowed the boat and directed its watery path over the sand bridge. The opening was only 8 feet and didn't seem deep at all. "Are you sure we can make that?" Kat asked again. Instead of answering, Angel leaned forward and squinted. "It looks really shallow," Kat emphasized. "You know what? It does," Angel finally agreed. Instead of slowing down, Angel pulled down the throttle. Lifting the nose of the boat high into the air, they rocketed to their top speed. Kat knew what he was trying to do. The sand bridge wasn't very wide. He wanted to build up enough momentum to shoot them over it. The problem was that they didn't have much time to gain speed. They were going to hit the opening traveling only half as fast as they could be if they turned around and started from further back. Angel?" Kat said with a death grip on the safety rails. "I got this," Angel insisted. "Angel. We can do it. Hold on." As the boat cut through the air, the water below the boat went from blue to clear to yellow. It had become the color of sand. It was shallower than either of them thought. When the hull of the boat hit it, the two were jolted forward. The momentum of the boat had only carried them so far. Coming to an abrupt stop, they halted at the very center of the sand bridge. And if that wasn't enough, the boat fell to the side as if it were sitting on dry land. Kat, who had unwillingly let go of the safety handles, fell face first onto the cushion area at the nose of the boat. She was rolling to the side. Throwing out her hands, she lodged one between two of the cushions and stopped. She was disoriented and no longer sure what had happened. "Are you all right?" Angel asked from behind her. Gaining her bearing, Kat slowly looked up. The boat was tilted. It had fallen onto its side. She looked back at Angel. He looked as confused as she felt. "I think so," she replied. "What happened?" "I think it was a little shallower than I thought." "No kidding. What do we do?" Angel looked at her with an amused smirk. "Get out and push." "Are you serious?" "Unless you have any better ideas," Angel said, amused. Kat didn't reply. Clawing her way upright, she watched as Angel jumped over the edge of the boat and landed with a thud instead of a splash. Sliding further to the side, Kat got a better look at him. He was staring at the boat, perplexed. Angel, Kat said when she saw someone walking towards them. He was an older, squat, sunburnt man. And more distinctive than anything else was that he was naked. Angel turned, grabbing the man's focus. I saw what happened, the man yelled as he slowly approached. You thought if you sped up you could make it over. That was the plan, Angel confirmed with a smile. It's deceptively shallow, the man said, perfectly comfortable having the conversation nude. You're not the first person I've seen get stuck on it. You hear that, Kat? We aren't the first people he's seen get stuck on it, Angel said, amused. So how did the last person get off? They waited for the tide to come up. Okay, Angel said happily. Do you know when high tide is? It was an hour ago, the naked man confirmed. An hour ago? So, we have another 11 hours before we can get out of here. Seems like it. Angel looked at Kat and then back at the man. Okay. Can you tell us where we are? The man pointed to the island on the far side of the boat. That island is Wayasewa. The one behind me is Waya. Angel looked at both. I'm assuming that there's a resort of somewhere on Waya. There is. A nice one. And a bar. Angel added. It's well stocked. Angel looked back at Kat. Then I guess I know where we'll be spending the next 11 hours, Angel said with a smile. You up for that? She was not ready to leave Angel behind. To stay with him a little longer, she was willing to consider anything. That included turning her liver into a grenade. Besides, there was something about the way Angel revved up as they approached that had made her think that he had gotten them stuck there on purpose. Could he have had the same idea about having another night together? Was he not ready to let her go, either? Why not? I could probably use a drink, Kat said, finding her tote bag and working her way over the side of the boat onto the sand. Did Kat need a drink? She didn't. During the past week, she had drunk enough for a lifetime. But if it meant getting to know Angel a little more, she was up for it. Where's the resort? Angel asked, already headed up the beach. There's a path that leads to a clearing. Just stay on the path and it will take you right there. With Angel leading, the two found the trail through the coconut tree grove and into the clearing. The end of the open area was surrounded by wooden benches and was spotted with sculpted stone ponds. One of the views from the benches was of the coconut trees to their left. The other view was of the resort. The beautiful ski chalet-inspired building sat on the edge of a cliff that overlooked the water. Whoa, she gasped. Kat was born in Wisconsin and had never left. Before her ex had suggested a trip to Fiji, she hadn't imagined places as incredible as these had existed in real life. It's nice, Angel confirmed. What do you think, should we strip down and head up? Angel said with a laugh. With Angel immediately walking towards it, Kat couldn't tell if he was joking. Why had he said that? Was he implying that the naked guy wasn't just someone taking advantage of a secluded beach? Kat's heart pounded thinking about it. She was way too sober for something like that. Luckily, Angel's laugh suggested that he was kidding. And as she thought more about it, she was pretty sure that places like that only existed in the fantasies of 14-year-old boys. So she was pretty safe. The resort ended up being a lot further than it looked. It was also uphill. It took them 30 minutes to get there, and the humidity didn't let her forget that they were on a tropical island. Kat felt like she had been dipped in split pea soup. Can I help you? A fully dressed woman said from behind the front desk in the lobby. Angel put on his most charming smile and led the two inside. Yes. Can you point us to the bar? The bar is accessible through the back door of each room, the pretty, tanned woman said. And if we don't have a room? I'm sorry, the bar is only accessible by guests. Angel looked back at Kat, frustrated. He didn't wait for Kat to reply. Fine. I'll take a room, he said, pulling out a credit card from the button pocket of his board shorts. Very good, sir, the woman said, charging the card. How many nights will that be? Just one. Very good, sir. You will be staying in room 105. Here's your key. Thanks, Angel said, about to walk away. One more thing, sir. What's that? This is a naturist resort. Angel turned back to her, amused. What does that mean? Kat asked. Angel looked at Kat. You know the term clothing optional? Kat's heart sank. Yeah. Well, that doesn't apply here. The woman spoke up. No clothes are allowed outside of your rooms and designated areas. I'm assuming that the bar isn't one of those places? Angel confirmed. It is not, sir. Kat could barely hear the rest of what either of them said over the thumping of her heartbeat in her ears. Are there drinks in the room? Kat asked, starting to panic. You will find an assortment of alcohol in the minibar. Kat didn't know if tiny bottles of rum were going to be enough, but they were going to be a start. I picked the wrong time to stop drinking, Kat said to Angel with a shell-shocked look on her face. Angel laughed. This time it was Kat who led them away. Entering the beautiful white room, the only thing Kat saw was the mini-fridge. Charging to it, she swung it open. Yeah, this will definitely not be enough, she said, staring at the 2 tiny bottles in front of her. Angel laughed again. They probably don't stock it fully on purpose. You're at a nudist resort. There's no view if everyone's drinking in their room. I picked the wrong week to stop making bad decisions, she said, opening both bottles and chugging them. Angel couldn't stop being amused. I guess that means we're out. What do you say, are you ready for this? He asked before pulling off his shirt and relieving himself of his shorts. Kat stared at the gorgeous naked man in front of him. She could barely believe how hot he was. Could we just stay in here and bang each other's brains out? Angel laughed again. And that sounds amazing. But I need a drink first. Shall we? He said, holding out his hand, calling Kat to her naked doom. Chapter 3. Kat. Kat stared at the beautiful naked man in front of her, praying for the alcohol to kick in. Why had she stopped drinking? She couldn't remember. All she knew was that she would give her left tit to be drunk now, and her left was her good one, as everyone at the resort was about to find out. Shall we, Kat? Angel asked again. Of course, she said, trying to stop herself from shaking. Without thinking, Kat turned around to undress. With only her bathing suit and something on top of it, it wasn't going to take her very long. She quickly realized that there was no point in dragging it out. She wasn't going to lose any weight in the next minute, and he had already seen her naked. The only thing that could change would be what Angel thought of her. She wanted him to think of her as courageous. That wouldn't happen if she was acting like a coward. In truth, Kat knew that she was a coward. Everything she had done for her asshole ex had been out of fear of losing him. She was so afraid of what everyone would say about her as a fat girl who couldn't find love that she was willing to do anything to escape it. She didn't want to be that girl anymore. She wanted to be stronger than she was. She didn't know how to do that. How do you stop being something you've been your entire life? She didn't know. What she did know was that at this moment, she didn't have to look like the coward she was. Despite what she knew everyone who knows her would say, she could pretend that she didn't care now. It might not change who she was, but it would change the way Angel saw her, and that was something. With a new purpose, Kat peeled off her top, her cutoffs, and finally, her one-piece swimsuit. She was twitching, she was shaking so much. But she wasn't stopping. Bare to the world, she turned around. Look at that, Angel said, giving her a pleased once-over. Wow. I'm gonna need to keep an eye on you, he said with a devilish smile. Kat had no idea what Angel was talking about, but she liked it. It might have just been him being nice, but it was working. His compliment made her blush and filled her with the strength to step forward. Are we doing this, or what? Kat asked, pretending she was someone she wasn't. Let's do this, Angel said, impressed. Kat took Angel's hand as he led the two toward the curtain sliding glass door. With his free hand, he pulled the curtain open. In front of them was a large circular space spotted with umbrella-covered tables and a natural stone floor. At the far end of the space was a bar with a half-dressed male bartender. Behind him was the most beautiful clifftop view that Kat could imagine. While to the left was the rest of the tree-covered mountainous island, and to the right was the smaller island connected by the sand bridge. The glistening ocean behind the bar stretched into infinity. Kat's panicked mind had imagined the bar to be bustling with naked people all judging her. It wasn't. There were only 2 other couples there, and they looked more like the balding, stout man at the boat than they did Angel. And truth be told, compared to them, Kat almost felt hot. What are you drinking? Angel asked, leading them to the bar. All the alcohol, Kat replied. Angel laughed. All the alcohol it is. Bartender, do you know how to make a Long Island iced tea? Yes, sir, the built dark-skinned man said. That and a gin and tonic. Shaken not stirred? Kat asked, finding herself. What? Angel asked, confused. Isn't that what James Bond orders? You kind of remind me of James Bond. Actually, he drinks martinis. And you know what? That sounds better. Bartender, change that to a martini dry. Shaken not stirred. Angel gave Kat a devilish smile and winked. It was then that Kat remembered how charming he was the night they met. Anyone with his charm would have melted her heart, but put it in a package like his, and Kat was defenseless. With their drinks in hand, they found a table far away from everyone and took a seat. This was Kat's first opportunity to find out more about him. The morning after might have been another one of those times, but she was clearly still too drunk to seize it. So, who was the guy? Kat said, taking a sip from her very potent drink. What guy? What do you mean, what guy? The one in the boat. Oh. Him. Yeah? How do I describe him? He asked himself, drifting into thought. Angel. Yeah. Him. He is the gum on the bottom of your shoe that you stepped on once, and no matter how hard you try, you can't scrape off. Wow. Okay. Is he dangerous? Who isn't dangerous? Right? Angel asked with one of his James Bond smiles. I'm not dangerous, Kat said, feeling unnerved because of what he was saying about himself. I don't know, Kat. I'm sitting here looking at you like that, and I'd say that you're pretty dangerous. At least to me. Kat couldn't believe a word he was saying, but it certainly felt good to hear. But seriously, that guy who spent the morning chasing us, is he someone I should be worried about? Him? No. He is a special sort of crazy. The only thing you need to worry about with him is if he sets his sights on you. Because once he does, he's a dog with a bone. He will never let go. It was the worst decision I ever made to have anything to do with him. So, he's not the crazy ex that we had to pretend for? Because on the boat you said? You know what? I have to be honest, I didn't need you to pretend to be my fiancé. I just wanted an excuse to be with you. Was that wrong? Kat froze. What was going on? So, you didn't need me to pretend to be your fiancé? Nope. I just wanted to buy a pretty girl a drink. And now? It's up to you. But if I may suggest, how about you tell me a little about yourself? How in the world did you end up on that island by yourself? Because that is the one thing I don't understand. Kat stared at Angel, unsure of what to do. He was saying all of the right things. He was making her feel like a princess and more beautiful than she knew herself to be. Was she supposed to believe any of it? And had the alcohol started to kick in, because she was also wondering if she cared? Bad luck, Kat replied tentatively. She thought for a moment. You know what? That's not true. The truth is that I have really bad taste in men, she said, waiting for his response. Considering we've slept together, ouch. Shots fired. Kat didn't expect his reply. She was expecting him to justify himself or his shifting story. Instead, he seemed sad. And although she wasn't always the best at figuring out what a guy was thinking, he genuinely looked hurt. Was he a bad guy or not? As hard as she tried, she couldn't tell. I'm not talking about you, Kat said, softening. I just mean every other guy I've ever met. I keep making the same mistake over and over again. And what's that? Kat looked at Angel, feeling as naked as she was. I keep falling for any guy that shows me the slightest bit of attention. And then they hurt me. They hurt me and leave me crumpled in a ball crying in the corner, she said with a tear rolling down her cheek. For the first time, Angel looked at Kat like he didn't know what to do. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get so personal, she said, wiping her face. No. Please, it's nice. Sometimes I forget what getting personal feels like. For what I do, you can't always think about how it affects others. You just shut off that part of your brain and act. So, what do you do? Are you a spy? Kat asked casually. A spy? No, Angel said with a chuckle. But wouldn't that be fun? No. I acquire hard-to-find goods for others. Oh, so you're not James Bond. You're Indiana Jones. Angel laughed. Kat, you think too highly of me. Kat smiled. What then? Angel stared at Kat before looking around. Somehow, since sitting down, it had become dark. The couples that had been with them were replaced by an older man. The place looked empty and safe. Kat, can I admit something to you? Sure. The guy who was chasing us, I might not have been completely forthcoming about who he is. Is he your ex? Because I saw him. It would be completely hot if he was. You think that would be hot? Angel asked, surprised. Hell yes, she said, feeling her lips loosen as she reached the bottom of her tall glass. Why would you think that's hot? I don't know. I just do. You're sexy. He was sexy. What's not to like about that? Ha, Angel said, turning away in thought. So, what were you going to say about him? Oh. I was going to say that he wasn't just some guy. He was someone I know, or used to know. We go back. Way back. So why was he chasing you? Why was he chasing me? That is a good question. And at this point, I don't know. And maybe that's why I keep running from him. Angel stopped, seeing the sudden change of expression on Kat's face. She looked like a deer in headlights. What? She spoke like she didn't want to move her lips. The man, he's here. Angel froze. Where? Behind you. Has he seen us? No. He's looking around. And he's naked. Angel immediately swung around, giving no regard to the danger. The man was the only other guy there. He was walking to the bar and hadn't yet spotted them. Kat watched Angel as he stared at the man. Angel's mouth hung open as if he wasn't sure what to do. Should we get out of here? Kat whispered. Ah, he replied, turning back around. Angel. The man said in a calm yet sexy voice. Angel flinched. What do we do? Kat whispered. Angel had never looked more unsure of himself. It was with the same uncertainty that he eventually looked up at Kat and said, just play along. Angel, please don't run, the man said, facing the couple. This was the first time Kat got a clear view of the stranger. Her first impression had been correct. The man was goddamn sexy. He was 6 feet 5 inches with a V-shaped, rippling torso. His naked thighs were built. And his dangling member had to be the largest she had ever seen. He wasn't a blonde James Bond. The man was a god. Why would I run? Angel said, sliding his chair next to Kat's. Because you always run. Well, I'm not now. In fact, I would like to introduce you to someone. I would like you to meet Kat, my fiancé. Kat, meet Chase. His name is Chase? Kat asked, amused. That's fun. Kat looked back at the perfect-looking man in front of her. He wasn't as amused. In fact, he looked stunned. You're his fiancé? He asked, frozen to his spot. Kat knew this was her turn to speak. She didn't know what was real or what wasn't anymore. But before this had all began, she said that if she got the chance, she would drape herself over Angel and act like the two couldn't be more in love. Naked and feeling unstable on her feet, she wasn't up for moving behind him and wrapping her arms around Angel. But she could certainly at least take his hand in hers and display the epitome of engaged bliss. Kat clumsily reached her hand towards his and overshot it. Instead, it landed on something else. She didn't have to look over to tell what it was. But she did look over out of surprise. Angel's member was hard. It was very hard. When had that happened? And what had caused it? Quickly scrambling for Angel's hand, she took it in hers and looked up at Chase with a smile. Yep, I'm his fiancé. And who are you? I'm an old friend, he said, looking defeated. An old friend, huh? What type of old friend chases someone through the Fiji Islands all day and then shows up like a stalker, looking like that? Chase looked down at his naked body, weakened. What are you doing here, Chase? Angel said unrelentingly. I came. I'm here to help you, he said gently. Well, as you can see, I don't need your help. I've never needed your help. So, I'm wondering what you're doing here. Because no one asked you to be. Tell me to stop chasing you. What? Angel said, caught off guard. Tell me to stop chasing you and I will. Just say it. I want to hear the words come out of your mouth. If you say it, I promise you will never see me again. Angel stared at Chase, stunned. Say it, Angel. Release me. You have the power to bring all of this to an end. Just say the words and you'll have it. When Angel remained silent, Kat looked at him confused. Why wasn't he speaking? Hadn't he described this old friend as chew gum? The man was offering a way to get the gum off. Why wasn't Angel taking it? Tell him, Angel, Kat prompted. Yeah. Tell me, Angel. Angel's eyes bounced between the two. I'm getting out of here. When Angel got up, his member was still hard. Making a beeline to their bedroom, he hesitated when Chase yelled, Stop? What do you want from me, Chase? Angel said, not daring to look at him. Feeling his moment, Chase eased toward him, careful not to scare him off. I want you to look at me. Look at me, Chase demanded. Angel slowly turned, looking up into Chase's eyes. When he did, his hard member flinched. Chase continued toward him until he was practically on top of him. Kat could see both from where she sat. Angel was breathing hard. He struggled to catch his breath, staring into the beautiful man's eyes. Now, tell me what it is you want me to do. Angel didn't answer. Tell me, Angel. Tell me, he whispered, moving his lips closer to Angel's. Angel pulled back, but only for a second. When he next shifted forward, it was to wrap his hand around the back of the muscular man's neck and draw his friend's lips to his. They kissed like they were consumed by fire. They were an inferno. The two naked men lost themselves in each other's strong arms, and together they tore at the other's flesh. With no thought to where they were, Chase pushed his hand into Angel's thick wavy hair. Gripping tightly, he pulled back Angel's head. Kissing his neck, Angel moaned. Chase moved his free hand to Angel's.
Hi, it's the author again. Yeah, more steamy things are happening. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to get a version of this book with the steamy bits still in it, narrated by me, you can click on a link in the description below and sign up for a free trial and get the book for free. So please consider that. Otherwise, continue listening.
Falling towards the ground, Chase was the only thing that stopped him. The bigger man caught him, flipped him over, and lifted him into his strong arms. Unsure what to do with him, Chase looked back at Kat. She took that as her cue to get up and guide the stranger past their room's sliding glass door. As Chase took his nearly unconscious lover to the bed, Kat closed the door and curtain behind them. When Chase had placed his lover on the fluffy covers, he climbed in facing him, wrapping his arms around him as he did. Kat watched the two men from the foot of the bed. The energy between the two had changed. As angry as Chase had been, he was now gentle and soft. Angel was different than Kat had ever seen him. The charming, confident man looked vulnerable and raw. Kat wasn't sure where the two men were expecting her to go, but she didn't have anywhere else. So exhausted, and more than a little drunk, she climbed into bed behind Angel and wrapped her arms around him. Having watched the two men, she figured out who Angel was and what was going on. There was a reason that Angel was running from his friend. But Angel had stopped running. So what did that mean for her? It was as she thought about that she eventually fell asleep. It was the movement of the man she was holding that nudged her to consciousness. He had slipped out of her grasp. She didn't think anything about it and was going to drift back to sleep when she heard something else. It was the jiggling of a doorknob. Kat's eyes popped open in time to see Angel slip past the door. The door closed behind him. Which door was it? Had he gone into the bathroom? No. Too much light had flooded in. Kat slowly sat up and scanned the room. She remembered where Angel had placed his clothes. She looked at the credenza. His clothes were gone. Panic washed through her. Angel, she called out. Angel, she said, overcome with dread. When he didn't reply or return, Kat sunk back into the bed. She knew what this meant. She had experienced it before. This was what her ex had done. Angel wasn't coming back. She had again been abandoned. She had been left after someone had promised to take care of her. What did it say about her that others could so easily leave her behind? And what was she supposed to do now? As the darkness overtook her, Kat cried. She wasn't sure she would ever stop.
Chapter 4. Chase. Chase was asleep when he heard a soft, vulnerable voice call out to the man he had known for so long. Angel, the woman said. Angel. It didn't take Chase long to figure out what was going on. His one-time best friend was leaving. Although them having sex was a first. Angel leaving in the middle of the night without a goodbye was not. Chase and Angel were 14 when they met. It was Chase's second year at boarding school and Angel's first. The two boys were under different boarding plans. The exclusive upstate New York school allowed full-time boarders like Chase, but also kids who would return home for the weekend as Angel did. Chase's first impression of Angel was that he was a loner. Despite being magnetic when he was engaged, there was a wall surrounding the good-looking kid that Chase didn't understand. Most days he wore a hoodie that cast a shadow over his face. Chase's classmates thought he was trying to be mysterious and didn't like him. But there was something about Angel that Chase realized he couldn't resist. "You doing anything after classes?" Chase asked the loner kid, trying to make the invitation seem casual. "What?" Angel said, looking up. Angel was wearing a pair of headphones and hesitantly took them off. "I was asking if you were doing anything after classes. Me and the guys from my dorm are going to maybe play some football. You should join us." Angel released a broad, toothy smile. There was something about Angel's smile that made Chase want to hang out with him even more. He wished Angel would always smile like that, and decided to do what he had to make the loner kid do it again. "That sounds cool, but I have to head home early. My dad's flying in and wants me there." "Oh. Okay. You're from back home, right?" "Yeah," Angel said without adding anything else. "Anyway, if you ever want to join us for football, we play a lot." "For sure," Angel said with another smile. Although he wasn't saying anything more, Angel wasn't leaving or even looking away. Angel's gaze made Chase's young body tingle. Chase didn't know what was going on or why, but he needed for it to come to an end. "I'll see you around," Chase said, announcing his exit. "See you around," Angel said before putting back on his headphones and walking away. For the next 3 days, that exchange was all Chase could think about. He would replay the things he said to Angel, and repeatedly asked himself if he had sounded lame. He would also search the memory of Angel's face for a sign of what his smile and lingering gaze meant. It had to mean that Angel would want to hang out in the future, right? What else could it mean? When Monday rolled around, Chase was excited to return to classes. He didn't have every class with Angel, but he had a few. When the two had their first class together, Angel didn't scramble in until right before the bell. While Chase would attempt to hide in the middle of the room, Angel would always sit in the back. Taking his usual place over Chase's shoulder, Chase knew that he would have to noticeably turn around to look at him. Throughout that first class, Chase was sure he could feel Angel's eyes peering into him. The one time he built up the courage to look back, he found Angel buried deep under his hoodie. More than that, Chase's attention was followed by Angel's light eyes becoming laser-focused on something outside of the window. Chase was sure that Angel was intentionally avoiding his gaze. Although it was brief, their interaction unnerved Chase. Throughout the rest of their classes together, he reconsidered everything he thought was going on between them. Angel clearly didn't want to be friends with him. He had probably just stared at him during their first conversation because the loner found it funny how needy and embarrassing Chase was acting. Those thoughts kept Chase from trying to make eye contact with Angel for the rest of the day. They also put Chase in a bad mood. Chase's life sucked. People were only nice to him because he was sad and pathetic. They all probably laughed at him behind his back. Chase decided that he would never have any true friends. For a moment he considered that Angel could be that person for him. But he was just kidding himself. Everyone hated him. They always had, and nothing would ever change. "I'll get the ball," Chase said, trying to ingratiate himself with the others. "That's cool, I'll get it," one of the other boys said. "That's okay. I'll get it," Chase said, jogging away, not giving the boy a chance to object. Chase ran across the field to the sports building. Entering, he passed the locker room's entrance and continued to the equipment room. Opening the unlocked door, he pulled a soccer ball out of its mesh bag and re-entered the hall. As Chase continued down the hallway, he heard one of the lockers slam shut. It was followed by 3 more in rapid succession. He slowed, approaching the locker room entrance, wondering who was inside. Standing outside the door and leaning in, he didn't find anyone. His door was the only one in or out, so whoever had slammed the lockers was still there. Chase considered leaving it as a mystery, but his curiosity got the better of him. Entering, he crossed to the opposite side of the dividers. He found no one. With the boys waiting for the soccer ball, he again considered leaving. Something told him to continue into the bathroom. Was it a good idea? Probably not. What if whoever it was questioned why he was creeping on him in the bathroom? He didn't want anyone to think he was gay or anything. But at the same time, Chase couldn't stop himself. As soon as Chase entered the bathroom's doorway, the boy standing at the mirror turned around. Chase froze. It was Angel. Dude, what happened to your eye? Chase asked without thinking. Angel stared at Chase like a deer in headlights. Angel's megawatt smile was nowhere to be seen. You get into a fight with someone? Was one of the guys being an asshole? Snapping out of it, Angel marched towards the doorway and attempted to push past Chase. Chase moved to block him. Seriously, did someone hit you? I swear to God, if someone did, I could go beat the shit out of them right now. Surprised, Angel looked up into Chase's eyes. Chase was never the type of kid to get into fights, but he was slightly bigger than everyone else and was sure that he could take down any of his classmates. What are you, a spaz or something? Angel replied. Nobody hit me. Well, that's obviously a lie. I'm telling you, if one of those assholes did this to you, I'll make sure they never do it again. Just tell me. Was it Frank? Bill? Because I'll go fuck them up right now. Calm down. It wasn't anyone here, all right? Angel said, forcing his way past Chase. Then who was it? It wasn't anyone you could do anything about, even if you wanted to. Angel charged towards the locker room exit and then stopped staring at the door. Chase had planned to follow him for as long as he could, but when Angel stopped, Chase realized that Angel wasn't going anywhere. It was like he was scared too. Hey Chase, you got the ball? Hearing the voice, Chase realized why Angel stopped. He didn't want anyone else to see him like this. Yeah, I have it, Chase yelled from behind him. Angel turned around with fear in his eyes. Seeing that, Chase came to the rescue. Rushing past Angel, Chase whispered, "Stay here," and then found his mate at the door. Hurrying to him, he handed him the ball. You guys can start without me. I need to go to the bathroom. Sure. But don't use it as an excuse for when we kick your ass this time, the boy said with a playful smile. Yeah, whatever. I'll join you out there, okay? Whatever, the boy said before leaving. Turning back towards the locker room, Chase was sure he would find that Angel had left. Re-entering, he discovered he was wrong. Not only was Angel still there, he was seated on the bench between the lockers. He had his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands. Chase's heart broke for him. He approached him slowly and sat next to him. You okay? Chase asked, wondering if he should put his arm around him. My father's just an asshole. That's all, he said with his face still buried in his hands. Sniffling, Angel wiped his cheek with his palm. Your father did this? Chase confirmed with his heart aching. He do that often? Only when he's in town, Angel said with a cynical chuckle. Dude, that fucking sucks, Chase said at a loss for words. Yeah? Angel replied before pulling himself together and sitting up. Did you want to join us for the game? I was thinking about it, but... Angel pointed at his black eye. Don't worry about that. Seriously, you can barely notice it. You should play. It'll be fun, Chase said with a smile. Come on. You may as well. You're already here. Chase stood up and grabbed Angel by the arm. Angel resisted a little, but eventually got up. After that, Chase pulled him out of the locker room to the door of the sports building. I don't know, man, Angel said, getting cold feet. Too late now, Chase said as he put his hands against Angel's back and shoved him through the door. Angel entered the outside world and froze. The kids on the field looked over at him but continued playing. Looks like they already saw you. There's no point in going anywhere now. Angel looked back at Chase skeptically. Come on, Chase said with a pleased smile. When the two got to the edge of the field, the game stopped. Dude, what happened to your eye? One of the guys said, shocked. Angel opened his mouth in a loss for words. An awkward silence followed as everyone stared at Angel. I punched him in the face for saying he would take down my team, Chase told everyone. What? No. One of the boys said, unsure. I fucking clocked him. You want to say the same thing and see what happens? Chase threatened. You're fucking lying, the kid said, still unsure. Did he punch you? Everyone's eyes turned to Angel. They were waiting for an answer. He didn't fucking punch me, Angel said defensively. Then what happened to your eye? Angel looked around and then back at Chase. He fucking threw the ball at me. I didn't know it was coming. I'm not gonna tell you it's coming if I'm trying to take you out, Chase bragged. You asshole, one of the others said to Chase. Yeah, fuck you, Chase replied. Chase turned to Angel. Yeah, Dick, you're on their team. Let's see who takes who down. Let's go, Chase said, grabbing the ball from the small boy who had it. Chase turned, running backwards onto the field. When he did, he and Angel met eyes. Angel wasn't giving him one of his amazing smiles, but his look of gratitude felt even better. Chase was sure that he and Angel would become best friends after that. He was right. Before Chase had opened his eyes, he remembered where he was. He was on a bed in a room at a nudist resort. Everything that had happened rushed back to him. The day before, he had found Chase. He had followed him around the Fiji Islands until Angel had gotten his boat stuck on a sand bridge. And then, after tracking him back to this resort, he and Angel had had sex for the first time in their lives. Chase thought about what it had felt like to hold his childhood friend's naked body in his arms. Chase remembered the feeling of pushing himself into Angel. It was the first time that Chase had felt complete. As much as he had loved Angel, he had always felt a distance from him. But holding his hip and sliding his hard member into him, he and Angel had felt like one person. It had to be the greatest feeling of Chase's life. That hadn't been the end of it, however. What Chase remembered next was that after he had fallen asleep with Angel in his arms, he was woken up by Angel's supposed fiancé, calling out to him. He had left. Again, he had disappeared into the night. And this time, Chase wondered if he should go after him. What was left between the two of them? They had made love. They had given in to their feelings for one another. If after that Angel still couldn't find a reason to stay, then what was the point? Sadness draped Chase like a weighted blanket. Lying there with his eyes closed, he was struggling to breathe. He was slowly suffocating, unable to catch his breath. Swimming to the surface of his darkening mind, he popped open his eyes and sat up. Chase scanned the room, panicked, and found an unexpected sight. The woman had left the bed and was now seated in an armchair staring at him. She had been startled by his sudden movement. "Morning," the curvy woman dressed in cutoffs and a top said. Chase didn't feel like talking, so he didn't. "I think Angel's gone. I think he took off in the middle of the night. Someone told us that we could move the boat when the tide came in. I imagine that's why he left, to move the boat. He probably needed to find a dock he could park it at. That might take a while, right? He's coming back, right?" Chase knew the answer to that question, but there was no way he wanted to say it aloud. Angel hadn't gone looking for a dock. He had taken off, leaving him and this woman as if they were trash to be discarded. Chase fell back onto the bed and allowed his eyes to settle onto the ceiling. What was he going to do now? For so long he had thought that if Angel could just feel what it would be like if the two of them were together, he would stay. But they had been together, and it was as glorious as Chase hoped it would be. Yet it hadn't been enough. "I have something to admit," the woman said, failing to draw Chase's attention. "I'm not really Angel's fiancé. I just met him. It was a few days ago. I was stuck on another island, and he had said that if I pretended to be his fiancé, he would get me home. But then he took off. Do you think he's coming back?" "No." "Sorry," Chase said, motivated to talk. Suddenly things felt very familiar to Chase. This woman, whoever she was one of Angel's messes, and he wanted no part of it. Needing to get out of there, Chase pulled back the cover, discovering he was naked. Undeterred, he got up, heading to the curtained sliding glass door. "Where are you going? Can I come with you?" the woman asked desperately. "No," Chase said, opening the door and leaving. She followed him outside. Please. I don't know where I am. I don't have any money. I can't pay for a room. I can't pay for a way back to the mainland or a ticket home." "Not my problem," Chase said, feeling the cool morning breeze on his naked flesh. "I know it's not your problem, but isn't he your friend? I was his friend too. He left me as much as he left you. He screwed the both of us. Doesn't that mean something? Shouldn't it?" Chase, who had rounded the empty bar to his room's sliding glass door, stopped. Who was this woman to presume that what she was feeling was in any way like how he felt? Just the thought of Angel made his heart ache so much that Chase struggled to remain standing. How dare she even think such a thing? "I've been left before, you know. I know what it feels like. That's how I got in this mess. Someone left me on the island where Angel and I met. It was someone who I thought loved me. But he just took off. He didn't even say goodbye. I just woke up one morning and he was gone. Completely gone. I don't understand what makes me so horrible that everyone keeps leaving me. Are you going to leave me too? Then go." Be like all of the others. Be like Angel. You're probably just like him anyway. All men are like him. And I'm nothing, she proclaimed as she began to cry. Chase didn't want to look at her. He wanted to walk away from Angel and all of his bullshit for the final time. Angel didn't love him. He had to accept that. And the only way he could survive such a thought was to escape Angel altogether. Yet here she was, the last remnants of Angel, and she fought to hang on. Could he truly walk away from Angel? Could he sever the ties and abandon one of his victims like Angel had abandoned him? If he didn't escape the hold Angel had over him now, could he ever get away again? Phewick! Chase yelled as loudly as he could. Was he never going to escape the pain he felt? Chase settled himself and looked back at the startled woman. He couldn't allow himself to feel for her or get close to her. But he didn't have to do to her what Angel had. Come, Chase told her before turning around and opening the door to his room. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let me just get my stuff, she said as Chase entered his room. Reorienting himself within the space, he looked at his clothes draped across the credenza, wondering what he should do. As he thought, the woman entered carrying a plastic tote bag. I sort of left everything behind on the last island. It was supposed to represent a new start, she said with a forced smile. Chase stared at the curvy woman standing in front of him. He couldn't deal with this right now. So without a word, he headed to the bathroom and locked the door behind him. With the warm shower droplets covering his body, Chase thought about what he should do next. His mind went blank. For so long all he was this continuous chase. This was his life. If he stepped away from it, then what would he step towards? He didn't know. Until he figured it out, this was as good of a place as anywhere to be. When Chase left the bathroom, he found the woman seated in the armchair staring at him. She watched as he reached for his clothes and then stopped. What was the point in putting them on? He wasn't going anywhere, and the woman behind the front desk had told him that they weren't allowed outside of the rooms. Are you hungry? The woman asked. Because I was in a rush to meet Angel yesterday, and I didn't eat anything. That's probably why the alcohol hit me so hard. I might have done some stuff that I regret, she said with a chuckle. Anyway, I was hoping you wanted to grab something to eat. Because as I mentioned, I don't have any money. And I'm presuming you do. Chase sighed. He wasn't in the mood to deal with her. He also wasn't very hungry. But like her, he hadn't eaten since the previous morning. Even if he didn't want to, he knew that he should eat. Let's go, Chase conceded before heading towards the door. Thank you. I can't tell you how hungry I am. As you can see, I'm not a girl who's used to skipping a meal, she said with a self-deprecating smile. About to open the door, Chase looked back. He looked her over. She was still wearing her clothes. Chase remembered the rules. That was why he was standing there with his dick hanging out. Did she know what the rules were? Did he care? What? The woman asked, seeing Chase look at her. The clothes? You don't think they'll mind, do you? I mean, everyone probably saw more than enough of me last night, right? Chase stared at the woman, unsure how long he would be able to put up with her. Okay, fine, the woman said before stripping down to nothing. She was a rounder girl, but she wasn't unpleasant to look at. What she looked like didn't matter though. She could have been a model, and it wouldn't have moved him. He could barely see anything past a mental picture of Angel. But at least in the brief moments when he could see more, the view of her would be nice. Chase led the woman into the hallway and towards the lobby. He had seen the dining hall when he had entered. Spotting a different front desk attendant from the night before, she smiled and nodded at him politely. Chase couldn't get himself to respond and instead continued to the room filled with tables and chairs. It had a large breakfast buffet in the center of it. Mercifully, the woman grabbed her food, joined him at a table, and ate in silence. She definitely was hungry. She pretty much blacked out as she ate. Chase couldn't decide if it was amusing or endearing. It was like she didn't care what people around her thought about her. In other circumstances, he would have found it attractive. Chase could never stop thinking about what others thought of him. He had believed that Angel was the only one who had ever accepted him for who he was, warts and all. But having been abandoned by him for the final time, that fantasy was over. For the first time since he had met Angel, Chase felt completely alone in the world. How was he supposed to go on like that? How did anyone get up day after day knowing that there would be no respite from the unending loneness? Are you leaving? I'll go with you, the woman said as Chase got up. No. Please just. Chase caught himself regaining his composure. I'll tell the woman at the front desk to issue you a key. But, are you leaving the island? I know you have a boat, she said with fear in her eyes. It was clear that Angel, and whomever else, had done a number on her. She really thought that Chase would agree to take her with him and then leave her there. Staring at her, Chase realized that he wasn't the only one who was broken. Maybe he wasn't as alone in the world as he had thought. I won't leave without you, Chase told her. I appreciate you saying that, she said graciously. And no offense, but guys have told me that before. Yeah. Well, I guess you'll have to figure out a way to trust me, he said before exiting the dining room, leaving her behind. As he said he would, Chase stopped at the front desk. Good morning, the attractive native woman said. Yeah. Listen, I'm naked, so I'm not sure where I'm supposed to put my key. If you would like, you can leave it at the front desk and retrieve it when you need it, she said with a smile. Great. So I left my key in my room. And there's a woman I'm with who will need access to the room as well. Was it your guest for breakfast? Yes. Make sure she has access to the key as well as the dining room. Absolutely, sir. Would you like to give me her name so that I can add her to the list? Chase thought for a moment. He felt like Angel had said her name, but Chase had had other things on his mind at the time. You can ask her for it when she gets here. Are we good here? Absolutely, sir. Thank you, Chase said, forcing the words out of his mouth. He had a hard time figuring out what he should be thankful for right now, but it wasn't her fault. Did you need your key now, sir? Chase walked away, looking back at her. No, he said, exiting the lobby and entering the sunlight. As much as he knew what the outcome would be, Chase needed to confirm something for himself. Was Angel really gone? Had he truly taken off in the middle of the night, again? Naked and barefoot, it took Chase an hour to find the sand bridge that connected the two islands. Exiting the coconut tree grove and entering the beach, he stared at the spot Angel's speedboat had once sat. It was gone. Chase wanted this to be the last of it. He wanted that to have told him everything he needed to know. He even took a swim. He thought if he could act like he was letting the idea go, it would help. The warm, clear water felt amazing against his tan skin. Where it felt the most unique was around his dick. There was something pleasurable about allowing things to float in the current. It was freeing. Torn between staying there experiencing that and answering the question that could be the last he would ever ask about Angel, Chase gave in to his curiosity. Dripping as he left the water, he thought about the route he had taken from the sand bridge to the dock where he had parked his boat. It wasn't quite on the opposite side of the island, but it was close. If Angel was still around, that was where his boat would be. If it wasn't there, he was truly gone. Not in a rush to let go of the man he had loved for so long, Chase decided to walk to the dock via the shore. It turned out to be a difficult hike, which would have been a lot easier if he had worn shoes. Chase didn't mind though. The sooner he got there, the sooner his fantasy would die. There was no use rushing his friend's demise. Taking a lot of breaks and brushing a lot of sand from between his ass cheeks, Chase approached the docks and looked around. There weren't a lot of boats there. He saw his own and a few others. But the boat he had seen laying on its side on the sand had a blue design painted on its backside. There was no boat like that here. Angel had actually left. There was no pretending anymore. Angel had done to him what he had done so many times in the past. Chase desperately wanted this to be the end of it. He wanted this to sink in. Angel was gone. He had left him. That was it. But he knew it wasn't. This was Angel he was talking about. Angel was never completely gone. And what that meant was that there was always a chance that the man he had loved for so long would come back. He had asked Angel if he wanted him to stop chasing him, and he hadn't answered. It would have been so easy to say yes, and Chase would have had the strength to walk away. Chase was sure of it. But instead, Angel left the door open. Why would he leave the door open if he wasn't planning on stepping through it again? And if he was planning on stepping through it, didn't it make sense that it would be to the island they had last seen each other? Fuck. 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 F-U-U-U-C-K. He screamed as angry at himself as he was at life in general. Why couldn't he just walk away and say, no more? Why couldn't he just let go of the man who clearly didn't want to be with him? There had to be other people in the world who would love him, right? He wasn't so horrid that that wouldn't be the case. If only he could feel that instead of just think it. If only he hadn't let Angel into his life so long ago. If only a lot of things were different. But they weren't. And now here he was stuck looking back, unable to move forward. He hated himself for his love. He never wanted to feel like this for anyone again.
Chapter 5. Kat. When Chase first left her, Kat was nearly insane with panic. She was sure that he wasn't coming back. She spent half the day casually searching the resort for him, and the other half crying. When she had resigned herself to having been left again, she crawled into bed and cried herself to sleep. It didn't take much to wake her up a few hours later when Chase entered the room. The relief she felt was overwhelming. She couldn't tell if Chase was drunk, but he was moving like he was. She didn't know where he would have gotten the drinks. Because the only way of entering the bar at the resort was through a bedroom, and he hadn't done that. Mystery aside, Kat couldn't be more relieved to see him. She didn't want to talk to him out of fear that it would remind him that she was there. Perhaps it would cause him to take off and not come back. At the same time, she desperately wanted to hold him and never let him go. So after Chase crawled into bed and had been lying there for a while, Kat rolled over, putting her arm around him as if she were doing it in her sleep. Feeling his strong naked body against hers, she was sure that at any moment he would shake her off of him. He didn't. Kat didn't want to allow herself to believe that he could want to feel the touch of another person as much as she did, but maybe that was the case. Maybe he felt like he was as alone in the world as she did. Maybe he needed to know there was someone else there as much as her. Not getting much sleep that night, Kat woke up early the next day. Unable to stay in bed, she got up and sat in the armchair. As creepy as it was, she couldn't help but stare at him as he slept. She didn't want to take her eyes off of him. What if she blinked and when her eyes opened, he was gone? It would have been her own fault for blinking. What type of crazy person blinked anyway? She was certainly not going to fall for that. As noon approached and he still hadn't opened his eyes, Kat considered other strategies. She was getting hungry and she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold out. Certainly she could wake him and risk angering him, causing him to leave without her. Or she could rush to get something to eat and wolf it down while keeping an eye on the lobby at all times. Nervously, she chose the latter. She got undressed, backed out of the room, and then sprinted to the breakfast buffet. It was late, so there wasn't much left. Grabbing whatever she could, she chose a table with a clear view of the residential hallway. Never letting her eyes drop, she shoveled everything into her mouth and then sprinted back to her room. When she re-entered, her worst fear was realized. He was gone. The bed was empty. About to drop to her knees in despair, she heard the shower turn on. She could have cried, and then she did cry. Then she threw herself into the armchair and asked what had become of her. It wasn't like she was ever a bastion of sanity, but she had crossed into a whole new level. She, like everyone else, could see what was causing this, but she didn't want to feel like this anymore. Could she have done something differently to make her ex not leave? She wasn't sure. But wasn't someone capable of doing such a thing likely to do something like that eventually? And was Angel taking off like he had even about her? The two men seemed to have some intense history that culminated into some really, really hot fucking. After having Chase's monster member up his ass, did Angel even remember that she was there? She probably wouldn't if she had been the one to be skewered like a pig on a spit. So what did all of this mean for her? It meant that she didn't know what it meant. What she did know was that it was horrible living her life in fear. Yeah, Chase could disappear on her like Angel and Patrick had. That could happen. And if it did, could she survive and maybe make it back home without him? Who knew? But maybe it was worth her figuring out. Chase exited the bathroom to find Kat staring at him like he had missed his curfew. What? Chase asked, compelled to speak. I'm going to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. I mean really honest. As honest as you can be, please. Chase tensed as he stared back at her. Okay. Is there a chance, like even a small one, that you could leave this island without me? She asked, petrified at the answer. Chase stared back at her, taking the question seriously. He looked away to think. 1,000 thoughts appeared to dance through his head, so when he eventually turned back, he looked sure. No, he told her before casually grabbing a key card from the credenza and leaving the room. Kat sat staring at where he had stood. Her mouth hung open. Had he understood the question? Because he had answered with an awful lot of confidence. She had asked if there was even a small chance. Did he understand what small meant? Seeing him naked, there was clearly nothing small about him. So maybe he lacked a reference point. Also, didn't she detect a slight accent? Maybe English wasn't his first language and he had misunderstood. No one could be so confident in such a thing, could they? What if there was an earthquake that split the island in two, leaving her on one side and him on the other? Wouldn't he leave her behind then? He couldn't mean that there was no scenario where he would leave her behind, could he? For the rest of the day, this was all Kat could think about. Again, he had disappeared, only to return in the middle of the night. As relieved to see him as she had been the night before, she eased closer to his naked body as he lay beside her, and she slipped her arm around him. He didn't pull away. Sure, it was possible that he was again drunk and had immediately passed out. But what if that wasn't the case? Who was this gorgeous naked man who let her koala bear him, and had promised to never leave her behind? Was he for real, or was he another of her bad decisions waiting to reveal itself? The next morning when Kat woke up, something felt different. She scanned the room for Chase. He was still asleep behind her, and she wasn't immediately filled with relief that he hadn't disappeared in the middle of the night. Getting out of bed, her first impulse was to sit in the armchair and stare at him until he stirred. But it quickly passed. She was more interested in breakfast than she was watching Chase sleep, so, heading to the bathroom, she instead took a shower. One thing that Kat would never get used to was getting out of the shower and not getting dressed. They were staying in a weird place. The other guests walked around naked like it was nothing. It didn't matter how they looked. Some were in great shape and others weren't. Yet none of them appeared to feel any self-consciousness about revealing themselves. Kat was nowhere near that secure. She left her room for the necessities. That's all. If she could get the buffets delivered to her room, she would. She couldn't, so instead she walked to and from there, checking every corner for who would see her. Trying to look casual as she strategically dangled her hands, she knew she looked ridiculous. But what other option did she have, considering she was no longer willing to drink her body weight in alcohol? With Chase still asleep, Kat grabbed a key card, positioned it in front of her crotch, and quietly left the room. The day before, she had arrived at breakfast to find a lot of empty, chafing dishes. It had made her wonder what she had missed. Entering the bustling dining hall, she discovered that she had missed a lot. There were waffles, eggs, bacon, and the usual. But there were also dishes that Kat didn't recognize. The resort she had left had only served American diner food. But at this buffet there were large clam-shaped serving dishes filled with colorful soups, plates overflowing with giant gray sea worms, and potato salad-looking stuff in too many colors to actually be potato salad. "No thank you," she whispered to herself before filling her plate with waffles. Finding a table in the back and slouching enough for her nipples to be hidden by her plate, Kat slowly ate her food while remaining acutely aware of who was looking at her. She could hear their judgments about the way she looked. Yeah, there was no hiding it. She was heavier than everyone else there. But at least she wasn't bald. And at least she didn't have to toss her boobs over her shoulder as not to trip on them. Scurrying back to her room when she was done eating, she entered to find that Chase was gone. She didn't think she had been gone long, but it had been long enough. Kat got back into bed and thought about everything she had been through during the last few weeks. It had been a lot. When she exhausted that topic, she thought about how much of an asshole Patrick had been for leaving her. That lasted her until lunch when she headed back to the dining hall and grabbed a burger and slice of soggy pizza. She wasn't impressed with any of the food, but it was better than nothing. Returning to her room for another stretch of endless thoughts, she relaxed in the armchair and did the only thing she could do. There wasn't a TV, and the resort's rule about being naked meant that she couldn't go anywhere. That reduced her options to sitting in the room and endlessly cycling through every time she had ever been wronged by a guy. But eventually, even she had had enough of it, and she was pacing, wondering what else she could do. As evening approached, she considered the one option she always knew she had. She could go to the bar and have a drink. The first night she didn't go, because she had masturbated in front of everyone the night before. There was no way she could return to the scene of the crime. The second night, she was bored enough to consider going back, but she didn't go because, of course, it required her to be naked in public alone. It was bad enough when she had had a gorgeous guy with her who would prove to everyone she wasn't a loser. But naked and alone at a bar was beyond what she was capable of. That was before her third day of solitary confinement, however. By then she was climbing the walls of her room. If nothing else, Kat was a social person. She at least needed to be around others. That was why she had spent all of her time at the bar after Patrick left. Well, that and she really didn't want to be sober. But being around others was definitely a part of it. Kat peeked past the drawn curtains in front of the sliding glass door. There were 7 people out there. 3 couples occupied tables, and there was the bartender from the first night. She wasn't sure she could face him again, but what other options did she have? He had been there every night since she had arrived. He seemed to be the only one who ever worked at the bar. Remembering that he hadn't done anything to stop Chase and Angel from fucking, Kat told herself that what the 3 of them did was probably allowed. No one else had fucked each other like they were nailing the devil to the wall since her 2 guys had, so she was only guessing about how frequently it happened. But the bartender hadn't reacted like it was the first time, so maybe it wasn't as big of a deal as she thought it was. "I'm gonna do it," she said, psyching herself up. "I'm really going to do this," she said, realizing that she was. Taking a final look down at her very naked body, Kat stood up, lifted her chin, and opened the curtain and the door. She was expecting every patron to turn and look at her with derision. No one budged. The bartender looked up, and she did see a glint of recognition in his eyes. But it was too late to turn around and run back inside. She was committed, and she wasn't going to leave the bar without a drink. Summoning all of her courage, Kat rolled back her shoulders and marched to the bar. Taking a seat, she looked into the bartender's eyes. "I would like a drink, please." "What can I get, Chaw?" he asked casually. Hearing the question, she froze. She hadn't thought this far ahead. She was too worried about whether or not she'd make it here. "Oh. What would you recommend?" Kat was prepared for him to make a veiled reference to the last time she was there, like suggesting a sex on the porch or something. "Rum punch?" he said anticlimactically. "Oh. I guess," she replied, disappointed. He moved to make the drink. As he reached for the glass, she again found her courage. "You know what? Scratch that. Do you know how to make a sex on the porch?" "I've never heard of that," the young guy said, turning around. Kat hadn't heard of it either. She was just hoping it would be a thing. "Then I don't know. Make me anything with sex in it," she said with a smile. A smile leaked across the bartender's face in reply. "You got it. Coming right up." Kat didn't know why she had done that, but she didn't regret it. Tasting the drink, she didn't regret that either. Yeah, she was naked by herself at a bar, but who wasn't? Sure, she had shown everyone her business when rubbing off to Chase fucking Angel, but who of them hadn't done the same at some point after they saw it? The scene was hotter than fire, and she had been the one to leave with them. That wasn't something to be embarrassed about, at least not at a resort like this. After she finished the first drink and started the next one, her tongue loosened. "Does it usually get busy here?" she asked the bartender who had given her space. "Not too busy," he said in a noticeable accent. "It depends on how busy the resort is. Most of the time it's like this." Kat looked around. A new couple had sat down, making it 4 couples and herself. "Gotcha." Feeling the alcohol, Kat took a second look at the man in front of her. He wasn't quite on Chase or Angel's level of hot, but who was? He was still very easy on the eyes. And craving a little company, Kat was considering her options. "So tell me, what is there to do on this island?" she asked with a smile. "Have you checked out the activities board in the lobby?" "There's an activities board in the lobby?" "Yeah, it's to the right of the front desk." Kat had meant her question to be flirty, but what she got back was even better. The hotel where she had met Angel had been the first resort she had ever stayed at. She had never been much of a traveler. She didn't know how these things worked. "What do they have listed? Do you know?" "Snorkeling, fishing excursions, scuba diving, island tours. Stuff like that." "Really?" "Yeah, you should go check it out." "Maybe I should." Kat let the conversation die. He was good-looking, but not enough to make a fool of herself chasing after him. Instead, Kat took her time finishing her drink, asked for it to be charged to her room, and headed to the lobby. The list of brochures was right where the bartender had said it would be. Kat thumbed through them and pulled out one that promised a half day of snorkeling at the beach. "Excuse me?" Kat asked, getting the front desk attendant's attention. "Yes, ma'am?" "I was looking at this here. I was wondering how do I say this? What is the clothing situation for this activity?" "All of the activities you see listed there are clothing-free," she said, gesturing to the board. "I see. And how many people usually attend?" "Don't worry, if you are attending alone you will be able to find someone to swim with," she said with a smile. Kat was wondering about the opposite. She didn't think it was a good idea to take a shot of liquid courage before submerging herself underwater. That meant that she was going to have to be out in the wild, completely nude and sober. "Huh. Okay, thank you," she said before heading back to her room and getting ready for bed. Her plan for the next day bounced around her head until she fell asleep. She was too lost in thought to wait for Chase to come home. But when she woke up the next day, not only was he next to her, but he had one of his arms draped over her. It felt good to be held by a guy again, even if the guy was doing it while unconscious. She would have laid there enjoying it longer if sleep hadn't helped her decide on an activity for the day. She was going snorkeling. Yeah, it meant hanging out on a beach naked with a bunch of strangers, but how different would it be from hanging at a bar just as naked? Gently easing out from within Chase's grasp, Kat reached back and touched something unexpected. She flinched in surprise. She had forgotten how incredibly large Chase's member was, and it was the morning. As much as she would have loved to believe that his erection had something to do with her, she was familiar with morning wood. He could have been holding a cactus and would have been just as hard, which was a bummer because there was no question about it. Chase was amazingly hot and probably gay. Getting ready and rushing out, Kat decided that there was no probably about it. Of course Chase was gay. Sure, he didn't act gay, whatever that meant. But he had certainly fucked Angel like he was. So any thoughts she might have had about being with him could only ever be a fantasy. In truth, that was a little relieving for Kat. Kat had fallen in love with Patrick as soon as he had said hello to her at a bar. She was ready to spend the rest of her life with Angel after one night. She could use a break from all of her insta-love. And if she was going to have a gay travel companion, why not one who was naked and looked like him? Dipping in and out of the sunshine, Kat followed the tree-covered path down the hill to the beach. Lost in her thoughts of Chase, she didn't think much about it when she stepped onto the beach, finding 4 other people there. A couple, a single woman, and the snorkeling instructor who looked like a native. The 3 resort guests were naked while the instructor wore the skimpiest Speedo ever constructed. "You ready for this?" one of the older women asked Kat in a British accent. "As ready as I'll ever be," Kat said, feeling nervous. "Same here. Is this your first time snorkeling?" "It's my first time doing a lot of things," she said, referring to her glistening body. "I've never put on so much sunscreen in my life. The resort could make the rooms free and earn a fortune on SPF 100. The sun-spotted, overly tanned woman laughed. Kat was about to keep her laughter going when the instructor gathered everyone. Kat quickly forgot about the state of her undress and instead focused on not drowning. Although she knew how to swim, she had never gone snorkeling before. There hadn't been much to check out at her local public pool. And the things that were below that surface weren't anything she would want to see. What she found below the beach's crystal clear water was, though. Near the beach, Kat followed the silver and black striped fish. They were small and there were a lot of them. Gaining courage, she ventured into deeper water. Going out past where she could stand, she found even more amazing sights. Among the reefs and sea fans were all sorts of things, living and inanimate. She was blown away, not realizing that anything like this existed. Sure, she had seen movies and pictures, but nothing is real until you can reach out and grab it, or a fish tries to swim up your cooch. It was all beyond anything Kat could have imagined. Why hadn't she tried anything like this before? After Patrick had left, all she did was drink herself into an early grave, when she could have been exploring amazing things like this and charging them to Patrick's credit card. What had she been thinking? Barely able to get enough of it, she stayed out long past her 3 companions. It was late in the afternoon by the time she made it back to shore. "You liked it," the instructor said, collecting her gear. "Absolutely," she told him excitedly. "I can't wait to do this again." "I'll be back out here tomorrow," he said with a smile. "I'll be here," Kat said, bubbling. Having grabbed a quick bite before rushing to the beach, Kat missed lunch and arrived back at the resort early for dinner. As usual, Chase was nowhere to be found. And returning to the room, she felt too energized to sit around doing nothing. Heading out to the bar, she spotted the English woman and man she had gone snorkeling with. "Did you have fun?" the woman asked her as she headed to the bar. "So fun," Kat replied. "Did either of you get out to the reefs?" "We're not that courageous," the woman said with a smile. "Next time you have to go." "So amazing." "Next time?" "Definitely," Kat said before grabbing a seat at the center of the bar. "I'm sorry, I didn't get your name," she said to the bartender. "Frank," the man said with a smile. "Hello, Frank. How about you make me whatever you made me yesterday?" "Coming right up." Kat smiled and took a moment to look around. The place felt different. Yes, the people at the tables were the same folks from the day before, and she was still very naked. But it was all so much less intimidating now. Sipping on her drink, she wondered how many other cool opportunities she had missed in life because she had been laser-focused on finding a man. There were certainly more than she wanted to admit. "Are you taking the church tour tomorrow?" her new British friend asked, having approached her at the bar. Kat turned around to find her while the man hung back. "Church tour?" "Yeah. It's one of the resort's activities. Supposedly they take you down to the town and give you a tour of the church and whatnot." "So we tour the church naked? Isn't that sacrilegious? Wouldn't we be desecrating the ground with our nudity or something?" Kat asked, only half joking. "Adam and Eve were naked," the woman pointed out. "And they were let in Eden. In fact, they were kicked out for wearing clothes." "Good point. Maybe I'll be there," Kat said with a smile. "I hope to see you," she said before rejoining her guy and holding hands as they left. As much as Kat liked taking a break from chasing guys, watching her new friend hold her guy's hand weighed on Kat's heart. It certainly would have been nice to share her amazing snorkeling trip with someone. Not nice enough to get her heart broken again, but nice. Returning to her drink, she considered how Chase had been spending his time each day. The man wasn't much for talking. She didn't know if he had said more than a dozen words to her since they met. Granted, she hadn't made an effort to engage him, but should she have had to? Didn't guys just talk to women whether the women wanted them to or not? Angel had talked to her unprompted. He saw her and came over to strike up a conversation. The same was true for her ex. Why was Chase so different? What thoughts were going through his quiet mind? Was he lost in thought about the guy he had fucked and then had disappeared? Kat knew that something like that could mess a person up. Should Kat ask him if he was all right? Is that something you did for a gay best friend? Kat wasn't sure. And instead of thinking about it, she remembered what she had done and had witnessed only a few feet away. Watching the two guys go at it was insanely hot. She felt the flesh between her legs swell thinking about it. The sensation wasn't something Kat usually noticed. But with the warm breeze swirling around her naked sex, all of her senses were heightened. Kat considered if she could get away with rubbing one out while seated at the bar. It seemed like anything was allowed at the resort, but that might be a bit much for her. So instead, she took the last sip of her drink, turned around and carried her erect nipples and swollen sex back to her room. Closing the door behind her but leaving the drapes open, she left the lights off and settled on the bed. Picturing the two men fucking each other, she spread her legs and gripped her flesh. The cool residue from her drink felt good against her hot body. Needing more, she traced the tip of her finger along the peaks of her swollen sex. She felt every sensation as it pulsed through her body. Aroused, she found it hard to breathe. Pushing her fingertips between the mounds of flesh, she found her tip. Gently rubbing, she pictured Chase dominating Angel. "Ah!" she moaned as her pleasure rose. She desperately wanted someone outside to be watching her. What she wanted more was for Chase to walk through the door. What would he do if he caught her touching herself? Would his oversized member become hard? Would he stroke himself to the rhythm of her touches? Or would he flip her onto her stomach, lift her to her knees, steady the tip of him against her dripping opening and dominate her like he had Angel? "Oh!" Kat groaned, lost in the thought of Chase. Feeling Chase's huge manhood push into her, Kat rubbed herself harder. She could smell him. Reacting to his scent, Kat threw her free hand back, gripping the sheets. With the throbbing pulse ripping through her, she racked her head back, thrusting her chest into the air. "Yes. Yes." She screamed as the tingling that had started on the inside of her thighs shot up her legs, landing on her sex. "Yeah." She moaned, losing herself to her orgasm. Warm waves of pleasure washed through Kat, making her head spin. Everything felt good. She wished she could have stayed there submerged in rapture, but soon the cool breeze of the air conditioning touched the light perspiration covering her skin. It reminded her that she was alone. With her fantasy fading away, she opened her eyes. The first thing she checked was if there was anyone outside watching her. From where she lay, she could only see the far right of the stone floor. There was no one there. Fully returned to the present, Kat got up and closed the drapes. Returning to bed with the lights still off, she again thought about Chase. What would he have done if he had walked in seeing her pleasuring herself? Kat's fantasy was that he would enjoy it. But would he? Wasn't he gay? Could the sight of a woman doing that turn him on? Kat decided that she didn't know, but she wanted to find out. She wasn't interested in devoting her whole life to him as she had been with Angel and Patrick. But she wanted to know. There had to be some sort of middle ground where she could express interest in a guy and not fall in love with them, right? That was something she was willing to explore. But before all of that, she needed to get something to eat. It had been a long day, followed by drinking on an empty stomach. Heading to the dinner buffet, she saw her new English friend again. Seeing her, she decided to join them for the church tour tomorrow. Why not? This was how God made us, wasn't it? Kat's plan was to stay up and wait for Chase to arrive back to the room, but she couldn't hold out. The day had been too much. Waking up the next morning, she again found herself wrapped within Chase's strong arms. Not wanting to leave them, she enjoyed them for as long as she could. But watching the clock, she knew what time she had to be at the lobby for the tour. She wasn't as confident about touring the church naked as she had been last night, but she wasn't ready to bail just yet. Getting onto the bus in a nick of time, she looked around to find that her British friend wasn't there. There were 3 new people plus the tour guide. The new people were naked while the tour guide was fully dressed. As the bus wound the narrow dirt roads, she got cold feet and second-guessed the whole thing. When the bus pulled into a parking lot across from a modest building with a cross on top of it, Kat stared at it, no longer sure she could go in. Yes, she was finally comfortable walking around naked, but it was a church. This required a whole other level of confidence. For those of you who came to visit the square, this bus will be leaving in 2 hours. There will be another that leaves at 3 p.m. For the rest of you, join me. Kat hung back waiting to see who would join the guide. Only one person did. The other 2 walked in the opposite direction. Kat didn't know where those 2 were going, but she guessed that it wouldn't end with her burning in hell, so she followed. Entering a stone path, Kat followed it to a grass-covered clearing. Surrounding it were wooden shacks and vendor stalls thatched with palm leaves. There weren't many people there, but those who were weren't dressed in much. None of the native men were wearing shirts, but they were wearing shorts. One guy was wearing a grass skirt, and Kat couldn't tell what he was wearing underneath. The women, on the other hand, were more fully dressed. They were all wearing t-shirts without any signs of bras and short shorts. Kat wasn't sure how she felt standing among them, fair-skinned and completely naked. But seeing that the leading couple was walking around without anyone batting an eye, Kat mustered her courage and continued on. "Morning," one of the vendor ladies said with a smile. "Morning," Kat replied before shifting her eyes to the wine bottles behind her filled with shelled macadamia nuts. "How much?" $2, the woman replied. Kat looked at the bottles again. They held a lot of nuts. She was sure that the same amount would cost $15 at her local grocery store if she could find it at all. "Thank you," Kat said, walking away. $1, the woman said again, drawing Kat's attention. "I'm sorry, I don't have any money," Kat said honestly. If she had had any cash at all, she would have bought a bottle. But she literally didn't have any money. Not on her and not in her bank account. She really had made a mess of her life. But that wasn't something she needed to worry about now. That was tomorrow Kat's problem, and she was today Kat. Continuing to the next stalls, Kat saw that they were all pretty similar. They all offered a selection of nuts or fruits with the occasional weaved basket thrown in. The baskets were beautiful. They all looked handmade and were as good as anything you would find at Target or a high-end store. "How much?" Kat asked. $2, the vendor said. The opening offer for most of the items was $2. She found it funny. Having walked past all of the stalls, Kat scanned the space looking for somewhere else to go. The only place she hadn't visited was somewhere that didn't look like a stall at all. Heading over, she found an older woman sitting on a blue tarp under a thatched covering. Not only did the woman seem uninterested in selling Kat anything, she seemed fully engrossed in what she was doing. And what she was doing was weaving baskets. Kat had wondered where all of the vendors got their magnificent baskets, and now she knew. This woman had to have made them, and she was doing it topless. Kat stood watching her until eventually the older woman looked up. "I'm sorry, I'm mesmerized by what you're doing," Kat said sheepishly. The old woman reached out her bony fingers and signaled for Kat to join her. Unsure of how to respond, she did. Sitting next to her, the old woman handed her the basket she was weaving and grabbed a new one for herself. Kat took the object and examined it. The old woman hadn't gotten very far with it. She had barely just begun. With a similar one in her hand, the old woman slowly walked through what she was doing. The woman twisted and knotted the dry banana leaf around. Kat imitated it. It was the same movement over and over again. Kat caught on and quickly lost herself in the activity. Kat followed the old woman's lead, building her basket layer by layer. Not wearing a watch, Kat couldn't tell how much time had passed. The only thing that gave her a hint was when her stomach growled. Peering out past the shelter, she noticed that the shadows had moved. It had to be sometime past noon. Wondering if she should go, she was about to get up when an older man approached the two. "Afternoon," the shirtless man politely said to Kat. "Afternoon," she replied with a smile. It was clear that the man wasn't here to talk to her. He was there to talk to the woman. "I brought you some lunch," he said to the woman with a smile. "It is all of your favorites." The old woman barely looked up as she took the plate. Setting the plate aside, she returned to her weaving. "I made it special for you," the man said, fighting for her attention. Yet she didn't look up or say a word. "Anyway, I hope you enjoy it," he said, finally giving up and walking away. Kat watched the disappointed man walk off. She wasn't sure what was going on between the two, but it was clear that the man liked her. Why hadn't the old woman responded? Kat's thoughts were interrupted when the old woman moved the plate from her far side to between the two. She looked at Kat holding up the plate. "Eat," the old woman said. "No, I can't," Kat said, embarrassed to take something away from the woman who seemed to have so little. "Eat, eat," she insisted, peeling off a piece of the flatbread and pinching off a clump of orange food with it. Kat, not wanting to be impolite, examined the food. It resembled the food on the side of the buffet that she steered clear of. Knowing she had to choose something, she tore off a piece of the flatbread and pinched off a clump of white rice. There were spices in the rice that were new to Kat. And the flatbread was yummy. The woman put down the plate and gestured for Kat to keep eating. Kat did so sparingly as both women returned to weaving. Eventually, all of the food was gone and the shadows had shifted again. That was followed by what sounded like a bus horn and the old woman putting down her work. "That's very good," the old woman said, taking the uncompleted basket from Kat. "That's your bus. You have to go." "Oh, okay," Kat said, disappointed. She had no idea where all of the time had gone. "If you want to finish it, you can come back tomorrow," the woman said to Kat's delight. "Yes, I would like that." "Thank you," Kat said, reinvigorated by her fascinating day. Heading back to her bus and riding it back to the resort, Kat headed to her room before grabbing a drink from Frank and then heading to dinner. The only thing she could think about for the rest of the night was getting back to her project and the old woman who was teaching her how. The old woman seemed more at peace than anyone Kat had ever met. It amazed Kat that it was possible. What did the woman have? It couldn't have been much, yet she had enough to invite Kat into her world and show her a new way to be. Kat wanted desperately to share what she had experienced with someone. She considered sharing it with Frank, the bartender, or letting the British woman know what she had missed, but they weren't who she really wanted to share it with. Where was Chase going every day until after dark? How many places were there to go on the island? Kat would have loved to share her magnificent day with the gorgeous man who embraced her every morning, but she couldn't do it if he wasn't around. Again falling asleep before Chase arrived back, she woke with his large arms wrapped around her curvy body. There was almost nowhere else she wanted to be. Remembering what she had accidentally touched the first time she had woken up in his arms, Kat wondered about the status of Chase's waking body. Was Chase hard? How good would his hard member feel pressed against her opening? Would it be wrong to steal that moment while he slept? As a gay man, would he feel taken advantage of if he caught her? She was sure that she shouldn't make a move that might cross any lines, but she couldn't help herself. As if she were getting comfortable as she slept, she wiggled her hips, backing up. She stopped when she felt something hard touch the flesh between her legs. Her knees were bent in front of her, so her labia lips were exposed. Lightly touching them was something large, warm, and with a rounded head. Kat knew what this was. Slowly moving her hips, the heavy rod glided against the edge of her insides. It wasn't enough to penetrate her. It was just enough to tease her opening. The sensation made her body quiver while it robbed her of breath. It had to be the most erotic experience of her life. And she could have continued it forever if Chase hadn't suddenly moved, making her believe she had been caught. Freaked out, Kat quickly pulled herself out of Chase's arms and scurried to the bathroom. Rushing through her morning rituals, when she was done, she flew out of the bathroom and out the door. She hadn't escaped without a peek back at Chase. She didn't process what she saw until she was already headed to breakfast. If she wasn't mistaken, Chase had been awake. From what she remembered, he was lying in the bed watching her with his hand covering the sheet-covered outline of his very large dick. Was he covering it or clutching it? Kat couldn't be sure. Was he telling her that he knew what she had done and was upset? Or was he trying to tell her something else? Kat was the only one on the bus heading to the market when she was through with breakfast. Once in town, she headed over to the old woman. Kat's half-finished basket was there waiting for her. Getting comfortable, she took her place next to the old woman and began. Again, time flew by without either of them saying a word. It wasn't until the man from the day before came over with a plate of food that either of them stopped. "Afternoon," the old man said to Kat. "Afternoon," Kat replied. "I brought you a plate of food." "It's your favorite," the man said, laser-focused on the old woman. The old woman took it, placed it on the side of her, and went back to weaving. The old man stared down at her blankly and then said, "I hope you enjoy it," before sadly walking off. When he was gone, the old woman moved the plate between the both of them and they ate. Having seen the same scene the day before, Kat was beyond curious about what was going on. She went back and forth about whether or not she should ask, and in the end couldn't resist. "Who's the guy?" Kat asked, popping a clump of rice into her mouth. "Just some foolish man," the old woman replied casually. "You know he likes you, right?" "No, he doesn't like me," the woman said confidently. "He definitely does. You should see the way he looks at you when you're not looking. And he's heartbroken when he leaves, and you haven't said anything to him." The old woman looked at Kat unmoved. "I've known him all of my life. He was the most handsome man in the village. Girls used to come to our village to throw themselves at him." "Really?" Kat asked, trying to gauge the man she had just seen. "That's interesting. And now he's throwing himself at you. Why aren't you talking to him?" "He's not here for me. He's here for you. He's trying to talk to you. He wants you to fall in love with him like all the other girls." Kat had to stop herself from laughing. "That's definitely not what's happening. He's here to talk to you. Does he bring you lunch every day?" The old woman didn't answer. "He does, doesn't he? I don't get it. Why don't you talk to him? I tell you, I've known him for a long time. He only goes after the pretty girls. And so he's trying to talk to you. Stop talking crazy things and get back to your weaving," the old woman said, not quite as confident as she had been before their conversation had started. Kat returned to her weaving but couldn't stop thinking about the old man and woman. The old man was unquestionably interested in the old woman, but the old woman didn't seem to see it. Kat was starting to believe that the old woman thought of herself as unattractive. Not only did the old man not think that, but Kat didn't think that either. Sure, the woman was wrinkled. But that didn't stop all of her other qualities from shining through. She had an unmistakable beauty about her that anyone could see. How could she not see it in herself? Kat slowed down with her weaving to ensure that she would get an invitation to return. When the bus horn sounded, Kat got up and received her invitation. On the bus ride back, she considered what she could do to help the woman see her beauty and maybe help her get a chance at love. It wasn't until she was back at her room that she remembered what had happened between her and Chase, and that he had probably caught her pleasuring herself while he slept. Afraid that this would be the night that Chase returned home earlier, after dinner, Kat went straight to bed. In the morning, it was Chase who woke her. Kat wasn't sure if he had done it intentionally, but as soon as she was awake, she slipped out of bed and sprinted to the bathroom. Her mission was to get out of the bedroom and avoid any awkward conversations for as long as possible. As she exited the bathroom, Chase tried to slow her. "Good morning," he said casually. It was the first time she had heard his voice in days. She had forgotten how soothing it sounded. "Morning," she said, grabbing her keycard and headed for the door. "Hey, did you want to grab breakfast together?" "Sorry, can't. I need to catch a bus." "What about dinner, tonight?" Chase asked to Kat's surprise. "Tonight? Yeah, sure," Kat said before disappearing into the hallway and closing the door behind her. Kat replayed the scenario in her mind as she grabbed a bite to eat and then caught the bus to town. Why had Chase suggested that they get breakfast? Was this about her taking advantage of him as he slept, or was this about something else? Was he ready to leave the island? If that was what Chase wanted to tell her, did she even want to go? The last few days had been the best few days that she had had in years. What would she be returning to in Wisconsin? Could the life she had before even be considered living? Arriving in the town, Kat didn't go directly to the old woman and her tarp. Instead, she went in search of someone else. "Excuse me?" Kat said to the vendor who had first introduced her to the woven baskets. "Yes, dear?" The native woman said. "Do you know the woman who makes these? She weaves them on that blue tarp on the other side of town." "Miss Bola?" "Yes, Miss Bola. There's a man who brings her lunch every day. Do you know who I'm talking about?" "A penny, sir?" the woman asked, unsure. "Is that him? Did you say a penny, sir?" Kat clarified. "Yeah. He brings her food every day. She don't pay him no mind." "Is there a reason why?" "Who could tell with these old people?" the much younger woman said dismissively. "So no good reason as far as you can tell? Okay. Do you know where I can find him?" "Yeah. He lives on the other side of the village. Can you direct me?" The woman looked at Kat curiously. Kat was expecting her to ask more, but she didn't. She gave Kat the directions to the old man's house and wished Kat well. Kat didn't know if anything she was doing was a good idea, including heading to the residential part of town. Initially, she was hesitant because she was a foreigner leaving the designated path for tourists. Halfway there, she realized that it might also make a difference that she was naked. She had completely forgotten about that. How had that happened? More than halfway there, Kat shut off her mind and decided to keep on going. When she approached the small light blue clapboard house, she scurried up to it and knocked. The man quickly answered and stared at Kat, confused. "Hi, we met at Miss Bola's stall." "I remember you," he said, not overly enthusiastic to see her. "I was wondering if I could talk to you. Can I come in for a few minutes?" The man looked very confused by the naked foreign woman at his door, but eventually let her in. The place was small. It wasn't much more than a bed, a closet with a few items of clothes in it, and a kitchen. Kat couldn't find a place to sit down even if she wanted to. And being naked, she didn't think sitting would be a good idea. "I just wanted to tell you that I know you like Miss Bola." "Oh," he said, beginning to relax. "I like Miss Bola. Everybody knows that. She don't like me back." "I think there's something you can do about that," Kat explained. The man perked up. "Yeah. You need to tell her that you think she's beautiful. You need to tell her that she is the most beautiful woman you have ever seen." "She knows I think that," the man said, disappointed. "I bring her food every day. Why does she think I do that?" "I don't think she knows," Kat explained. "But I asked her and she said that she watched you date beautiful women her whole life. I honestly don't get it, but I don't think she thinks of herself as beautiful. I think she might think of you as out of her league." "Out of her league?" the man asked, looking confused. "It's an American phrase. I think it's from baseball or something." "Huh. Anyway, it means that she thinks you're too good for her." "I'm too good for her? That's crazy talk. There's no one in the village as good as her." "I can kind of see that. But if you want to get through to her, I think you need to tell her how you feel directly. You need to tell her that you think she's beautiful and special, and the best woman you've ever seen. Sometimes girls need to hear it. All of the gestures in the world don't mean a thing if we can't see ourselves how others see us," Kat said, suddenly feeling something click within herself. "You saying I should tell her how I feel?" "Huh. Oh yeah. I think you need to, or she'll always think of herself as someone unworthy of your love." The two fell into silence. After Kat had stared at the man long enough for it to get uncomfortable, she wished him luck and scurried back across town. Kat was relieved when she arrived at Miss Bola's tarp without incident. Walking around the touristy part of the town was one thing. The nudist resort had to be the village's largest source of income, and seeing naked bodies had to have become a common sight. But she shouldn't have expected the same when leaving the path. She was becoming way too comfortable with her bare form. It was a problem Kat would never have imagined having. Miss Bola looked up when Kat arrived. With one look, the old woman told her that she wondered if Kat would be returning. Kat took her place next to the old woman and picked up her nearly completed basket. Her mentor had completed 3 of them since they had first met, but that didn't stop Kat from feeling very proud of herself for seeing her one basket through to the end. At the start, the task seemed overwhelming. But by sticking with it, she had learned that she was capable of more than she had ever given herself credit for. It was as lunchtime approached that Kat put the finishing touches on her basket. It wasn't perfect, but it could easily be mistaken for one of Miss Bola's. "I think I'm done," Kat said, spinning her work in her hands. "Let me see," Miss Bola said. Kat was hit with a wave of nerves. She wasn't sure why, but Miss Bola's approval meant a lot to her. Gathering her courage, she handed it over. Miss Bola flipped it over, tugged at it, put its lid on it, and then gave it back to Kat. With a smile, her mentor nodded her head in approval and clapped her bony hands. Kat couldn't explain it, but watching Miss Bola applaud her brought tears to her eyes. Immediately trying to hide it, her mentor saw it and applauded more. "Good job," the old woman said, releasing Kat's waterworks. "I don't know why I'm crying. I'm just being silly," Kat said, unsuccessfully attempting to gather herself. "You did a good job," she repeated lightly, grabbing Kat's arm to comfort her. "Thank you," Kat said, finally pulling herself together. Kat attempted to hand her finished basket to Miss Bola. "No," the old woman said, waving it off. "Please no. I insist. I'm so grateful to you for showing me this. I honestly don't have $1 to my name. But maybe you can sell it. I mean, if it's good enough." Miss Bola gave Kat a gracious smile and accepted the basket, setting it with the others. It made Kat feel good to believe she had done something good in exchange for the generosity she had received. She was about to turn her mind to how else she could thank the old woman when someone captured her attention. "Miss Bola, I brought you some lunch." "It is your favorite," the old man said, briefly getting the old woman's attention. The woman picked up her unfinished basket and started weaving. With a free hand, she reached up, took the plate, and then set it aside. The old man stared at her silently before his eyes bounced over to Kat. Kat's heart thumped, knowing what was going on. She could see it. He was searching himself for the courage to say the words he had never said. Kat nodded at him in encouragement. She was so nervous for him that she couldn't breathe. "And I wanted to tell you something." Kat clasped her hands, pushing her nails into her skin. "I wanted to tell you how beautiful you are." The old woman immediately looked up. The old man became encouraged by her response and pushed on. "You are the most beautiful woman in the village. I have always thought that. What about all of those girls you had chasing after you?" She replied, not believing him but wanting it to be true. "All those girls meant nothing. I was a young boy at the time. Now I am a man. But always I saw you. You always had more than those foolish girls. You are the most beautiful one in the world to me. I want you to know that." The old woman, who had been staring at him doubtingly, suddenly relaxed her body and smiled. She looked 15 years old again. Still blushing, she turned away and returned to weaving. "I mean it, Miss Bola. You are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," he said excitedly. Unable to contain her joy, she waved for him to stop. "I'm going to be back, and I'm coming back for you," he bubbled before taking a final look and bouncing off. The two looked like teenagers in love. Watching the two, Kat was again crying. "Ah," she said, unable to contain herself. Miss Bola's eyes popped up when she heard Kat. Seeing Kat cry, she sucked her teeth and chuckled. "He likes you," Kat pointed out with glee. The old woman did her best to fight her smile but failed. There was no mistaking it, the old woman was very happy, and Kat had helped to make it happen. Not only was she happy for Miss Bola, but she felt good about herself. Like that, whatever it was that had drawn her to the old woman in the village snapped. Kat felt free. She didn't know what she was supposed to do with her time now, but she was starting to believe that she had a lot more options than she had previously thought. Kat stared at the happy woman and took a deep sigh. The old woman saw it and knew what it meant. "Hold on one moment," the old woman said, putting down her basket and picking up a few loose strands of banana leaf. In what felt like an instant, Miss Bola moved around her bony hands and turned the long-dried strands into something beautiful. She handed it to Kat. Kat examined it. It was a rose. "For you." Kat battled her tears and again failed. "Thank you. It is my most favorite thing," Kat said, meaning it. Kat stared at the woman, wishing she could put into words what their brief time together had done for her, but she couldn't. She was disappointed in herself until she realized that the moment didn't require words. So instead she got up, thanked her again, and then walked away. Clutching her woven rose against her chest as she rode the bus back to the resort, Kat bathed in joy. She had done that for Miss Bola. How long had the old man felt that about her? He might never have said it if it wasn't for her. Kat wasn't sure what that meant, but it felt like it was telling her that she could change other people's lives. And if she could change other people's lives, couldn't she change her own? Arriving back at the resort, she headed to the dining hall with the hopes of getting lunch. They were in the process of packing up. The only things remaining were the hamburger buns and condiments. So she grabbed one, popped it into the toaster, and then slathered them in peanut butter and jelly. It was then that she thought about dinner. "Oh shit," she proclaimed, remembering what she had said to Chase. He had asked her to join him. She also remembered pleasuring herself with his hard member while he slept. Clearly, he was going to bust her on it. And there would be nothing she would be able to say to deny it. When she was doing it, she thought that if he caught her, she could claim to have done it in her sleep. But she had blown her cover when he moved, and she sprinted out of bed in reply. Maybe there's something I can do to make it up to him, she wondered aloud. What was it that he needed? He was a guy who had been heartbroken by another guy. Didn't he need what everyone who has had their heart broken needs, a way to get over it? Could she help give that to Chase? What did that mean for him? Kat thought about that. It raised two other questions. Who was Chase? And how the hell did he get here?
Chapter 6. Chase. Chase looked out over the bow of his speedboat with Mamanuca Island in sight. It rose out of the shallow picturesque water like a pair of firm breasts. Surrounding it were reefs of every color and shape. Slowly navigating through the pools of electric blue, Chase snaked a path through the small underwater canals to the beach. Almost on shore, he cut the engine, tossed his anchor towards the rocks below, and jumped overboard. Walking onto dry land, Chase decided that the island was bigger than it looked on the map, but it wasn't big enough that his boat couldn't be spotted by anyone looking for him. Having brought a flask with him, Chase found a spot under a nearby coconut tree and got comfortable. Taking a sip of what he was carrying, he second-guessed his decision to fill it with straight gin. What the hell had become of his life? He barely recognized himself anymore. Chase didn't have any questions about how he had gotten here. It was a long time coming. It began in boarding school after he and Angel had become friends. He had created the perfect cover for their friendship because all of the other boys in the dorm had thought they hated each other. That was by design. It was better that everyone thought he was an absolute asshole instead of what he was afraid he was. And every time Angel showed up on Monday with a bruise he couldn't hide, it was better that everyone thought it was from a hot-headed asshole instead of a violently abusive father. Jesus, Angel. What the fuck? Chase proclaimed the day Angel entered his room with half of his face black and blue. Angel was too ashamed to speak. You can't let him keep doing this to you. Chase said, outraged. What am I going to do about it? If I leave, he's just going to do this to my mother. Chase felt tears build as frustration overcame him. He knew why Angel let himself be beaten like a rag doll. His father was insane. Angel never talked about what his father did for Chase's father, but Chase had long decided that there were things that were better not to know. Chase's father had said as much the one time Chase had asked his father about Angel's dad. And Chase's father had told him to drop the topic with enough gravity that Chase didn't dare bring it up again. That was the excuse Chase gave himself as to why he didn't do more to help his friend. It was a piss-poor, shitty excuse. Chase knew that. But if not even Chase's father could do anything about it, then what could he do? With his heart breaking, Chase approached his friend and wrapped his arms around him. Angel flinched. You all right? Chase asked, quickly releasing him. Yeah, Angel snapped self-consciously. Chase took a step back and stared at Angel. He was struggling to look Chase in the eyes. Can I see? Angel shrugged him away. Please, Chase said with his heart aching. Angel looked up into his friend's eyes and relented. Slowly, the 17-year-old pulled off his shirt. Jesus, Chase said as he examined his friend's bruised torso. Does it look bad? Angel asked, embarrassed. If anyone sees this, I'm gonna get kicked out of school. They already think I'm some sort of psychopath who beats on you for sport. They see this and they'll have me arrested. Diplomatic immunity, right? Angel offered. Chase couldn't reply. You know that no one can know about my dad. I know. I just hate it that people think I'm doing this to you. Hey, you started it. I know. And I really appreciate it, you know? Chase felt the weight of the world suddenly land on his shoulders. I know, he said, reduced to a whisper. You can't go out like this. You can stay in my room until your bruises heal. I can tell your teachers that you had to take a quick trip with your family. As long as I keep it simple, they might not call anyone to check. Yeah, that sounds good, Angel admitted. Okay. I need to head to class. But I'll sneak some lunch out to you during 5th period. Cool. Yeah. And thanks, Chase. I don't know what I would do without you, Angel said, fighting off tears. Chase left his friend and went through the motions of attending classes. Angel was the only thing he could think about, though. So many times he had fantasized about having Angel's father killed. But it was just a fantasy. Angel's father was the devil himself. No one killed the devil. And anyone who tried would probably just end up dead. Chase's chest hurt when he thought about what Angel must be going through. Chase only saw the aftermath of the crime scene. Angel was living every moment of it. Every bruise was a memory for Angel. Was he looking into his father's eyes when they happened? Did he see every one of them coming? Did he scream as the pain rippled through him? Did he think of Chase and how he couldn't do anything to stop it? Chase caught himself as a tear left his cheek and splattered onto his desk. He was crying. Chase put his hand in front of his face to hide what was going on. He had to pull himself together. Chase, are you paying attention? His teacher asked him. Chase froze, hoping that if he didn't reply, his teacher would call on someone else. He couldn't speak. Chase, I'm talking to you, he said, walking towards him. Panicked, Chase looked around for anything that could help him. He was still shading his face, so the only thing he saw was his desk and book bag. In a moment of desperation, he used all of his considerable strength and shoved his desk into the back of the boy in front of him. OWWW. You psycho! The boy screamed. Chase. The teacher chastised. Chase couldn't wait or explain anything. He had to use the chaos he had created to grab his stuff and get out of there. So, pushing the other desks as he crossed to the door, he got outside and slammed the door shut behind him. Chase was sure that his mother was going to hear about this. But what else could Chase do? If everyone saw him crying, they were going to either think he was a queer, or they were going to piece together that Angel was in his room and not with his parents. When they saw Angel, they would have to get to the bottom of why he looked beaten up. One of his supposed friends wouldn't hesitate to say that Chase had been abusing Angel for years. That would get Chase kicked out. Or someone would figure out that it was Angel's father doing it. That person would try to confront Angel's father about it and most likely get themselves killed. What was another suspension or lecture from his distraught mother in comparison to that? Running out of the building, Chase continued to where he didn't think anyone would find him. It was where he often hid when things got too much, the locker room. It was still early in the day, so he was sure that there wouldn't be anyone there. When Chase slipped in to let himself cry, he found he was only partially right. There was one other person there. His soccer coach had followed him in when he saw Chase make his unscheduled stop. Pulling himself together, Chase looked up. Standing in the doorway was Mr. Christo. He stared at Chase like he saw through Chase's act. Chase couldn't deal with this. He thought he would at least be free here. He needed to get out of there, and was about to push by his coach when Mr. Christo stepped in the way. Get out of my way, Chase said, barely holding himself together. I'm not scared of you, Mr. Christo said calmly and confidently. You should be. Chase shouted. Don't you know I'm psycho? You're not, he replied with compassion. I am. Ask anyone. Chase, how's Angel? The man asked with sadness in his eyes. Chase froze. Mr. Christo knew. For years, Chase had been carrying this horrible secret, and he knew. A volcano of emotions bubbled within him. He opened his mouth to speak, to deny it, to pretend that nothing was going on, and instead exploded into an uncontrollable wreck of tears. Chase bawled, having tried desperately for so long to hold it back. He stepped forward, throwing his arms around the smaller man. I don't know what to do, Chase admitted with his body convulsing. I don't know what to do, he repeated with snot dripping from his nose. The empathetic man wrapped his arms around the boy and held him. You're just a kid, Chase. You don't have to know what to do. Some things are too complex. And all you can do is be there for them when they need you. Sometimes it's all anyone can do. What his coach had said wasn't what Chase had wanted to hear. He had wanted a solution. He needed a way to stop this from happening to his friend. What he got instead was, what? A way to live with Angel's nightmare. It wasn't good enough. But there was something about Mr. Christo's words that got him to stop crying. Chase wasn't sure what it was, but thinking that he was going to cry forever, it helped. There's something you can give him, his coach said when Chase released him and pulled himself together. Come with me. Chase followed the man to his office. It was the door at the end of the hallway past the equipment room. The office wasn't much larger than a closet. Pulling a plastic jar from a cabinet, he handed it to Chase. You have to apply this twice a day. It's not a miracle cure, but it does help for bruises. Chase took the jar, wondering why this was his solution. This would just hide the problem. It wouldn't make it go away. All you can do is be there for them when they need you. Sometimes it's all anyone can do. Chase heard Mr. Christo's words echo in his mind. If that was true, then life really did suck. Chase took the jar and a final deep breath before putting his mask back on. His coach had said it, there was no relief from this or ways around it. He had always allowed himself to believe that if had just thought hard enough, he could come up with a way to fix this. But now he knew that the only thing he or Angel could do was survive. No one was coming to rescue them. All they had was each other. Chase returned to his dorm room, deciding he was done with class for the day. Opening the door, he found Angel lying on the bed crying. Angel tried to pretend that he wasn't, but Chase knew. Hey, Angel said, pulling himself together. I thought you weren't coming back until lunch. I brought you something. It's supposed to help with the bruises. You're supposed to apply it twice a day, Chase said, holding the jar out in front of him. Angel sat up and reached for the jar. He quickly withdrew his hand from a shot of pain. Chase watched his friend struggle to reach for it a second time and then stopped him. Here, let me do it for you, Chase said, sitting next to him on the bed. Chase opened the jar and scooped out a little on his fingertips. This is tingling a little, so I don't want to get it too close to your eyes, Chase told him, turning face to face with his friend. Okay, Angel said vulnerably. Chase's hand shook as he lifted it to Angel's face. Chase had touched Angel before, but never like this. With the gel on his fingers, he touched his friend's sharp cheeks. Angel had always been the best-looking boy Chase had ever seen, and examining his features so closely, he was again reminded of it. With his thumb gently caressing his temple, he moved his hand down towards his chin. He loved touching him, but it killed Chase that it had to be like this. Ah, Chase said, hesitating as he got to his neck. Should I take off my shirt? Angel asked nervously. Yeah. Take it off, Chase said, swallowing. Angel delicately removed his shirt, revealing the dark blotches all over his soft, hairless chest. Chase looked at him, remembering all of the times that he had fantasized about touching Angel's body. Scooping more of the gel onto his fingers, he did it. Angel moaned. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine, Angel said, not wanting Chase to stop. Chase returned his hand to Angel's chest and touched him gentler. His fingertips barely glided across Angel's delicate skin. It was enough for Chase to get the trace of him. He could feel every ripple from Angel's burgeoning muscles. Chase had to fight to keep his breath. Lie on your stomach. I'll get your back, Chase said, his voice shaking. Okay, Angel replied, trembling like a leaf. Angel slowly pulled away from Chase and looked at him one last time before leaning forward and resting his chest onto the bed. Chase looked over at his friend's naked back, knowing that he wasn't being watched. His lean lines were all he could see. Knowing he could stare forever, he readjusted his position and rubbed the gel onto Angel's back. He loved touching him. Following the bruises down, he got to the edge of his pants and asked, "How far down do the bruises go?" He said before swallowing. "I don't know," Angel said, struggling to speak. "Maybe you should check." Chase was breathing hard. "Okay, I'll check." "I'll unbutton my pants," Angel said before unbuttoning his pants and then stopping. "I can't get it down any further than that. Can you help me?" "Yeah," Chase replied, visibly shaking. Slowly slipping his hands into the waist of Angel's pants, he grabbed them in his underwear and pulled both down his legs. There were bruises. It looked like boot marks on his ass and something similar along the back of his thigh. "I'm going to have to rub some in down here," Chase said. "Okay," Angel agreed before Chase reached down and touched his best friend's naked, trembling body. Both boys struggled to catch their breath. Chase's eyes opened when he heard the whine of a boat engine in the distance. Spotting it in the deeper water past the reefs, he got up and watched it as the driver searched for a deep enough path to get to the beach. It took a few minutes, but eventually, he found it. When the driver had anchored his speedboat and had waded to shore, Chase re-entered the sun to meet him. "Robert," Chase said, greeting him. "Sir," the middle-aged man in khaki shorts and a Tommy Bahama shirt replied as he left the water. "Sir, I have to ask, why did you want to meet here?" Chase stared at him, wondering if he could trust him. He had trusted him so far. And if he wasn't going to trust him, who could he trust? "I was thinking about buying the island," Chase explained. "In the middle of nowhere." The clean-shaven, professional-looking man looked at Chase, confused. "I know it's your money, but why would anyone want an island? There's nothing on it but 2 big hills and trees." "The reefs," Chase explained. Robert looked out at the shimmering pale blue water. "What about them?" "Hundreds of years ago, kings would build castles on land with protective barriers around them. It could be on top of a hill. It could be in the middle of a wide open field, where you could see enemies approaching. And even then they would create moats." "There's a hill," Chase said, pointing behind him. "There's the wide open field. And those reefs are the moat. Why would you need a fortress like this? Is there someone after you that I need to know about?" "The fortress isn't for me. It's for someone who needs to feel safe." "Oh? So, are you going to buy it?" "Depends on what you tell me. Did you find the boat?" "Yeah. We found the boat." "Did it sink?" Chase asked, holding his breath. "No. We found it at a rental shop on the mainland." "And you're sure it's the one?" "Yeah. Everything tracks. It was rented out 8 days ago and returned 4 days later. My man asked for a description of who rented it, and it matches the description you gave me. It's the boat. We're certain of it." Chase looked away as a sharp pain rippled across his chest. "Were you hoping it was lost at sea, sir?" "I'm not sure what I was hoping. Maybe I was hoping that you wouldn't find it. But you spent a lot of money for us to locate the boat. I don't understand." "I don't understand either," Chase said, wanting to end the conversation. "Thank you, Robert. Submit your expenses like usual." "I'll have the accountant cut you a check," Chase said, dismissing him. "Very good." Robert was walking down the beach when he stopped and looked back. "Sir, I need to know. Are you going to buy the island?" Chase looked around. His heart hurt as he said, "No. There's no need." Robert tightened his lips with sympathy, returned to his boat, and drove off. There was no longer any question about it. Angel was gone and he wasn't coming back. For Chase's entire adult life, he had thought about nothing but protecting his friend. It had started when they were still at boarding school. But after Angel's father disappeared and Angel dropped out without even a goodbye, it continued in a different form. Chase knew what Angel's father's disappearance meant to Angel. It meant that his friend was free. Angel had been scared to do anything that his father might disapprove of. So with his jailer out of the picture, Angel took full advantage. What Chase hadn't expected was that his friend's freedom also meant freedom from Chase. Angel didn't need Chase or the school anymore. So, Angel disappeared from Chase's life without a trace. Chase's heart was torn to shreds the day he went to his friend's room and found he wasn't there. He was inconsolable. As much as he thought about Angel before, he now spent every waking minute thinking about him. Chase could barely eat or sleep. And it wasn't until his second year at university that he felt himself start to move on. It was then, however, that Chase got a call that brought all of his feelings rushing back. "Chase?" A sad voice said on the other end of the phone. "Angel? Angel, is that you?" Chase asked, stunned. "Yeah. It's me. I can't talk long. Someone's watching me right now. I need your help." "What is it? Where are you? I can come and get you." "I'll tell you where I am, but you'll have to bring some money." "Angel, what's going on?" "I owe some money to someone I shouldn't owe money to. And if I don't pay it now, they say they're going to start removing things." "I believe them, Chase." As Chase listened to his old friend, he felt himself slip back into the familiar space of being his protector. As difficult as those years were, for a long time it was what gave Chase purpose. Besides that, he loved Angel. It took him a long time after Angel had left for Chase to realize it, but he had loved him with everything he had. And if helping him out of whatever mess he had gotten himself into would get the man he loved back into his life, he was going to do it. "Tell me how much and where," Chase told him. "I have you, Angel." "I knew you would, Chase." "Thank you," he said with vulnerable appreciation. The amount Angel owed was large but manageable. Taking the family's private jet to Hungary, Chase followed the coordinates, arriving at a warehouse in Budapest. "I came for Angel. I have the money he owes," Chase said into an intercom. No one responded, but a loud buzz told him the door had been unlocked. Pushing the door open, he entered a dark open space. "Chase, you came." "See. I told you he'd be here," Angel said from across the room. "Angel. Come over here," a dangerous-sounding man said in an Eastern European accent. Chase crossed the room to find Angel sitting on a couch. In an armchair next to him was a slimy-looking man in an expensive white suit. Surrounding the both of them were thick, soulless men who Chase knew would kill him if given the word. When Chase was close enough to make out Angel's features, he was taken back to a much darker place. Angel's face was bruised with fresh scabs around the bones of both eyes. On top of that, his jaw was swollen and he had a cut on his lip. These men had beaten him far worse than Angel's father ever had. Until then, Chase hadn't seen such viciousness up close. "You brought the money, right? Please say you brought the money, Chase," Angel begged. Chase's heart pounded as his breath escaped him. He knew he couldn't show them his fear. "I did. But I need to know that I can walk out of here with him, unharmed," he said to Angel's captors. "I just want my money," the slimy man said. "You get him in the condition you found him in." "Fine," Chase agreed. Reaching behind his back, Chase pulled out 3 stacks of wrapped bills. $30,000 US, Chase said, holding it out. One of the soulless men took the money from Chase and handed it to the slimy man. The slimy man counted it and then signaled for Angel to go. Angel got up and crossed the room to Chase. Staring into Chase's eyes, Angel's fear and gratitude were both genuine. And when Angel said, "Let's get out of here," Chase believed for a moment that everything would be all right. Slowly backing out of the warehouse, the two boys ran back to Chase's rented car. Jumping in, Chase started it up and slammed his foot on the gas. When they were far enough away that they knew no one was chasing them, they took their first breaths. "What the fuck was that, Angel?" "Thank you, Chase. You saved my life. They would have killed me back there. I could have been dead right now," Angel said, traumatized. "Who was that?" "You don't want to know. Just someone I got into business with, who I shouldn't have. You don't have to worry, though. He's a man of his word. He's not gonna come after us." "Come after us? For what?" Angel looked up into the eyes of his once best friend and froze. "For what, Angel? What isn't he going to come after us for?" Angel paused and looked away, suddenly lost in thought. "Angel." "Stop the car," Angel said with uncertainty. "What?" "I said stop the car." Startled, Chase slammed on the brakes and pulled to the side of the lightly populated city street. When he did, Angel reached for the handle. "Wait, where are you going?" "I can't come with you," Angel said with sad realization. "What do you mean you can't come with me? I just paid a lot of money to get you. You can come back to Cambridge with me. You'll be safe at my place. I'll keep you safe. I promise." Angel looked at Chase with empathy. "I know you would," Angel said before slipping out the door and disappearing into the night. Chase watched him go, sure that he would never hear from Angel again. He did, though. It was when he answered a call from an unknown number on his graduation day. He was sitting waiting for his row to stand and line up at the stage's stairs that he picked up his phone to hear. Chase, help. I think they're gonna kill me. Where are you? I'm hiding behind boxes at the back of a bar in Thailand. I'm gonna text you the name of someone. I need you to call him. He'll know what to do. Angel, I'm in the middle of my... Please, Chase. I wouldn't ask if I didn't need you. I swear they're gonna kill me. Chase closed his eyes and centered himself. Okay. Text me the number. And text me where you are. I'll hop on a plane and be there as soon as I can. Thank you, Chase. I knew I could count on you. Please hurry, Angel said before hanging up. The row of students in front of Chase stood up as he hung up the phone. Chase had wanted this so badly. He had struggled semester after semester, fighting for the attention necessary to focus on classwork when he knew that Angel was somewhere out there doing God knows what. Finally, he had made it. His parents were even proud of him. After worrying every day about his psychopathic behavior at boarding school, they believed that Chase had turned his life around. Chase desperately wanted to show them he had. But at that moment he realized that nothing in the world meant more to him than keeping Angel safe. So, standing up, Chase pushed past his fellow students and flagged down a taxi to the airport. He was on a plane to Thailand before the graduation ceremony was over. After that, Chase heard from Angel one more time. It was 4 years later. When Angel disappeared from his life for the 4th time, Chase made a decision. Chase was going to search the world for him. Chase needed to find him and talk to him. He needed to know who Angel was to him. Was he just the last person Angel called whenever shit got rough? Or did he care about Chase like Chase cared about him? He needed to know this. He couldn't move on with his life until he found out. Over the years, Chase's people found Angel many times. And every time Chase would show up, Angel would react like he had seen a ghost. Chase would then get out a dozen words before Angel would sprint for a back door and Chase's search would begin again. After a while, it began to feel like Angel wanted Chase to come after him. The leads Chase's people got became weirdly accurate. And when his people got a tip that he might be in a boat near Vomo Island in Fiji, Chase was en route within the hour. Chase never expected what followed after that. First, it was that lie about having a fiancé. Then Angel let him touch him. After a decade of searching the globe, the two of them were together. It was the dream Chase had had starting from the night he had rubbed gel onto his friend's bruised body. But instead of it turning into a new beginning, Angel had disappeared again. Chase had finally gotten his question answered. What he desperately wanted to know was if there was anything he could do to get Angel to stop running. Chase now knew that the answer was no. Theirs would be an endless chase if he let it. Never would Angel allow himself to be caught. Chase understood that now. And more than that, he was finally willing to let Angel go. Standing on a deserted beach with a flask of gin in his hand, Chase wondered what the hell had happened to his life. He was midway through his 30s and he had no family and no job. All he had was a fantasy and his furious chase. Chase instinctually lifted the flask to his lips. He was about to take another swig when he stopped himself. Staring at it, he then hauled back and threw it as far as he could into the ocean. He was done with his destructive lifestyle. He needed something new. The problem was that it had been so long that he had even thought about it, that he didn't know what it was that he wanted. He had had girlfriends at university, but he had never felt anything for them. The only one he ever had true feelings for was the man he was always afraid he would never hear from again. Chase sat on the beach in the sun feeling lost. For the first time in more than a decade, he didn't have a purpose. He didn't have a reason for being anywhere. He didn't even have a reason to get up in the morning. If it wasn't for the woman Angel had left behind, Chase wondered if he would just walk into the ocean, ending it all. She needed him, didn't she? Hadn't she said that Angel had promised to get her home? She would be the last of Angel's messes he would clean up. At the same time, Chase wasn't in a rush to let go of his remaining connection to Angel and the sole purpose for the last 15 years of his life. Arriving back to his room as usual, the woman was asleep. He stared down at her in the darkness. He didn't even remember her name. He had to change that in the morning. Maybe he would invite her to breakfast when they were both awake. Looking at her again for the first time, he couldn't help but see how attractive she was. Had she always looked like that, or was it just an illusion cast by the room's many shadows? He wasn't sure. But climbing into bed, he left the question for the morning. To Chase's surprise, he woke up earlier the next day. He had gotten the best night's sleep he had had in years. What he also noticed with his eyes closed was that his arms were wrapped around the woman's soft body. He liked holding her. He then wondered if it was her he liked holding, or if it would have been anyone. Thinking about it, he felt his morning wood flinch. His eyes popped open when he wondered if the woman had felt it. There was a part of him that wished she had. But there was a larger part that worried that he had already crossed a line by having his arms around her. Not willing to let her go quite yet, he considered what he wanted to do with the woman who slept peacefully in his arms. He had practically forgotten how to interact with someone who wasn't an employee. What he decided was that he would invite her to breakfast. That was what normal people did, didn't they? Chase's life had always been so far from normal that he wasn't sure he would now be able to learn how. Gently giving the woman a nudge, her response was to spring out of bed and disappear into the bathroom. How quickly it happened startled him. 1 minute she was there and the next she wasn't. It reminded him of someone else. Chase pushed those thoughts out of his mind as he came up with an alternative plan. "Good morning," he said to her with a smile once she was out of the bathroom and rushing to the door. "Morning," she tossed back coldly. She was about to leave when Chase said, "Hey, did you want to grab breakfast together?" "Sorry, can't. I need to catch a bus," she said with her voluptuous naked body halfway out the door. "What about dinner, tonight?" The woman turned around surprised. Why was she so surprised? "Tonight?" Yeah, sure," she replied before leaving the room and closing the door behind her. It had been a long time since he had had this type of interaction with a woman, but he guessed that this one hadn't gone well. What had he done wrong? Didn't she want to eat with him? Maybe she could tell that he didn't know her name. He could imagine how a girl wouldn't like that. Well, it was something he would rectify today. Today was the day for new beginnings. And by dinner, he was planning on becoming a whole new person. One that someone else might want to be around. Chase lied in bed for the next few hours trying to figure who that new likable person might be. He hadn't seen enough movies to figure it out. One of the great things about Angel was that he didn't act weird around him. As a kid, Chase knew why Angel was friends with him. Things were clear. Their relationship as an adult was where things got murky. But as a kid, spending time with Angel felt like how he thought that friendships were supposed to feel. Getting up and taking a shower, he re-entered the room realizing that this was his first day at the resort with nothing to do. What did people do at resorts like this? Chase imagined that there were a lot of water activities: snorkeling, scuba diving, fishing, skiing. But he had spent the last few days scouring the Fiji Islands for Angel's boat. Whatever he was going to do, he was going to do it on dry land. Looking at the time, he wondered if breakfast was still being served. Grabbing his key card, he went to check. Dropping the card at the front desk, he had an idea. "Can you tell me something?" he asked the small woman behind the desk. "How can I help you, sir?" she said, looking up at him with a smile. "A woman is staying in my room with me. I asked for her to be issued a card. By any chance, did she give you her name? It's customary to get basic information when we issue a new guest access to the resort's facilities." "Excellent. Can you tell me the name she gave you?" The woman held his gaze for only a moment before looking down at her computer and hitting a few keys. "She's registered as Katherine Shure." "Kat." "That's right. Thank you. That was helpful." Scrounging up the last of what was at the breakfast buffet, Chase thought about the night he had met Kat. She was there watching as he had pounded the hell out of Angel. Remembering it, Chase's member grew. He guessed that there was probably nothing that the resort's staff hadn't seen, but they didn't need to see him pop a boner over breakfast. Quickly finding a table in the back, Chase allowed himself to relive the most erotic moment of his life. It had been outside at the bar with people watching. Chase wasn't sure what he had been thinking. But it probably wasn't just him the crowd had gathered to watch. If Chase wasn't mistaken, Kat had had her legs wide pleasuring herself. Who was the woman he had been sharing his bed with? He had never in his life met a woman who was so bold. That probably had something to do with the people he surrounded himself with, though. Wealth and status had a way of making a person dead inside. Everyone around him was always so scared about what they might lose by stepping out of their boxes, that no one really lived. Chase didn't know much about Kat, but what he was sure of was that Kat was alive. He liked that. Chase continued to think about the mysterious woman sharing his bed as he finished breakfast and returned to his room. With nothing to do, he considered grabbing a drink at the bar. No. That's not what I need right now, he said, wondering what else there was to do. After lying down, he headed back to the lobby. He had seen an activities board. There had to be something on it to occupy his time. The bus into town? How often does it leave? Today it leaves every hour and a half. And is it a clothed outing? It is clothing optional. So if I choose to wear clothes? Both options are acceptable. Thank you. Chase headed back to his room with plans for the day. Throwing on a pair of shorts and a light shirt, he headed back out to the bus stop in front of the resort. Getting on, his mind slipped back to Kat. What was she doing? Would it have been more fun if he had asked to join her instead of killing time like he was? It probably would have been. The bus parked in front of a church, and Chase got out. Looking around, he found a stone path that led to a square of small wooden shacks. This wasn't his first time in a village like this. His pursuit of Angel had led him to remote locations as many times as bustling cities. He knew what to expect with the island's rural inhabitants. And walking the path to the center of their square, he found everything as expected. Like many other villages, this was where most of the island's inhabitants earned their money. Fiji's main industry was tourism. And like everywhere else in the country, the island's natives would be selling trinkets to tourists. Scanning the stalls, Chase discovered that these people sold macadamia nuts and banana leaf art. It was no different from European towns that sold wine and oil paintings on canvas. Chase didn't believe that one was better than the other. The only difference he saw was how much the sellers could convince the tourists their goods were worth. Chase had known so many people who would consider themselves better than the people in this village because of how much their family had convinced others that their trinkets were worth. A decorative side table in a globally recognizable furniture store had no more value than any of the beautifully woven baskets that hung in every stall in the square. Yet because his wealthy friends sold it wearing a suit, they thought they were better than people like these. Chase didn't believe that. Continuing to browse the stalls, Chase realized that he had Angel to thank for that understanding. Without a lifetime of chasing after Angel, he might have been limited to just what his life of privilege placed in front of him. Chase didn't like the decade of heartbreak that Angel gave him as he hid from him in the furthest corner of the world, but Chase couldn't deny that it gave him an understanding about life that he could never have gotten otherwise. So maybe the love he had held for Angel hadn't been a complete waste. Scanning the vendor stalls as he walked by, none of them inspired him to stop. The only one that got him to slow down was the one with native food. He had been sampling the local cuisine ever since he arrived at the main island almost 2 weeks ago. The food was good. Staring at the selection displayed on the sample plate, Chase wondered how hungry he was. When Chase looked up at the old man behind the counter, he found him looking to his left. The old man looked captivated by whatever he was staring at. Chase followed his gaze. What Chase found shocked him. Sitting on its own past the square was another shelter. That one had only an umbrella-shaped thatch roof. Underneath it was a blue tarp with 2 people sitting on it. He recognized one of them. It was Kat, and she was completely naked. What the hell was she doing here naked? Didn't she know that there were old men like this one staring at her? Watching Kat as she did something that looked like weaving, Chase felt something bubble up within him. Hey. Chase said, suddenly very protective of her. Hey, what are you staring at? He said angrily. The old man turned to Chase unthreatened. He turned back towards the blue tarp. I'm staring at the woman I love, young fella. You think you love her? You don't even know her, he said, approaching the counter ready to do whatever he had to stop him from creeping on Kat. The old man turned and watched Chase approach. When Chase was practically breathing down his neck, the old man turned back toward the blue tarp. I've known her my whole life, he said sadly. What? Chase asked, confused. Chase turned back to Kat. It was only then that he saw the old woman sitting on the tarp next to Kat. That was who the old man was referring to. Chase wondered how he had missed the old woman. Chase looked at Kat's lightly tanned naked body again and realized how. Oh, you mean the woman on the left. That makes sense, Chase said, relaxing and feeling a little foolish for thinking what he had. Yeah, the old man confirmed. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, he continued introspectively. When we were young, my friends told me that she liked me. Yeah. But she wasn't the prettiest girl in the village, and everyone told me I was good looking. Chase smiled at the gray-haired, sagging man who had to be in his 80s. Though even at his age, Chase could make out muscle tone under his thin skin. I could see that, Chase agreed. The old man turned to Chase, looking him up and down. You're good looking like I was. Don't be blinded by the prettiest ones. Oh yeah? Chase replied politely. Believe me. I've lived a long time. They don't stay pretty forever. They get old like me. You still look good, Chase said, amused but sincere. Huh? The old man gruffed. So is that your girlfriend? No. Why not? She won't have me. That's too bad, Chase said, remembering Angel. Why do you love her? That was when the old man shifted his body and faced Chase. He looked at Chase as if he had known the younger man his entire life, and his authoritative pose affirmed it. When I was young, I thought that looks was what was important. Or what she could cook, or how she made me feel. Chase stared at the man, confused. I don't understand. What's left? Find the one that holds the village together. You see the baskets she makes? She could sell them. She would make a lot more money. But she sells them to everyone else so they could make the money. Without her, none of us would be here. So she's like the linchpin that holds all of you together. Chase clarified. Without her, none of us would be here, he repeated emphatically. Okay. Then why haven't you made her your girlfriend? The old man turned back towards his love. Old man fears. Chase searched the man's face, looking for clues of what that meant. He didn't find any. But Chase knew a little about fear. He often wondered if he hadn't been so afraid to tell Angel how he felt about him, things would have been different. Angel had to have known Chase's feelings, right? Why else would Chase search the world for him? Yet after spending more than most people would make in a lifetime following Angel, he had never said the words, I love you. I want you to stay. You have to tell her how you feel, Chase said aloud. What? The old man said, snapping his attention back towards Chase. She's not running from you, is she? The man looked at Chase, confused. No. I mean, she's giving you the chance to tell her how you feel, right? He didn't respond. You need to tell her how you feel before it's too late. Because one day you will have waited too long and you won't get the chance to. You need to tell people how you feel about them while they're still around, Chase said, lost in his memories of Angel. Without another word, Chase turned and walked away. He had only been fooling himself in thinking that he was over Angel. But he had also heard what the old man had said. 80-something years of experience told him that the way someone made you feel wasn't what was most important. It was finding someone who held the village together. Maybe that was a better thing to look for. It would certainly have caused less pain than a lifetime with Angel had. Lost in thought, Chase returned to the bus and caught it back to the resort. Returning to his room, he undressed and headed to the bar. Gin and tonic, Chase told the bartender. Collecting it and retreating to a table, he nursed the drink and did his best to think about anything other than Angel. It was hard considering where he was sitting. Just a few feet away was where the two of them had fucked for the first time. A few feet from that was the room where Chase saw his friend for that last time. The resort was haunted. More than anything, he needed to get out of here. But now that he wasn't chasing his best friend around the world, where would he go? Chase sat at the bar nursing drinks until the sliding glass door of their room opened and Kat walked out. It felt weird to have seen her at the village weaving naked. Chase couldn't put his finger on why, but it made him decide not to mention it. Hi, Kat said sheepishly. Chase didn't understand why she was being timid now. He had just seen her sitting naked in a village full of strangers. Why was she being awkward around him? Hi there. How was your day? Chase asked, wondering what she would say. Kind of amazing, actually. I was sitting in the room. I didn't see you out here, Kat explained. Chase lifted his glass. Just here trying not to think, he said with a forced smile. Please sit. Kat sat and stared at him. Huh? What? That was the first time I've ever seen you smile. Yeah. I haven't been doing much of that lately. Because of Angel? Can we not talk about him? In fact, can we never talk about him again? Kat froze. Yeah. Of course. The two sat in silence until Kat said, What do you want to talk about instead? Chase thought about that. What could he say that wouldn't eventually lead back to Angel? He had already asked her how her day went. She hadn't elaborated. What was left? Have you eaten yet? Chase asked her. I had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich about an hour or two ago. There were slim pickings at the buffet, Kat said with a smile. I guess I missed lunch. Did you? Kat said before pointing at his glass. Since my ex left, I've had a lot of liquid lunches. Since your ex left? Yeah. I came to the islands with him, and he left without me. I told you that. It was when Angel. Right, you didn't want to talk about him, she reminded herself before tightening her lips and going silent. Well, if you were hungry at all, we could see if the buffet is open for dinner, Chase suggested. I could eat. Then let's go. Chase got up and led Kat through their room into the dining hall. As they entered, the staff were placing the last of the metal pans over the canned flames. Looks like perfect timing, Chase said looking back at Kat. Yeah, it does, Kat said with a smile. Heading to the front of the line and retrieving a plate, Chase handed one to Kat and walked past everything Kat considered to be dinner. Where are you going? She asked, watching him. To the native food section, Chase said, continuing after Kat didn't say anything else. Dishing up healthy servings of everything, Chase looked back at Kat, finding her staring. What? Chase asked, returning to her. Nothing, she replied before filling the last open spot on her plate with Salisbury steak and falling into his wake as he chose a table. When both were seated, the silence between the two continued. However, this time, Kat looked at Chase like she had something to say. What? He asked again. Nothing, she again said as she dipped a forkful of white rice into the Salisbury gravy and popping it into her mouth. Looking at his food, Chase stuck his fork into what looked like pumpkin salad but smelled like aged German potato salad. Okay, I have to ask, Kat said, grabbing Chase's attention. What is that? What is any of that? Because it looks weird. Chase looked up, chewing a second bite of the orange stuff. It's cassava cake. Cassava cake? Yeah. You say that like I'm supposed to know what cassava is, Kat said, unnervingly watching him eat. It's kind of a hybrid of potatoes and breadfruit. Potato, I know. Breadfruit? That stuff over there, Chase said, pointing to a metal pan full of a doughy-looking substance. Oh, I thought they were dirty sponges, Kat said sarcastically. Chase burst out laughing. Kat watched him as if it were the first time she had heard him laugh. Well, honestly, the taste isn't far off. Which is why it's over there instead of here, Chase said, pointing at his plate. But cassava cake is pretty good. You should try it. So you're saying it tastes like a mixture of potatoes and dirty sponges, and I should try it. I guess I'm not really selling it. Here. Just have a taste, he said, scooping a bit onto his fork and holding it across the table. Kat hesitated. I promise it won't bite. You sure? Chase smiled. I promise. Kat took a final look at Chase and then leaned across the table and put the fork in her mouth. She pulled away, scared to chew. Go on, Chase said, amused. Taking a small bite and then another, Kat quickly chewed it and swallowed. Oh wow. That was pretty good. It is, he said before returning to his meal. Huh. Kat said, suddenly staring at Chase's plate. And what's that? Kat said, pointing at the stuff that looked like coleslaw. Chase paused. Have you tried any of this? No. How long did you say you've been in Fiji? It looked weird, Kat admitted. The food in Fiji is really good, Chase explained. Really? Yeah, Chase said with a confused smile. Kat looked at him, then down at his plate, then at the buffet, and then at him. What should I try? Everything, Chase said, intrigued. Start here, Chase said, sliding his plate in front of Kat. Kat looked down at it, tickled. For the next hour, Chase walked her through all of the native food at the buffet and told her about everything else he had tried since arriving in Fiji. Can we try those too? Kat asked, stuff from sampling everything. If we can find it. I can't believe you haven't had any of this since you've been here. After Patrick left, I wasn't in the mood for eating. What about when you first got here? I'm not really an adventurous eater. But you like this? Yeah. I liked everything. Fijian food is like the best food ever created. Chase smiled. This isn't the best food ever. What's better? What's the best food you've ever had? The best food? Chase said, thinking. I would say that it was something I had in Spain. It was simple. It was calamari, clams, and a fish mixture covered in spices over eggs and potatoes. As I said, it was simple, but I think about it to this day. Wow. Once I went to Red Lobster and had the cheesy bread. I still think about that to this day, Kat said, making fun of herself. Chase chuckled. I've never had it. I'll have to try it. You don't have to. I'm sure it's nothing special. No, I will, Chase said with a faint but genuine smile. The two fell silent. Chase stared at Kat. What? Kat asked, feeling self-conscious. Are you in a rush to go home? Go home? Kat said, caught off guard. Yeah. If you are, that's fine. We can leave tonight if you want to. Oh. Tonight? Sure. I promised I would get you home, and I think I'm done here. I mean, Kat said with her mouth hanging open. I asked because, if you're not in a rush to get back to. I'm sorry, where's home? Eau Claire. If you're not in rush to get back to Eau Claire, I have an idea of something we can do. Which is? Have you ever been to Barcelona? Spain? Kat asked, shocked. Yes. For the record, I've been to 2 places, Wisconsin and here. I mean, I also went on a class trip to DC in the 8th grade. But I didn't mention it because I didn't want to make you too jealous. We went to the Smithsonian, got a tour of the White House. It was kind of a big deal, Kat said with a smile. Chase laughed. I've never been to the White House. You're right. That does make me a little jealous. But I was wondering. Instead of heading right home, how would you like to make a quick stop in Barcelona? Kat looked at Chase, stunned. I would love that. You don't have anything you need to rush back for. No. But you should know that I have no money. I mean, literally none. That's fine. The trip will be on me. I just thought that it would be kind of fun to find the restaurant I ate that amazing meal at and have you try it. Seriously? Yeah. Kat stared at him, speechless. She opened her mouth to speak and then stopped.
Chapter 7. Kat. Kat sat at the table across from the gorgeous guy, wondering what the hell she was thinking of doing. She had wanted to help Chase to pay him back for her inappropriate behavior as he slept, but what he was suggesting was dangerous. It wasn't dangerous because she was afraid he would kidnap and sell her on the open market or anything. He wouldn't get much even if he tried. No, it was dangerous because she could feel herself falling for him, which made no sense. She had already gone through this. She fell in love too quickly. She wasn't going to do that anymore. But here was a guy who was offering to fly her to Spain to show her his favorite restaurant. What type of player move was that? Although it wasn't hard to forget that the man was gay. The image of the hot men fucking was her brain's screensaver. It was the picture that returned to her mind anytime she went idle. So, maybe if she kept reminding herself that he was gay and that he wouldn't be interested in her in a million years, she could go with him without falling for him. Those lips, though. Those soulful eyes that glimmered with a mixture of knowing and pain. There was no way she would be able to spend time with a guy like this, and not want to marry him in record time. On the other hand, free trip to Spain. She was being honest when she said that she had only been to Wisconsin, Washington, D.C., and Fiji. Her family wasn't much for traveling. And after her parents passed away, Kat didn't much feel like planning a trip. What she was now learning, however, was that there was a lot outside of Wisconsin that was worth experiencing. She was at a naked resort eating something that looked more like Play-Doh than food. And she had spent the last few days naked weaving while helping the cutest old couple find love. Most of those words weren't even in her vocabulary a few days ago. What other incredible things could she experience if she rolled the dice and kept on going? Was it worth potentially getting her heart broken again? Even worse, was there a chance that Chase could leave her with even less than she had now? Considering all she had left was a tote bag full of clothes, that would be hard to do. But could the man sitting across from her even do something like that? She didn't think so, but she had been wrong every time before. Could she be wrong again? Yes, let's do it. Let's go to Barcelona. I can't believe I just said that. Let's go to Barcelona, she repeated with a chuckle. I think you'll love it, he said with a smile. And the food, he kissed his fingertips and sprung them apart. Like nothing you've ever had. Kat was stuffed by the time the two left the dining hall. All she wanted to do when they got back to their room was sleep. When she woke up the next morning, Chase was already in the shower. She had missed waking up wrapped in his arms. That was probably over now. Wherever they were going, they would probably have their own rooms. Or at least their own bed. When Chase left the bathroom looking as gorgeous as ever, she realized that there was something else she was going to miss. Leaving the naturalist resort, he would probably start wearing clothes again. That was going to suck, and not in a good way. She had gotten used to watching his large, rippling body as he walked around naked. The only thing she would have to inspire her self-pleasuring nights from now on would be memories. So, peeking down at his thick, hanging member as he re-entered the bedroom, she took a lot of mental pictures. "Are you ready for this?" Chase asked with a measured smile. Kat enjoyed watching Chase smile. She hadn't seen him smile until the morning before. What had changed for Chase? She was dying to know. But more than likely, it involved Angel, the one person he had asked not to talk about. Am I ready for what? The most amazing experience of your life? Kat's mind flashed back to waking up in bed with Angel. Their night together still wasn't all of the ways back. But she was pretty sure that was the most amazing experience of her life. I don't know. I've lived a pretty amazing life, she joked. You're right. Then are you ready for an experience that will in no way come close to all of the amazing things you've done? Chase joked. Kat laughed. If you put it that way, I can't wait. Go get ready. I booked a flight out of Naughty and it's leaving in a few hours. Wait. Do you mean I'm going to have to start wearing clothes again? I mean you don't have to. But it might make the airport shuttle a little awkward. Fine. She said playfully. Kat got out of bed and headed to the bathroom. I will say that I'm going to miss it. Back home I don't even walk around my bedroom naked. Here. I don't know. I feel like a different person. We could make our hotel rooms clothing optional if that will make you feel better. It would certainly improve the view, he said with a smile. Chase's suggestion caught Kat off guard. All she could do was chuckle before closing the bathroom door behind her. Was he flirting with her? Kat was never very good at anything when it came to men, but it certainly felt like he was flirting. Kat continued to think about it as she showered. She certainly wouldn't mind if he was flirting. Chase had to be one of the hottest men ever. And he really knew how to fuck the hell out of a guy. Kat laughed at herself for forgetting he was gay. Still, she had to admit that it was fun to fantasize. And in those fantasies, she would let Chase do some nasty things to her. Stepping out of the shower, she looked into the mirror and realized that she was fully aroused. Her nipples were hard enough to cut glass. Looking down, she found swollen flesh protruding from between her legs. You just about ready? Chase yelled from behind the door. A devilish thought scurried across Kat's mind. As a gay man, Kat wondered if Chase would even recognize that she was aroused. He probably hadn't seen very many naked women. Would she be able to walk from the bathroom to her clothes without him noticing? A warm wave washed across her body thinking about it. I'm ready, she said, rolling her shoulders back and staring at her erect nipples' reflection again. Feeling a rush, Kat turned to the door and walked out. So, where are we going? Kat said, immediately drawing Chase's attention. We're catching a plane too. Chase looked up at Kat and froze. To where? Kat asked, slowly making her way to the dresser. Chase gathered himself. Spain. Specifically, Barcelona. We'll all be going to the Gothic district. Kat grabbed the swimsuit, shorts and shirt she wore when she arrived and casually walked closer to him. The Gothic district? Oh, that sounds sexy. Do you think I'll be dressed appropriately? She said, holding her clothes with either hand and spreading her arms wide. There would be no way he would be able to miss her nipples. We should go shopping when we get there. But honestly, I kind of like what you're wearing now. Chase said with a smile. Kat giggled. This time she was sure that he was flirting. But she was also positive that he was missing what she was showing him. At least, she thought that until her eyes popped down to his shorts and saw an unmistakable bulge. The man was big. There wasn't hiding much with him. This time it was Kat's turn to freeze. Oh, thanks, she said, turning around and quickly getting dressed. Why was Chase's dick hard? Was he responding to her body? Kat had just meant to have a little fun with a guy she thought would never be interested in her. She had never thought that it would get a rise out of him. Okay, maybe she had hoped it would get a rise out of him, but she didn't expect it to. Wasn't he still dealing with heartbreak? More importantly, wasn't he gay? Of course, Angel had been on the other end of Chase's aggressive pounding, and he wasn't gay. 2 nights earlier, he had done the same thing to her. So, no matter how much Chase seemed to be devastated by Angel leaving, it was possible that he wasn't gay either. Kat couldn't be sure, but this might have changed everything. Should we go? Kat said, turning around dressed. She could tell her face was red, but there was nothing she could do to hide it. I mean, I guess we could stay a little longer, Chase said flirtatiously. No, we should go, Kat said flustered. It wasn't that Kat wasn't interested. She unquestionably was. It was that she never really believed that she had a shot with him. Not really. He was heartbroken or gay or just way out of her league. Whichever one it was, he was simply unavailable. And the fact that he was making it seem like he was freaking her out. Why was this freaking her out? Luckily, Kat had a lot of time to think about it between grabbing breakfast, the noisy bus ride to the dock, and the whining engine as they made the 2-hour boat ride back to the main island. Once there, Chase had to return his boat to the rental shop. After that, they took a taxi to the airport and ran to catch what would be a 26-hour flight. By the time they were circling the Barcelona airport, Kat had a better sense of why she had freaked out. Chase was too good for her. He was too good-looking, too dependable, too capable of love. From the moment she met Patrick, Kat could see he wasn't the greatest guy. She didn't know he was capable of leaving her in a foreign country without money or a way home, but she could see he was a bit of an asshole. An Angel, that wasn't exactly a planned thing. She was very drunk when she met him. But she could fantasize about being with him because she could tell that he wasn't real. Angel was too charming, too perfect. He was a dream, so Kat could dream about him. Chase was nothing like Patrick or Angel. He was a man who could feel love. He was vulnerable and very real. If Kat treated him wrong, it would hurt him and he would feel it. On top of that, Chase was model good-looking and as hot as fuck. He was more than out of her league. It was like they weren't even on the same planet. So, if she was going to flirt with him, and he was going to flirt back, she was going to have to back it up. But not just with sex. With an appreciation that he was one of the good ones. Maybe it was better that she stick to her plan of doing what she could to help him. Because good guys didn't suddenly forget about the guy who broke their heart. Pain like that lingers. So, even if he was acting like he was over Angel, there was no way that he was. Their Spanish detour shouldn't be about her, she decided. It should be about him. He wanted to find a restaurant he once enjoyed. It was an adventure to take his mind off of whatever pain he felt. She was happy to join him on this quest. But she wouldn't be doing it for her. She would be doing it for him. You've been quiet, Chase said to Kat on the limousine ride to their hotel. It's been a long trip. You've been quiet since breakfast in Fiji. Yeah. Lots on my mind. Want to talk about it? Kat turned to Chase surprised. What guy asks stuff like that? I've just been thinking about what got me here. You mean flight N211? Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. Kat laughed. I don't mean the plane. I mean all of the unlikely events. Kat fell silent and looked into Chase's eyes. There was no question that they hid pain. I know you don't want to discuss him, but he's kind of the elephant in the room, isn't he? Maybe you'll feel better if you talk about him. Chase became serious as he sunk back into his seat. If you don't want to. No, that's fine. Angel was my best friend. I guess to be fair, it's been a long time since he has been that. But that's the way I see him. He's also someone I failed. A lot of people failed him, me, our football coach, our school, his parents. Angel never had anyone looking out for him. I tried to, but... And you loved him? I loved the hell out of him. And I think I was in love with him from the first moment I saw him. It helped that I thought he loved me back. But Angel is incapable of love. Perhaps that's the truth of it. Where do you learn to love if you don't have anyone who will love you? But you loved him, Kat stated. Maybe not enough. And 10 years on from when we really were friends, maybe I have to admit that it's time to move on. Hell, I don't even know what moving on means. Chase sighed. But maybe I have no choice but to learn. Who knows, it might feel good to love someone who loves you back. I wouldn't know, Kat said. In my experience, love is a one-way street. Chase looked at Kat and huffed. Sliding closer to her, he slipped his arm behind her neck and pulled her to him. Maybe we'll find out together, Chase said sincerely. You might be overselling this meal, Kat joked. Chase chuckled. Kat rested her head on Chase's muscular shoulder. With the city's sparkling lights whipping by their limousine's windows and Chase's strong arms around her, Kat realized that not falling for Chase was going to be a lot harder than she imagined. Both were quiet as they pulled up in front of their hotel. The beautiful 5-story building was lined with small balconies with shutter-framed doors that made the place look both modern and classic. Stepping inside, the lobby had hardwood floors, an open concept, and 2-story-high dark wood supporting beams. At the back of the lobby was a door that led to a harbor. This was the most incredible hotel Kat had ever seen. Oh my God, are we staying here? Kat asked, knowing she couldn't even afford the free mints. Do you not like it? Chase asked, genuinely concerned. No. It's amazing. I told you I don't have any money, right? Chase laughed. I think I can handle it. It was then for the first time that Kat looked at her travel companion and wondered who he was. How was he able to afford to stay at a place like this? Her questions only increased when they took the elevator to their room and stepped into an apartment with a huge outside deck and swimming pool. Wait, is this our room? Kat gasped. Chase chuckled. Yeah. I figured, why not splurge? Oh, so you are splurging. You're not some type of chic or something. No. I wish. I just thought that after everything Angel put you through, you deserve to be treated to something nice, he said with a smile. Kat was awestruck. You really didn't have to. In fact, if you want to get a refund, we can check out right now and find a Holiday Inn. Chase laughed again. No. Please enjoy it. You deserve it. And remember, it's clothing optional, he said with a wink. Kat wasted no time in dropping her tote bag and clothes. She had done it as a joke. But standing in front of him as he laughed, she realized that she again felt free. You're not going to make me the only one, are you? Because I'm thinking that we both are deserving that hot tub. I'm assuming it has a hot tub. There is only one way to find out, he said, stripping and heading to the deck. To both of their reliefs, the area rug-sized pool did include a hot tub. 26 hours on a plane had taken something out of them. Easing their weary bodies into it, a silence fell over them again. This time, the silence was appreciated. Barcelona, it turned out, wasn't a quiet city. As the two relaxed with warm bubbles exploding against their backs, they listened to the revelers enjoy life in the streets below. Trying not to stare, Kat allowed her eyes to occasionally pop up and meet his. It was like he couldn't stop staring at her. As much as she liked it, it made her self-conscious. What? Kat asked with a blush when she couldn't take any more. What? You keep staring at me, she asked with a smile. Don't mind me. I'm just easily distracted. Am I distracting you? Looking at you makes me think things. I would call that distracting. Good things? The best things, he said with a smile. As great as hearing this made Kat feel, she didn't know what to make of it. Wasn't it less than an hour ago that he had admitted being in love with Angel? If he was in love with Angel while looking at her the way he did, what did it mean? Is it too late to get something to eat? Kat asked, wanting to think of something else. It's Barcelona. It's never too late to get something to eat, Chase said with a smile. What does that mean? It means that Barcelona stays open late. The bars don't get busy until 2 a.m. Seriously? Seriously. So, if you want to grab a bite. Kat considered that. Allowing her eyes to flow over Chase's strong masculine lines, she wondered if leaving the room would be worth it. Chase had been right. The room had quite a view. Yeah, let's get something, Kat conceded, knowing that she was running on fumes. We can grab some food, maybe a drink, and then I think that's all I have left in me for the day. Sounds pretty good to me, Chase said with a smile. Changing into the pair of jeans from her tote bag, she slipped on her cleanest shirt and put back on her flip-flops. Chase had a few more options than she did. He has stored a carry-on travel bag in a locker at the boat rental facility. Wearing a pair of distressed jeans, a loose button-up white shirt, and suede loafers without socks, he looked like he belonged in the Mediterranean on a yacht. Looking in the mirror, Kat decided she belonged at the local Piggly Wiggly in the snacks aisle. There was no way Chase had been flirting with her before. With Chase, she would be sparring outside her weight class. "You look beautiful," Chase said as the two stared at each other ready to go. "No, you look beautiful. I look like the cashier at a 99-cent store." "Wait. Do you not know how beautiful you are?" "I do. And that's the problem," Kat joked. "Can we just go? I'm starved." Kat wasn't that hungry. She just wanted to change the topic. Sure, Chase had been very sweet to compliment her. But she knew who she was. She was a girl who was lucky to have an asshole like Patrick by her side. She was never someone who was loved by the boys. She was the type of person who had to take who she could get. It was great to flirt and pretend, but she wasn't so far gone that she had lost touch with reality. Girls like her didn't get guys like Chase. And instead of letting things get too far out of hand, she vowed to keep reminding herself of the fact until it stuck. "I remember this place," Chase proclaimed as they strolled the romantic streets of the Gothic district. "I can't believe it's still here." "What?" "This place," Chase said, turning to her delighted. "I'm sure they don't have anything like it in Wisconsin." "We're in Spain, I think you can say that about anything here." "Then this will be a treat for you." Chase took Kat's hand and led her into a restaurant surrounded by plates of food. "A buffet? Yeah, we definitely don't have this in Wisconsin." "Très European," Kat teased. "No. The premise is that it is all hors d'oeuvres. You get a plate and choose whatever you want. When you are full, you take the toothpicks to the cashier and pay based on that. It's called tapas." "So, it's based on the honor system?" "Yeah, we definitely don't have anything like this in Wisconsin." "Shall we?" Chase asked with a smile. Kat couldn't imagine making a meal out of cocktail wieners, but she was willing to give it a go. It turned out to be a lot more than just sausages wrapped in puffed pastry. There were small sandwiches made with spotted herb cheese and a soft bread Chase called focaccia. There were fried sardines that didn't taste like any she had tasted from a can. And a mixture of vegetables and meats that were yummier than the next. On top of that, the wine kept flowing. The glasses were the size of small globes, and Kat had 3 Earths worth. Kat had no idea that dining experiences like this existed before that moment, and she drank up every second of it. By the time they were done, they could have built an impenetrable fort with all of their toothpicks. "This is going to cost you a fortune," Kat said, unsure if she was seeing double. "But was it good?" "It was unbelievable." Chase stared at Kat's beaming face and smiled. "I'm happy." The two stared into each other's eyes as the table's candle lights flickered. Kat wanted to look away. She couldn't. Staring at him was like bathing in swirling caramel. She would have kissed him if he had tried. She would have done anything he wanted her to. He didn't make a move, though. He simply stared back, allowing the heat between them to build. "Are you enjoying your meal?" a joyful voice said in broken English. Kat looked up at the man standing next to their table. She was grateful when Chase replied because she couldn't speak. "Yes, everything was wonderful," Chase replied with a smile. "Can I get you more wine?" "More wine?" Chase asked a glowing Kat. "If I have another glass, you'll have to carry me out of here." "I think we're good," Chase said politely, allowing the gray-haired man to move on. "So should we go?" Chase asked suggestively. At least Kat thought he was being suggestive. "Yeah, let's go," Kat said, wondering where they were going. Chase paid for the meal at the cashier and returned to the table to collect Kat. He offered her his hand, and she accepted it. The path back to their hotel was through Barcelona's Gothic district streets, which more resembled wide, fashionable alleyways. On either side were 5- and 6-story residential buildings where the ground level were shops. And the lights that illuminated the path through it were street lamp spotlights that cast shadows into oblivion. It was a warm Spanish night, but it didn't stop Kat from grabbing Chase's arm and pulling it close to hers. Chase took the signal and wrapped his arms around her. The two didn't speak, but their touch spoke volumes. Kat's thoughts were torn between what would happen when they reached the room and enjoying the moment. Kat couldn't imagine a more perfect slice of time than the one she was experiencing. She didn't want it to end. Eventually, the hotel came into view, and Kat could only think about what would happen next. She had long decided that she would give him anything he wanted. He didn't even need to ask. He could just take it. He could have all of her or nothing at all. Entering their room, Kat was lost as to what to do. Her chest heaved, waiting for him to speak. So the apartment has 2 bedrooms. I wasn't sure how you would want to do this, Chase said shyly. I don't need 2 rooms, Kat told him, struggling to breathe. Neither do I. Chase led her to the master suite. Do you mind if I get comfortable? He said, gesturing to his clothes. Of course. Chase slowly got naked and climbed under the sheets. Are you coming? Yeah, Kat said, faintly shaking. Feeling Chase's eyes on her, Kat slowly took off her clothes. She had been naked in front of so many people over the past few days, including him. Yet now she felt like a virgin undressing in front of her husband for the first time. Once nude, she had to fight covering herself. Beautiful, Chase said, not taking his eyes off of her. His word was what gave her the courage to move. Finding her way to the other side of the bed, she sat slipping under the covers. Without asking, he rolled over and wrapped his arm around her. You're shaking, he said in a low tone that rumbled into her ear. I'm cold, she said, not knowing what else to say. Chase tightened his arm and pulled his chest onto her back. The feeling of him against her made her shake more. Kat laid, wondering if she would next feel Chase's overwhelming manhood touch the flesh between her legs. She didn't. Instead, they spent the night with Chase holding her as if he never wanted to let her go. It was the sexiest thing Kat could have imagined. Mixed with the bottle of alcohol she consumed, Kat quickly fell asleep, wondering how long their perfect moment together would last. Could it continue forever? And what would happen to them if Chase's true love ever reappeared? Chapter 8. Kat. Kat woke up feeling much better than she deserved to feel after how much she had drunk. She didn't know how to explain it. She did feel like she was missing something, though. When she realized it was Chase's warm body next to hers, a prickly feeling washed through her. Was he gone? Had he left her like all of the rest? Had he decided to go after who he really wanted? Kat's eyes popped open in a panic. Chase wasn't next to her. He wasn't even in the bed. Jolted, fully awake, she quickly scanned the room. He wasn't there. Pain gripped her chest as her breathing became forced. Jumping out of bed, she hurried to the bathroom. The light was off and it was empty. She next sprinted to the living room. He wasn't there either. She was about to run to the other bedroom when she looked outside onto the deck. She found him. He was sitting naked, pensively staring at the city that glistened in the early morning light. In one of his hands was a coffee mug. The other sat loosely on one of his crossed legs. Relief filled Kat. Her barely awake muscles ached from the sudden stress she put on them. As good as she felt when she awoke was as bad as she felt now. She could have cried. By no means was this a healthy response, and Kat knew it. Catching her breath, she decided that it was also all too familiar. Neither Angel nor Patrick was the first man to leave her. That honor went to her father. Though he didn't as much leave her as he died. Both of her parents did. She was 17, and it was on a momentous occasion. After much convincing, her parents had allowed her to stay at home by herself while they went away for the weekend. Initially, the plan was for Kat to come with them. But it required her to get up too early, and she wasn't the camping type. What was more, she was 17. She didn't need to stay at her aunt's. She could take care of herself. So, the morning she woke up and they were gone, she was feeling great about everything. She didn't know what she was going to do having the house to herself, but she was sure it was going to be good. What kept interrupting her grand planning, however, was the sound of sirens she heard in the distance. She thought nothing of it until there was a knock on the door. Kat answered it and found a police officer standing in front of her. Is this the residence of Ken and Annie Shore? Yes, Kat said, feeling the cold, prickly feeling as the blood drained from her face. What's going on? Are they your parents? Yes. Why? Shit, the cop said as tears filled his eyes. I regret to inform you that there has been an accident. After that, the rest of Kat's day moved in slow motion. Her parents, who were as excited as she had ever seen them, hadn't even made it onto the freeway. As they merged, a semi hit them from behind, sending them spinning into oncoming traffic. The cops explained that nobody was at fault. It was just one of those things that happened. Kat couldn't even blame someone for her parents' death. She just had to accept that at any moment, the people you love could be gone. As Kat relived that moment staring at Chase on the deck, she realized that what had happened to her parents might have played some role in her endless drinking after Patrick left. Hell, it might have even played a role in why she chose to abandon her life to travel with him in the first place. After all, hadn't her choice to not go with her parents played some role in their death? If she had gone with them, wouldn't they have left a moment before or after the exact moment they did? Wouldn't her presence have changed everything? Wasn't she to blame for her parents' death? And didn't the people she loved always abandon her? Kat took a deep breath and pulled herself together. As if her panic attack had never happened, she walked outside, joining Chase on the deck. The first thing she did was throw her arms around his chest from behind his chair. "Good morning," Chase said with a thoughtful smile. When Kat didn't let go, Chase asked, "How are you feeling this morning?" "Grateful. I missed you in bed," she admitted. "Yeah. I couldn't sleep. I mean, I got a few hours, but instead of tossing and turning, I decided to start my day." "Coffee?" he said, holding up his mug. "I'll get some in a minute. Why couldn't you sleep?" Chase took a deep breath. He didn't have to say anything more. Kat understood. No matter how he acted, he wasn't anywhere close to being past what had happened between him and Angel. Perhaps the affection he showed her the night before was an act. Perhaps while she was having an amazing time at the restaurant, he wasn't. He certainly looked like he was having a good time. But would he ever get over Angel? And even if he did, how would she be able to tell, considering how composed he always looked? "So, I was thinking about the restaurant I'm going to take you to," he said, changing the topic. "I think I know where it is." Kat let go of Chase and sat in the chair next to him. Taking his coffee and sipping it, she said, "You don't know where it is?" "It's been a few years. I remember that it's in an enclosed food court that had black aluminum French doors that opened automatically. And I remember that the entrance to the place is close to a square full of tables and chairs." "That's a lot. We could always Google it," Kat suggested before taking another sip. Chase took back his mug. "Nah, I don't want to Google it. Wouldn't it be more fun if we just searched for it? It could be an adventure," he said with a smile. Kat loved it when he smiled. Not only did it make him look hot as hell, but there was so much soul behind it. When Angel had smiled, it always looked like a mask that said that he didn't have a care in the world. Chase's smile said that he had the weight of the world on his shoulders, yet he was smiling anyway. It made her feel like she knew him, even if she barely knew anything about him. How do you get to know someone who had a topic he didn't want to talk about, when that one topic was tied to everything you want to know about him? An adventure would be fun? Are adventures your thing? "I have a lot of experience searching the world, so I guess it might be," he said, staring at her. "What were you searching the world for?" Chase shifted uncomfortably. "Oh," Kat said, realizing that with Chase all roads led back to Angel. "Then you know what, I think it's time you have a new adventure. Let's both search for something else for a change," she said enthusiastically. "What are you usually searching for?" Chase asked. "Jesus. Who knows? Whatever it is, I've never found it. We'll definitely be able to find this restaurant, right?" "If it still exists, we'll find it," Chase reassured her with a smile. "Good. Then what are we waiting for?" she said, getting up. "Also, we might want to get you some clothes." "What, you don't think they'll let me in your fancy restaurant dressed like this?" she said, holding out her arms, presenting her naked body. "I'm more worried about what I might do to you on the way there," he said flirtatiously. Kat paused only for a moment. If he was as consumed by Angel as he seemed to be, what was up with the flirting? Because she might not have that much experience with charming worldly men, but he was flirting. "We wouldn't want that, would we?" she said suggestively, showing him her ass, and then walking away. She was going to show him that he wasn't the only one who knew how to flirt. And considering how far she was willing to go, she wasn't going to lose this game. Changing into her cut-off jeans, a t-shirt, and flip-flops, she brushed her hair and was ready to go. Chase was still dressed before she was. Meeting him in the living room, he offered her his arm. She took it and they left. "So, where are we going?" Kat asked as they left the hotel, flowing out onto the sidewalk. Chase looked both ways down the busy street. "I don't know." Kat let go of Chase's arm and spun around. In front of them was the harbor with beautiful yachts and sailboats. Behind them was the hotel. Past that was... "How about we go there?" Kat said, pointing. Chase turned around. Down an alleyway peeking out above the buildings was an ornately decorated steeple. It was beautiful, but not the top of a restaurant. You think that's where I had my incredible meal? What could taste better than the body of Christ? Kat said seriously. Chase stared at her, not sure what to say. I'm kidding. I've been to church. The body of Christ is a dry cracker they get from the grocery store. If you want something that tastes good, you have to eat his heart, she said with a smile. What type of church did you go to? Chase asked, worried. Kat gripped Chase's shirt and pulled his lips within inches of hers. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been too long since my last confession. Chase froze, not knowing what to do. What? You can give it but can't take it? She said, still close enough to feel his breath. You've seen what I'm offering. The question is, can you take it? This time Kat froze. Chase wasn't playing around. And he was right. She had seen what he was packing. She had never been with anyone close to as big as him. Her legs wobbled just thinking about it. Maybe we should find out, Kat said, losing track of the game. Maybe we should, Chase said, staring into Kat's eyes. Kat didn't know what was going on. He certainly looked serious. Did he really want to? She was willing if he was. Hell, she was more than willing. She wanted him and had for a while. But wasn't she supposed to be helping him or something? It was hard for her to remember. The memory was being melted by the heat pulsing between them and her thighs. How much would pounding her brains out with his monster member help him? It would certainly do wonders for her. And maybe we should go to the church, Kat said, using every bit of self-control she had to pull away. Chase looked at Kat, confused and a little frustrated. I wasn't expecting us to go there. Kat's mind was spinning with lust. Aren't those the best adventures? The unexpected ones? I can think of one better. I was thinking a lot about it just now. Me too. Which is why we should head to the church, she said, fighting the urge to throw herself at him. You are unexpected. Like I said, the best adventures are, she said with a tight-lipped smile. It took a while for the tension between them to dissipate. The silence gave Kat time to think about what the hell she was doing. Even she could see the inconsistency. Last night she would have given anything for him to say the things he just had. Of course, last night she had also had a few drinks. Were the two things related? Considering she had also been drunk when she slept with Angel, and when she rubbed one off in front of everyone, she had to assume they were. She either made really bad decisions when she was drunk, or she made really good ones. The problem was she couldn't tell which was which. Although Kat worried that the silence between them would drag out, it ended as soon as the incredible Gothic church was in front of them. It's beautiful, Kat said. It is. Have you been here before? The last time I was in Barcelona, visiting a church wasn't on the itinerary. Why were you here? I was looking for something. Kat paused and then turned to Chase. Or someone? Or someone, Chase admitted. She had to say it. Was anything in your life about something other than searching for Angel? Chase tried to hold her gaze but eventually looked at his feet. He required a lot. But he kept running from you. Shouldn't that have told you something? It should have, but it didn't. I get it now, though. That's why I'm trying to move on. I'll admit that I keep thinking about him. Scenarios and situations keep flowing through my head. But how am I going to get them to stop if I don't have something else to think about? So, the best way for me to help you would be to fill you with experiences that don't involve Angel? I'm not a charity case. I appreciate you thinking of my feelings. Believe me, it's a welcome change from every other moment in my life. But I'm not asking you to help me. This is my burden. I get that. And I definitely don't think of you as a charity case. But maybe there are times when we could use a little help. I mean, you could have left me back in Fiji. You didn't. Maybe if you let me, I could do the same for you. You want to rescue me? Chase searched Kat's heart-shaped face and chuckled at the irony. Who are you? Someone who's not trying to run away. Kat had said all she needed to say. Not only did she now have a better understanding of what Chase was going through, she had cemented her role in his life. She was the person who wasn't going to ask for anything or expect anything from him. She was going to be his emotional support, his sexless best friend. It wasn't what she wanted, but she hadn't been wrong in what she had said. He deserved to have someone willing to help him, like he had been willing to help her. And although a night of them banging their brains out would help her, it wasn't what he needed. He needed a friend and time. Their tour of the cathedral led them to cross the city to La Sagrada Familia. La Sagrada Familia was said to be the most beautiful church in all of Europe. It didn't disappoint. The place had been continuously under construction for the last 150 years and looked like what termites would build if hired by the Pope. "I've never seen anything like it," Kat said, staring up at it. "That's because nothing else like it exists," Chase explained. A tour of La Sagrada Familia led to a tour of Park Güell, a public space created by the same artist. Overlooking the city, the park was designed with only rounded corners and was punctuated by endless mosaics of colorful tiles. From there, they hopped on a sightseeing bus to visit some of the architect's other works. They were all incredible, and the tour filled the rest of their day. It wasn't until the sun set that they returned to their restaurant search. "This is the square with the tables and chairs. I recognize it." "You sure? Because you said the same thing about the last two squares with tables and chairs." "No. This is it. This is definitely it." "Okay. Then where to?" Chase's wide, excited eyes searched the small car-less streets connected to it. "That way," he said, pointing. Kat joined Chase as he hurried into the alleyway. "So we'll check out over there. But I just want to let you know that there would be no shame if we ate at a McDonald's. We've passed like a million restaurants today. And I haven't eaten since, what day is it?" Chase chuckled. "Come on. You had that puffed pastry from the street vendor." "Yeah. One puffed pastry. We've walked 1,000 miles today." "Oh, at least," Chase joked. "At least. And I'm wearing flip-flops. So I'm just saying if we don't find it now, then maybe we should." "This is it. I can't believe it. This is it." Kat stepped in front of the door, examining it. "This is not a black aluminum French door." "Okay, I might have gotten the door wrong." "This is a normal pull-open door," Kat explained. "Maybe they changed the door. I mean, I'm willing to eat wherever at this point. And believe me, I will be very happy. But this is nothing like you described. My memory might be a little off here and there, but let's see the food," Chase said excitedly. Kat watched as Chase rushed ahead. He stood in the entranceway like a kid in a candy store. "This is it. There. That's where I ate it." Kat looked where he pointed. It wasn't a fancy restaurant at all. It looked like the counter at her local Japanese restaurant. But the meals were all displayed under glass in front of the counter. And a server stood in the open square space in the middle. This is it," Chase said, pointing at a dish in front of him. Kat walked to him and examined what he was pointing at. It looked like a plate of octopus tentacles over fried potatoes, which was covered in pepper powder. "Ah," Kat murmured. "Doesn't it look incredible?" You're saying this is the best meal you've ever had?" "Yep," he said firmly. Kat's eyes bounced from Chase to the plate of food that looked like it could walk away. "And you're not kidding. This isn't some sort of joke. This is it. I can't wait for you to taste this." "Yeah, about that." "Oh. We've come so far." "You have to," Chase said, worried. "We did come a long way. There is no doubt about that. And you said you were starving." "I did mention that. Didn't I?" Kat said, with her mind searching for any way out of this. "It's settled. Sit," Chase said, taking a seat at the counter. "Gracias. Dos por favor," he said, pointing at the dish. I know dos means two. Maybe we only need one?" Chase looked into Kat's eyes. "Do you trust me?" "We did just meet," Kat joked. "I'm serious. Do you trust me?" Chase asked sincerely. Kat looked into Chase's soulful eyes again. His was a genuine question. Did she trust him? She had a lot of reasons not to trust men. Every man in her life had let her down. The only one she could say had done nothing but help her and who came back for her when he didn't have to was Chase. Kat wondered what that said about her choice in men, but the answer to Chase's question was clear. "I do trust you." Then, as Chase said it, the server put the plate of tentacles and potatoes in front of her. Kat stared at it. Did it just move? If it did, it means it's fresh, Chase said with a smile. Kat was not amused. No. It didn't move. I'm sure it's just settling onto the plate. Come on, we'll take our first bites together, Chase said, scooping a piece of squid and potato onto his fork. My mouth is watering just smelling it. Hesitant, Kat poked a small cut of tentacle. You need to get a piece of potato, too. I've had potatoes before, Kat protested. You have to have it together. Fine, she said, filling her fork. Okay. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Closing her eyes, she opened her mouth and pushed in her fork. The texture was weird. It was chewy but tender. She could taste the difference between the tentacle and the potato. One was savory while the other burst with flavor. Both seemed to be infused with almond oil, if such a thing existed. It was hard to describe. And the potatoes had a hint of sweet. Was it pineapple? And there was an herb that made it taste fresh, perhaps cilantro. Whatever was in it, the concoction melted in her mouth. As she chewed, the flavors kept coming. This wasn't just a meal. It was an experience. And when she took a second bite, the experience was slightly different. Maybe even better. Well, how is it? Chase said, staring at her excitedly. Kat turned to Chase and couldn't speak. She didn't have the words to describe it. It had to be the butter that sat at the bottom of the plate. Or was it butter? No. Unless it was infused with something. Do people infuse butter with stuff? She didn't know. But what she did know was that her brain was melting from the experience. She had no idea that meals like this existed. The food in Fiji was good, but this was on a whole new level. You don't like it, Chase said, disappointed. Kat still couldn't speak. Struggling, tears streamed down her cheeks. Oh. You really didn't like it, Chase said, surprised. Seeing his heartbreak, she forced out words. I didn't know. You didn't know what? Chase asked, confused. What I didn't know, she said emphatically. You didn't know what you didn't know. Chase clarified. Right, she said before hurrying another forkful into her mouth. Kat cried and ate until everything on her plate was gone. Chase didn't say a word to her. Kat was grateful for that. It gave her time to enjoy every morsel of it while reconsidering her life. She had lived her entire life in one state. She grew up there. Went to college there. And got a job there. She hadn't even traveled. When her friends had talked about their fancy vacations, Kat had always dismissed them, saying that they just weren't as happy with their life as she was. But that wasn't the case at all. Kat had always been so scared. She would have liked to believe that it only started after her parents died. But she had been skipping out on life way before that. She didn't attend dances. She didn't attend junior prom. All of her life she had been so scared to be rejected by boys that she hid from them. And when they did start asking her out, she took it for granted that they would hurt her. It was what she had expected, and she accepted it as part of the package when it came. But staring at the plate, which once held the strangest food she could have imagined, she saw all of the things she had missed out on because she had been too scared to take a chance. What if there was something else she was too scared to take a chance on? Had she handled things with Chase correctly? He just needed a friend, didn't he? He had done more than enough flirting to suggest otherwise, so why did she friend zone him? She kept telling herself that she wanted more and would take it if he offered it. But hadn't he offered it? Why had she brushed it aside? Was it to stop herself from hurting him or to stop Chase from hurting her? This was incredible, Kat told him when the crackling in her brain subsided. I'm glad you liked it. It is as good as I remember, he said with a smile. Thank you for experiencing this with me. It was my pleasure, she said in the truest sense of the phrase. If you're up for it, I have an idea for another adventure, Chase suggested. What's that? Have you ever been to Paris? Kat gave him a snide look. Right? Wisconsin. Well, this was the best meal I've ever had. How about I next show you the fanciest? You had me at Wisconsin, she joked. What? Nothing. Just yes. I want to see anything you want to show me, she said, meaning it. I'll book a train tomorrow. A train? The French countryside is beautiful this time of year. Just yes, she repeated, wanting him to hold her and sweep her away. Returning to their room, Kat felt intoxicated. She couldn't stop touching Chase. Chase glowed having her on his arm. When they re-entered the room, Kat felt tension that she could cut with a knife. "I guess we should head to bed," Kat said, her body trembling. "I guess we should," Chase repeated before casually undressing and standing by the bed. Hesitant, Kat undressed. She wasn't sure if she was taking her time so that Chase could get a good look or because she was nervous. Either way, she felt Chase's intense gaze caress her. Her breath hitched from the heat of it. The two stood in front of each other bare, and Chase's member slowly grew hard. Chase looked down, feeling it. "I'm sorry. I know you said you just wanted to be friends," Chase said in a near whisper. "Did I?" Kat asked, searching her memory for her exact words. "We should all go to bed before," Chase said, with his member getting harder. "We should," Kat said, wanting him to control her body. Instead, Chase got into bed and under the sheets. Looking up at Kat, he waited for her to do the same. She did. When they were both comfortably uncomfortable, Chase reached for the light switch. "Good night," he said hesitantly. "Good night," she said, hoping the night wouldn't end. With the light off, Chase laid down on his side of the bed. Kat burned for his touch. She didn't have to wait long. Restless, Chase rolled over, wrapping his arms around her. In his arms, she couldn't breathe. When his chest pressed against her back, she again lost her breath. And when she felt the length of his long, hard member touch her swollen flesh, her body trembled. Instead of mentioning it, this time Chase pulled her tighter. Her mind swirled, waiting for him to take her, to push himself into her. He was so close, so desperately close. A single move by either of them would have slid him inside of her. Her body ached for that motion. Yet neither of them budged. Neither she nor Chase twisted their hips the millimeter it would take for the two to become one. Kat's skin crawled like her sex was on fire. The two laid motionless for hours. Kat struggled to breathe. Chase never stopped being hard. When the morning's light popped up from over the balcony, Kat was about ready to explode. It was only then that Chase let go of Kat and rolled over. Exhausted and insane with frustration, Kat unclenched her body and immediately fell asleep. Kat didn't sleep well. Her dreams were chaotic and she woke up less rested than the night before. Still, when she opened her eyes to find that he was within view, she breathed easy. He was naked and talking on the phone in the living room. She couldn't hear what he was saying. She desperately wanted to know. To Kat's delight, as soon as he disconnected his call, Chase returned to their bedroom. "You're awake?" "Good morning," Chase said, looking as unrested as Kat felt. "Morning," she said, unable to muster a smile. "I was planning on coming back to bed so that you could wake up in my arms." "You still could," she said, cutting him off. "I wish I could. Unfortunately, we have to go. Traveling by train is beautiful. But it leaves early. Don't worry, you can rest on board." Kat was disappointed that he wouldn't be returning to bed and that she would have to get up, but the slow train ride through the French countryside sounded incredible. "All right," Kat said, forcing her exhausted body out of bed. Heading to the bathroom and getting dressed, she remembered that he had said that they would go clothes shopping. She still only had her one pair of jeans and cutoffs. This was international travel, so clearly she had to wear her jeans. But she was getting tired of switching between her three tops and her flip-flops. Perhaps that was something they were going to do in Paris. Kat's Wisconsin lifestyle didn't exactly call for the clothes that Paris was known for. But the fanciest dinner that a man like Chase had ever experienced certainly might. Checking out of the hotel, the concierge handed Chase a basket. "What's that?" Kat asked as they exited to the limousine that would take them to the train station. "I had the concierge assemble us a basket of pastries and snacks, since we would miss breakfast." Kat sat quietly amazed by how Chase could think of everything. She felt like a princess. She felt safer with Chase than she did with anyone in her life. Pulling up to the train station, the two got out and walked right through. Giving Chase her passport, she didn't have to think about anything. On top of that, Chase seemed to be getting first-class treatment. Kat looked back at lines that she would have spent an hour in if she wasn't with him. And entering the double-decker train, the two chose seats on the second level and got comfortable for their trip. Lifting the armrest, Kat snuggled up against his chest. The train was cooler than it was outside, so she liked Chase's warmth. Underway, Kat was relaxed by the soft roar of the high-speed train on its tracks. And when Chase pulled out a selection of custard-stuffed pastries and chocolate-dipped croissants, Kat couldn't be happier. Lying in Chase's arms, Kat dipped in and out of sleep for the rest of the morning. When she would open her eyes, she would see snow-capped mountains or beautiful hilltop villages. Chase pointed out the vineyards, which indicated that they had crossed into France, and nudged her awake to see the Fort de Salzes, a French castle which was over 400 years old. The trip felt like a dream for Kat. In this dream, each moment was cozier and more beautiful than the next. Lunch consisted of delightful pork sandwiches and single-serving bottles of Spanish wine. Kat felt like she was in a movie as the flowing green fields slowly passed by her window. She couldn't have felt better and more loved. So by the time the train pulled into Paris, all she wanted to do was slide her arms around his built muscular body and press her lips against his. "We should check into our hotel. Our dinner reservation is for 7 p.m., he said with a smile. So what should I wear to your fancy restaurant, my jeans or the cutoffs? Chase laughed. You're right. We will have to do something about that. It's still early. We could take care of that now. If we have time. We do. And I think I know where we can go, he said with a knowing wink. Kat considered asking him where, but knew she wouldn't have heard of it if she did. So instead of nodding like a bobblehead to his reply, she decided to relax and enjoy the ride. Where their limousine pulled up to was nothing like she could have expected. It was a mall like the one back home if her mall started dating an opera house and took on a posh British accent. Are you sure you want to go here? Kat asked, intimidated by everything about it. You need to find something fancy, right? He joked. Unless you can think of somewhere fancier? Kat was sure that he was teasing her. She was willing to let it go because he was hot and about to spend a lot of cash on something she would only wear once. So we need a cocktail dress? Kat confirmed. You should probably pick up a few extra things. Maybe a change of clothes, something formal but not too formal. You know that's going to take us all day, right? Kat said, both excited and stressed. I don't think so. I took the liberty of calling ahead. There is a personal shopper that has set aside a few things for you to try on. Oh. So this was a part of your plan all along? It crossed my mind, he said confidently. As sweet as he was for doing this, Kat was filled with dread from what for her was obvious. This had to be one of the fanciest shopping centers in the world. Places like this didn't cater to women with her curves. Her face flushed thinking about explaining that to the gorgeous man. How was she supposed to tell him that she was too fat to shop here? She didn't know, so she put off the conversation. Stepping into the Grand Magasins, Kat lost her breath. The place was even more beautiful than the church they had visited in Barcelona. 3 upper levels overlooked a shopping area like the golden balconies of an opera house. The space was rounded and it was capped by a steeple framed with stained glass art. The place was nothing short of magnificent and was the grandest palace Kat had ever been in. So when they crossed through to Chanel, Kat thought she had died and gone to French heaven. Espresso? A petite, uptight woman said as they entered an elegant seating room. She's asking if you would like an espresso, Chase explained. Yeah. I got that, Kat replied tensely. She had been upset that he felt the need to explain that, until she realized she didn't have a reply. Should I? It's going to be a long night. Is it? Oh yeah. I told you it was going to be the fanciest meal of your life, right? Being fancy takes time. I'll have one, Kat told the woman. The woman looked at Chase. Oui. Nous en prendrons deux, s'il vous plaît, he told her before she nodded and walked away. Chase turned to Kat. By the way, I thought about requesting a model for the clothing, but thought you would have more fun if you tried it on yourself. Right. Because me trying it on would be more fun, she repeated, remembering that there was no way that anything would fit. Okay, she said, ready to get the humiliation over with. Venez avec moi s'il vous plaît, an older yet elegantly dressed woman said to Kat. She wants you to follow her, Chase explained, sitting in a velvet chair facing the changing area. Kat was sure that Chase meant well, but this was not the way this should have been handled. Her heart pounded, preparing for the embarrassment that would follow. There probably wasn't a woman in Paris that was her size. Her eyes welled with tears thinking about it. S'il vous plaît, the woman said, pointing her to a changing room. And this wasn't a changing stall like at J.C. Penney. It was a literal room. Lining the far wall were racks of clothing and shoes. Standing next to them was a woman with her eyes averted. Kat figured that she was either there to help shoppers put things on, or to wrestle the women who tried to escape with them. Faites-nous savoir si vous avez besoin d'aide, the woman said before waving her hand in front of the clothes and stepping aside. Kat took that as her signal to go at it. The one saving grace with them not speaking English was that she wouldn't actually have to say that she was too fat for it. She could just gesture like a rude American. Kat took a deep breath and stepped forward. Standing in front of the first rack, she closed her eyes and centered herself. She had experienced a lot more embarrassing things than this. She was going to get through this. Pulling the first blouse off of the rack, Kat was surprised to find that it looked like it was in the range of her size. Pulling it to her chest, she turned to look in the mirror. It looked like it would fit. S'il vous plaît, essayez-la, the elegant woman said, gesturing for the younger woman to go to Kat. The younger woman pantomimed taking off Kat's blouse. Oh. That was when Kat remembered something else. She wasn't wearing a bra. She hadn't worn one since arriving in Fiji. And it probably wasn't against store policy. The only real problem was that the two women helping her were both so beautiful, and annoyingly thin. "Lede," the older woman said curtly. That was when the younger woman became more aggressive. "That's okay. I got it," Kat said as her t-shirt was forcefully removed from her. Well, there was no hiding it now. Her imperfect breast and slightly too large areolas were there for the two beautiful women to see. There was no going back now. From there, Kat tried on the top. To her amazement, the thing fit perfectly. Staring in the mirror, Kat kept asking herself how. It couldn't have fit better if she had picked it out herself. "It's a miracle," Kat proclaimed, surprised. "Oui, belle," the woman said, clasping her hands with a smile. "Maintenant le reste," she said, gesturing back to the rack. Kat joyfully tried on item after item until she heard, "Am I going to see any of these?" "1 second, I'll put my favorites on," Kat told Chase, having the time of her life. Putting on a silk blouse with wide stripes and white pants, Kat stepped past the curtain looking like a model. "Wow." Chase replied, shocked. "You look amazing." "Not too bad?" Kat said, feeling beautiful. "I can't speak," Chase said, making Kat blush. "Hold on. I have a few more." Kat tried on outfit after outfit, and Chase watched with the enthusiasm of a gay best friend. Kat was past thinking of him as such. Chase was at least bisexual. But bisexual men clearly came with a few of the gay best friend perks. "So what should I get?" Kat asked after she tried all of them on. "Get everything," Chase told her. "Oh no. I couldn't. All of this would cost more than I would make in a year." "You're going to need a few changes of clothing, aren't you?" "Where were you planning on taking me?" "You know I just spent the last 6 days naked." "That's about as low maintenance as you get," she joked. "You never know when they will come in handy," Chase said conclusively before turning to the personal shopper. "Nous prendrons tout. Emballez le dans une valise et faites le livre à une adresse d'endroit que je vous donnerai. Elle portera la tenue de soirée noire." "Merci." Kat looked at Chase confused. "And you said?" "Pack it up. And you'll wear the formal outfit out," he said with a smile. "Oh. I guess I'll put on the formal outfit then." "While you do, I'll pick something out for myself." "Okay. I'll be right out," Kat told him. Kat wasn't right out. After helping her dress, the young woman left and was replaced by a full hair and makeup team. It was an hour before Kat stepped out of the changing room again. The man she found when she did was not the one she had left. She had thought that she would be overdressed in comparison to him. But no. Chase was now wearing a tuxedo. Her jaw hit the floor. "Wow," Kat said first. "My God. Look at you," Chase replied, admiring the woman who bore no resemblance to the drip-dried naked Midwestern girl he had spent the last few days with. "You look breathtaking." Kat didn't know if Chase meant it, but she felt like she looked amazing. She had never imagined she could look like this. Before she had come out, she kept looking in the full-length mirror, wondering who was staring back. "Shall we go?" Chase asked, offering her his arm. "Let's," Kat said, walking on air, which turned out to be easier to walk on than the 3-inch heels she was wearing. As the couple crossed the palatial mall, everyone turned to look. Kat pretended not to notice, but she could see the fashionable women whispering to their companions. Perhaps they were wondering what a girl like her was doing with a guy like Chase. But she didn't care. She was the one with him, and they were not. Stepping outside, their limousine was there to meet them. The stares did not stop then. Even the couples in the luxury cars turned to look. No one can take their eyes off of you, Chase whispered in Kat's ear. She wished she could do more than just giggle, but all of the attention was intoxicating. Who was she? More than that, who was the man by her side who had made all of this happen? Their ride to their hotel was short. I thought it would be easier to get a room at the hotel we'll be eating at, Chase said. In case we get too drunk. Good plan. You might be sweet to look at, but you're also quite the thinker, she said, going full Wisconsin ITE. Chase chuckled. Yes, in case we drink too much. We might do too much of everything. Don't make promises you can't keep, she replied flirtatiously. Have you learned yet that I'm a man of my word, he said with a devious smile. I'm starting to get that, she said sincerely. Shall we do this? Let's do it. With their car parked in front of a modern beige marble building, Chase got out as the driver scurried around the car to open Kat's door. With the door open, Chase greeted her still seated within and offered her his arm. Taking it, she turned and helped herself out. The doorman eyed the two intensely. Kat knew what he was thinking. The doorman had to think that they were a prince and princess of some foreign land. All hail the princess of Wisconsin, she thought. If only her parents could see her now. Entering the white marble building through the gold-plated doors, the two approached the mahogany-colored front desk. While Chase said a lot of things to them in French, Kat scanned the beautifully elegant lobby. The glossy white marble floors were highlighted by green marble triangles. The 2-story-high walls were adorned with 8 by 10-foot oil paintings of gardens. And the hallways were lined with small potted trees that were laden with oranges. Elegant was too weak of a word to describe what she saw. She had no idea that people lived like this. And when Chase was done with checking them in, the two continued to a restaurant that Kat could only compare to those in movies. The white and green marble floors continued throughout. The garden view windows were framed by layered drapes, one a solid rose color and a second with a floral print. The tables also had 2 coverings, a top cloth which was white and a mauve undercloth. And the chairs were made of thick solid wood with cushioned upholstery embroidered with light green and beige repeating diamonds. If that wasn't enough, the 20-foot-high white ceilings were inlaid. And the garden outside the French doors was laden with hanging flowers. Kat was overwhelmed by the beauty of it all. The only thing she could think to say was, "See, those are French doors." Chase looked at her strangely, remembered their restaurant search in Barcelona, and burst into laughter. "We are in France. So they are most certainly French doors." Kat needed the moment of levity. She was feeling more than a little overwhelmed. Shown to their table, Kat couldn't take her eyes off of the servers. The good-looking young men in tuxedos crossed the room as if in a ballet. Carrying a plate each, they slipped the dish in front of the recipient in unison. Then, with timing that must have required weeks of practice, they removed the metal covers, revealing the dish. Kat didn't bother to think of a comparison restaurant back home. The closest she would have been able to come up with was the Sizzling Steer. It was a Western-themed bar where you threw your peanut shells on the floor. But when they brought out your birthday cake, all of the servers would do it in a 2-step. It wasn't quite the same, but clearly Wisconsin had its charms too. "I took the liberty of ordering for you. I hope that's okay." "Please order away," Kat conceded. "We are having the signature menu." "Prepare yourself for an experience," he said with a proud smile. One by one the plates came out. First was a plate containing 2 small artichokes that had their insides scooped out and replaced with a mashed version of itself. The flavors were incredible. The only thing she could identify was a nutty taste. But before she could give it too much thought, her 2 bites were gone, and the plate was replaced with a small dish of caviar. "Fish eggs?" Kat asked, horrified. "Have you tried it?" Kat wondered if he knew where Wisconsin was. "Caviar from Cologne?" She repeated. "Solon. It is a rural region a few hours west of Paris. Cologne is close to the Spanish border. See. All of the Wisconsin caviar comes from Cologne." "They are known for their caviar," Chase said, making Kat wonder if he was serious. "How do you know all of this stuff? Who are you?" Chase shook his head dismissively. He opened his mouth, looking like he was going to speak. While Kat waited, the dancing servers brought out another plate. The smell of it drew Kat's attention. "Langoustines," Chase explained. "In America, they would call it crawfish." "Ah yes. It's like a crayfish soup." Kat smelled it. But amazing smelling. After the soup was macaroni with duck foie gras, fish with an almond crust, hen breasts stuffed with mushrooms and truffled potatoes, coconut sorbet, and then cocoa nibs vanilla ice cream for dessert. The meal was unlike anything she had ever had. After eating so much, she was expecting to be stuffed. But all of the servings were so small that together it barely made up one meal. That was the most incredible thing I've ever experienced, Kat said, bewildered. My brain is tingling. It's all of the flavors. The meal is supposed to be a pleasure to your senses. The way it is presented, the smell, the taste. It's not about being full. It's about allowing the experience to encompass you, to whisk you away to a place you've never been to and couldn't get to any other way. It's transcendental. Kat watched Chase excitedly explain what they had just eaten. He was more passionate than she had ever seen him. She smiled as he frowned, pulling his fists to his chest and springing them out in front of him. She wanted him. Whatever she had thought she was doing before, she didn't care. She wanted Chase to take her with all of his passion. And she rubbed her leg against his under the table to let him know. When her leg touched his, he stopped talking. He looked into her eyes as she stared back with desire. Gently rubbing her leg against his, he understood everything Kat was telling him. He stared back, promising that this night wouldn't be like the rest. Pouvez-vous charger la repas dans la salle 430, Chase told the server that approached the table. The handsome young man nodded and scurried away. Should we head to our room? I'm ready, Kat said, sure about it. So am I, Chase confirmed before getting up and offering Kat his hand. The two exited the restaurant holding hands. Kat hadn't had more than a glass of wine, but her mind swooned. Walking so close to the sexiest man she had ever seen, she could barely think straight. Each of her breaths drew her into a world of consuming heartbeats before returning her to the real world. Entering the elevator, Kat fought to keep her hands off of him. His spicy masculine scent was enveloping her. It circled her body, caressing her sensitive flesh as it pulled her to him. Unable to resist, she leaned against him. He tightened his grip on her hand when she did. Kat turned to look into his eyes and found simmering lust. He wanted her as much as she wanted him. And the bang of the elevator door opening signaled the race to their room. Finding the door marked 430, the couple barely made it. Touching his keycard to the lock, Chase next slipped his large hand behind her neck. Kat was a puppet in his grip. Floating, Kat drifted to him. Lifting her face to his, Chase leaned forward and kissed her. Yearning racked through Kat's body. She lost control of herself. She couldn't part her lips until he parted them. And she couldn't twirl her tongue with his until he found hers, filling her with life. With that, Kat was alive. When the door closed behind them, Kat tore at Chase's jacket and shirt. They couldn't undress each other fast enough. Pushing her hands against Chase's chest, she felt his muscles ripple beneath them. His strong pecs, his washboard abs, and then his firm ass made the flesh between her legs flinch. I want you, Kat whispered, escaping their kiss. Free, Chase found Kat's zipper and pulled it. The elegant gown peeled off of her. Taking a deep breath, the dress fell to the ground. She was finally naked, kissing the man she had lusted for since the moment she saw him. And although Kat was nowhere close to a small girl, the strong man scooped her into his arms and carried her to bed. Kissing him as they traveled, Kat didn't stop until her back touched a mattress. Deposited, Chase looked down at her and undressed. His shirt peeled past his shoulders. Bare-chested and gorgeous, he reached for his belt. Skipping ahead, Kat looked for his inescapable bulge. It was there and pulsing. Her breath hitched staring at it. And when Chase unzipped his pants and pushed down his underwear, his massive manhood popped out. She couldn't stop staring. Still wearing her underwear, Chase climbed onto the bed, took hold of its lacy cloth and drew it down her legs. Kat couldn't open her legs fast enough. It wasn't where Chase went to first, however. Climbing on top of her and using his knees to lift her thighs, he slipped the back of her thighs onto his chest and pressed further until his lips touched her stiffened.
Hi, it's the author again. Yeah, more steamy things are happening. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to get a version of this book with the steamy bits still in it, narrated by me, you can click on a link in the description below and sign up for a free trial and get the book for free. So please consider that. Otherwise, continue listening.
Kat declared this her best day ever. She had no idea what to expect when she opened her eyes again. But she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something just out of sight, threatening to take away their happily ever after. It was as she considered what that could be that she took a final deep breath of Chase's spicy scent and fell asleep.
Chapter 9. Chase. Chase slowly opened his eyes, finding the early Paris sunlight. It was a new day. Gathering his bearings, he found Kat's comfortable body tucked into his arms. A sense of peace washed over him. Holding her, he felt released. For a decade, all of his waking thoughts had involved Angel. Where was he? Was he all right? How could he find him? But lying comfortably in this Paris bedroom with Kat in his arms, he felt done with that. All Chase wanted was to stay in this moment forever. He could take care of Kat. He could show her the world. And perhaps for a change, the person he loved could also take care of him. That was one of the things that amazed Chase about Kat. She had been willing to put his needs first. Chase had worried that it would mean that they couldn't be together. It hadn't. And now that she had let him in, Chase was ready to move on with her. Kat wiggled her naked body in his arms. She fit him like a glove. Thinking about what else she fit, his member grew hard. He pushed his hips forward gently, pressing his erection against her soft ass. It felt so good. The resistance of her body gave him a rush that made him lightheaded. He imagined himself shifting his hips around and lining up the tip of him with her warm opening. No, he thought. There is something more important that I have to do. Although he didn't want to, Chase peeled himself off of Kat and left the bed, careful not to wake her. He had arrangements to make. There was one last meal he wanted to share with her. It was the only one that mattered to Chase. When all of the arrangements were made, Chase considered returning to bed. He loved the idea of her waking up in his arms. But he was too nervous. Instead, Chase slipped into the shower and got ready for his interesting day. "Good morning," Chase said, exiting the bathroom in a robe. "Morning," Kat said, looking like a happy kitten twisted in the sheets. The way her sun-bleached hair tousled in front of her face made him want to crawl up next to her and pile her with kisses. He knew where that would lead, though. And there were things that needed to be done. "Did you sleep well?" Chase asked, retrieving a change of clothes from his travel bag. "Uh-huh," she said with a smile. Kat reached out her hand and called him back to her. Chase chuckled. "I have a better idea." "What's that?" "I've shown you the best meal and the fanciest meal I've ever had." "Yeah. And now I want to chase her," Kat joked. Chase smiled at the pun. "I'm being serious." "So am I." Chase relaxed his smile and approached the foot of their bed. Putting his hands behind his back, he felt like a kid. "I want to show you something." "I want you to show me something too," she said flirtatiously. Chase smiled and then circled the bed to sit next to her. Staring down at her, he tried to communicate that this wasn't the time to play, but noticed the edge of her areola as it peeked out from behind the sheet. Unable to resist, he reached over and released it. The sheet fell onto her chest and he massaged her breast. "What were you saying you wanted?" Kat teased. Losing himself in her touch, he spoke without looking away from what stole his attention. "I was going to invite you to come home with me." "What?" Kat said, startled. "Yeah. I was going to invite you to have lunch in my home country," he said, still fondling her soft mound. "Your home country?" Kat said, sitting up and brushing his hand away. Once she was settled, Chase reached up for her exposed breast and Kat captured his hand in hers. "Chase, focus." Chase looked up confused. "You were the one distracting me. And now I'm not. So finish what you were saying." Chase gathered himself and found the path he was leading down before Kat's body reminded him of what he really wanted. Chase took a deep breath. "I was saying that I wanted to show you another of my favorite meals." "And which is that?" "It was the one I had growing up as a child." Kat looked at Chase with bottled excitement. "Where did you grow up?" "It is a small country between Spain and France." "So, you're not American?" "Did you think I was?" "Why wouldn't I?" "You have no accent." "That's because I grew up in America. I moved there for boarding school when I was 12 years old." "Since you were 12. That seems rather young." It felt rather young. But it was a tradition in my family. "Is your family in the military or something? Was it military school?" "No. My family are farmers." "Farmers?" "For generations," Chase explained. "Really?" Kat asked, amazed. There are a lot of farmers where I live. In Wisconsin. Yeah. Eau Claire. But there's no way they could afford a place like this. Well, if you do something long enough. Chase said, trailing off. Okay. So, what is it that you wanted us to do? There's a pub near where I grew up. It's nothing special, but eating there was among my fondest memories as a kid. I thought you might want to share a meal with me there. Kat smiled. I would love to. And thank you. Of course, Chase said casually. Not of course. You're sharing something special with me. I want you to know that I appreciate it, she said, putting her hand on his leg. Chase didn't know what it was that she said, but something about it made him feel great. Kat had a way about her that was hard to resist. She was so genuine and good. Things felt easy with her. Chase liked who he was when he was with her. His chaotic life slowed down and he could breathe. Chase was starting to believe that he wasn't going to be able to let her go. Get dressed. We have to catch a flight, Chase said, ushering her out of bed. So where are we going? Andorra. Andorra? Isn't that the place with the blue aliens? Wait, are you wearing makeup? Are you actually blue? I have no idea what you're talking about right now, Chase said, confused. It's a Star Trek reference. Wow, you really aren't American. Or maybe you're just not a nerd. Did I just out myself as a nerd? Kat lowered her head and sighed. Chase, since you've opened up to me, there's something I need to tell you. Is it that you're a nerd? Kat looked up at Chase, surprised. How'd you know? Chase laughed. Come on, get up, he said, returning to getting dressed. No, seriously, how did you know? Kat said, continuing her joke as she got out of bed and joined Chase. As Kat took a shower, Chase had breakfast sent up. It came with a package. Instructing the bellboy to put the food on the table next to the balcony, Chase retrieved the gift box and took it into the bedroom. Kat was wearing a robe and drying her hair when Chase stepped in. What's that? I had Chanel send over something for you to wear. Kat smiled and put on a British accent. Oh, you're making sure I look nice for when I eat at your pub? I don't talk like that. Like what? Kat continued. Chase rolled his eyes playfully. Anyway, this is in case you wanted to wear something other than your jeans and t-shirt. Chase tossed the gift box onto the bed and headed out. Thank you, Kat said, offering Chase the Queen's wave. You're not funny, he said from the other room. And breakfast is on the table, he continued before letting out a blushing smile. It was longer than Chase thought it would take, but when Kat left the bedroom, she took his breath away. I clean up pretty good, don't you think? Kat said, modeling her outfit from all sides. You look beautiful, Chase admitted. She was wearing beige linen pants and a blue blazer. She opened her jacket and posed. Chase froze. You know that's a bra and not a top, right? I feel like a Kardashian, Kat said excitedly. And whatever that is, I'm sure it's a good thing. But you're going to put on a top, right? Chase said nervously. Kat took the seat across from Chase at the table. What's to eat? Kat said intentionally, making Chase sweat. No, seriously, you're going to put on a top, right? Kat stared at Chase, grabbed a croissant and ate it as they stared each other down. Kat let her teasing drag on until they got to the lobby. I need to check out, Chase told Kat. And I need to run to the bathroom, Kat said before returning in a beautiful Chanel top. Kat didn't say anything about it when she found Chase again. But she did have a big smile on her face. Chase noticed her change of clothes and didn't say anything either. The two exited the hotel and got into the waiting limousine. It was the same one from the day before. Comfortably within, they drove out of the city. Kat remained quiet as she watched the beautiful old buildings whip past her window. When the scenery became less grand, Kat slid across the bench seat and slipped her hand into Chase's. Chase liked that. It calmed him. It was a risk-taking Kat to his home country. He imagined it to be the ultimate test for any of his relationships. That was one of the reasons Chase had had a hard time letting Angel go. Angel already knew the worst part of him. But from everything he knew of her, Chase was sure that Kat could pass that test. Kat was his future. At least she seemed like she could be. He certainly felt like he could love her. And he was more attracted to her than any woman he had met. He loved her curves, her fearlessness. Kat wasn't a cookie cutout like every woman he had known since university. Those types of women were drawn to Chase. He couldn't do anything about it. And Kat was about to learn why. Is this the airport? Kat asked, staring out the window as they pulled up. It is. Disappointed. I don't know. I guess I was expecting the airport in Paris, France to be more impressive. It is. This is not the Charles de Gaulle airport. Right? And I'm assuming that means something. It's not Paris's international airport. It used to be. Now it's just where you catch private flights. We're taking a private flight? Yes. It's a little more convenient. Oh sure. That's why I fly private. It's more convenient. Chase searched Kat's face, unsure if she was joking. She was. Although she was taking everything in stride and even enjoying it, Chase could tell that she was also a little unnerved by it. That worried him. Shall we? Chase asked, sliding to his door. We shall, Kat said in her fake British accent. Both got out of the car. Chase led them into the building and to the terminal. As he did, the driver took their bags out of the car and handed them to a baggage handler. Bonjour, Monsieur Urgel. Soyez-moi s'il te plaît, the professional-looking man in the blue suit said. The two followed. Okay. I understood the first word of that, Kat said to Chase. He was just saying good morning and that we should follow him. Did he call you Mr. Urgel? Is that your last name? He did, and it is. Chase turned to her, seeing his opportunity to get back at her. Are you telling me that you didn't know the name of the man you are sleeping with? Katherine, sure, I am shocked. Kat looked at him, giving him the evil eye. So it's Chase Urgel. Actually, it's Chasen Durgel. But everyone I like calls me Chase. So I should call you Chasen. Oh, you should definitely call me Chasen. You and my mother. I remind you of your mother. Considering what we did last night, I don't know if you should tell people that. Kat turned to Chase, who looked back disturbed. Yeah, as soon as I said it, I regretted it. So, you have a country boy nickname and you come from a long line of farmers. You're basically every boy I knew back home. Is that a good thing? I don't know. Does this trip back home involve you taking me to a county fair? What's a county fair? Kat smiled and took Chase's hand. You're fine. Monsieur Urgel, their guide said before opening a door and pointing them to a private jet. Wow. Kat said, surprised. Have you ever been on a private jet before? This is only my 4th time on a plane. So no. Chase turned to Kat, confused. How is that possible? I live in America. You can drive everywhere. Not everywhere. Didn't you ever want to see what was out there beyond America? No, Kat admitted before falling into silence. Monsieur Urgel, the pilot said at the foot of the stairs. Bonjour, Chase said as he led Kat aboard. Wow. Kat said, staring down the cabin. The space consisted of 10 beige leather reclining chairs and a couch. 4 of the reclining chairs were around a mahogany table, and 2 of them were in front of an office desk. It was how Kat imagined future humans flying to a resort on the moon. Is this how you usually travel? Kat asked. Sometimes. It's my family's plane. Your family has a plane? Don't all of the boys back in Wisconsin? No. What does your family farm? Gold? You know you can't actually farm gold, right? Kat looked at Chase, stressed. It was beginning. Chase could see the look form in Kat's eyes. Grabbing a pair of seats facing each other, both sat and fastened their seatbelts. Kat stopped staring at Chase. Chase looked away uncomfortably. About to take off, Chase spun his chair around to face the front of the plane. Once in the air, Kat called him. He spun around to face her. I want to explain something, Kat said over the gentle hum of the engine. You asked if I ever wanted to travel outside of America. Yes. And you said that you didn't. You were content with your life. It's good to be content. Maybe. But that wasn't why I never traveled. I wasn't content with my life. Okay. Then why didn't you? I was scared. Of what? Chase asked, intrigued. I don't know. My parents died while they were traveling. It could be that. Kat, I'm so sorry, Chase said, leaning forward but not far enough to take her hand. Thank you. It was when I was 17. How? A car accident. Oh wow. Well, that could explain why you were scared to travel. Yeah. But it's been 10 years. And I'm not the only one who has lost their parents at a young age. I'm sure that everyone else didn't run from life like I did afterward. Kat, you're not running from life now. You've got to be the most courageous person I've ever met. Me? Chase, you need to get out more. I'm serious. I've been around and I've never met anyone as bold and free as you. Oh, you're talking about the naked thing. In part. Yeah, I don't know what came over me, Kat said with a smile. Maybe your true self is coming out. Kat's eyes circled the room as she thought about that. When she was done, she looked at Chase with a devilish grin. Do you know what the Mile High Club is? Chase laughed. I do. Are you a member? Kat asked flirtatiously. I'm not. Wanna be. This fancy plane has a bathroom, right? I'm not sure you've gotten how private planes work, Chase said before pressing a button. An attendant scurried from the rear compartment. Un peu d'intimité, s'il vous plaît, Chase said before the attendant returned to the rear compartment and closed the door. Chase unbuckled himself and stood up. Did you just ask them to watch? Would you like that? Would you want them to watch? Chase said, offering her his hand. Kat unbuckled her seatbelt and took it. It wouldn't be the first time for you, Kat said with a smile. If I remember correctly, it wouldn't be the first time for you either. So where do we do it? Kat said, pressing her body onto his chest and moving her lips within inches of his. Chase's member hardened, feeling her breasts against him. How about right here? He said, allowing the heat between them to build. What would you do to me? Kat asked, melting in Chase's eyes. I would fuck your dripping sex until you screamed. Would you like that? You want to feel my member pulling you apart? Yes. Say yes, sir, Chase demanded in a low, rumbling voice. Yes, sir. Hearing that, Chase wrapped his large hand around the back of Kat's neck and pulled her to him. Their lips touched and sparks flew. Pulling at Kat's clothes, Kat unbuckled his pants. Opening her mouth and penetrating her with his tongue, Kat unbuttoned his pants and took hold of his brick hard.
Hi, this is the author. Yep, more steamy things are happening. And just as a reminder, if you'd like to get a version narrated by me with the steamy bits still in it, you can get it for free by clicking on a link in the description and signing up for a free trial. Please check it out. You might enjoy it.
The two laid there half-dressed until the captain announced that they would soon land. I guess they're telling us to get back in our seats, Kat said, slowly returning to the real world. I could tell them to fly around for a little while. You could do that? Of course. My family owns the plane. Whatever you want. No. We should land. I want to see where you grew up. I want to learn everything there is to know about you. And I want you to. Then it's settled. We put back on our pants. I didn't say that, Chase said with a smile. Kat laughed and then pushed Chase off of her. As Chase straightened up himself, Kat grabbed her pants and did the same. Both returned to their original seats and searched the other for signs of what they had just done. When neither could find any evidence, Chase pressed a button, calling the attendant back into the cabin. Signaling to her, she quickly disappeared. Prepare for landing, the captain said in his French accent. Chase stared at Kat as the plane descended and touched down. He was falling in love with Kat. There was no question about it. Kat was the type of woman he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. She was adventurous and fun-loving. She was beautiful and didn't know it. And she had a depth to her that the women in his circle didn't have. No wonder I have never before been seriously interested in women. It was because I had never met anyone like Kat, he thought, starting to imagine the rest of his life with her. Landing at the small hilltop airport, Chase was filled with a sense of belonging. It wasn't being home that caused it. Chase wasn't sure if he had felt at home anywhere. Andorra was no exception. It was being here with Kat that did it. She was becoming his home base. They had only known each other a short while, but he could relax when he was with her. Wasn't that what it was supposed to feel like to be home? So this is it, huh? Kat asked, stepping out of the plane and looking around. This is where I grew up, Chase said, scanning the surrounding tree-covered rolling hills. It's beautiful. Thank you. It's not a bad place to be from, Chase said nostalgically. So where's this pub that I'm sure you spent far too much time drunk in? When I say that I ate here as a kid, I mean that I was 10 or 12. Right? Isn't that the drinking age in Europe? 12? God, no. Unless you're accompanied by an adult. And my parents were far too busy for that. Too busy to help their 12-year-old drink. Chase, I didn't realize you were raised by monsters. I don't even know how I survived. Kat chuckled, latched her arm around his, and pulled him tight. Walking toward the small building at the corner of the runway, a man in a gray suit waved them towards him. Changing directions, Chase led Kat to the awaiting black Mercedes-Benz. Princep Chasen, the man said, nodding his head. Chase gave him a brief, tight-lipped smile and looked at the backseat door. Quickly, the professionally dressed man opened it, and Chase ushered Kat in. The man then jogged to the other side of the car and opened the door for Chase. Chase, who reached for the door preferring to open it himself, relented, allowing the eager man to do his job. "Cs plow, no me es referexer my com a señor Urgel pura quest viage," Chase told the man. "C. el Princep Chasen, vul der señor Urgel," he said apologetically. Chase got into the car and the man closed the door behind him. "This place is beautiful," Kat said as the driver got in and they pulled off. "Yes. It's an airport. When you leave a country, this is usually where you go." "Asshole," Kat said, giving him the side eye. "I mean everything around it." "Thank you," Chase replied humbly. "We are very blessed to be surrounded by such natural beauty. It is quite a nice place for skiing in the winter." "Do you ski?" "You mean in the Great Wisconsin Mountains?" "I'm unfamiliar." "Yeah, they formed years ago from all of our discarded Wisconsin cheese." "Sounds lovely." "World class." Kat allowed the joke to hang for a moment and then continued. "No. Wisconsin is notoriously flat. I've put skis on and have gone down a hill. But I'm pretty sure you can't call it skiing. Then when winter comes, we'll come back. I'm sure it won't compare to the Great Wisconsin Mountains, but it will be worth a visit," he said with a smile. "When we come back?" "Yeah. Don't you have that in Wisconsin? Returning to stuff." "No, I mean you would want me to come back with you. Because we haven't really talked about what we're doing," Kat asked, getting serious. "Is this just a fling? Is this just a quick diversion before you send me home? What do you want this to be?" Chase asked sincerely. "No. Don't turn it back on me. I want to know what you're thinking. I think I've made clear how I feel about you." "Have you? When?" "In the plane just now. Last night after dinner. I don't usually do stuff like that with just anyone, you know." "Did you do that with Angel?" Kat froze. She looked away and thought. That was different. "How?" "He seduced me with his hotness." "He seduced you with his hotness?" "Yeah. I mean, you've seen him. I was defenseless. He came in, made all of these promises, and what could I do? He had me." "He can be quite seductive," Chase admitted before the two fell into silence. "So, does the fact that I've been with him mean that we can't be together?" Kat eventually asked. Chase thought about that. Now that he knew that Kat and Angel had had sex, would he ever be able to again see Kat without seeing the man he had spent a decade in love with? "How about we just see where it goes? I don't think Angel and I being together should matter. He was probably only with me so he could be with you. And I saw the two of you together, and it doesn't matter to me." Chase looked up at the driver. "In fact, what I saw between the two of you only makes me want to be with you more." "It makes you want to be with me more?" "Yeah. I don't know if you know this, but that was really hot." Chase looked at her without responding. "If you wanted to do something like that again, count me in. But maybe next time, I could do a little more than watch." Chase smiled. "I thought you liked to watch." "No. I like for other people to watch." Chase laughed. "I stand corrected." "Yeah, get it right," she said, feigning anger. "My apologies. But seriously, I don't want my brief time with Angel to ruin what could happen between us. I know we only just met, but I would love to someday return here with you. I think I'm falling for you, Mr. Urgel. See, I even learned your last name," she said with a smile. "It must be love," he said, taking her hand. The two stared into each other's eyes and then kissed. Clutching Kat's hand tighter, he turned his attention out the window. It was a beautiful little country. And at no time was it more beautiful than when driving through the mountains. Eventually entering the valley, the driver asked where they would like to be taken, and Chase told him. Are you speaking Spanish? Definitely not. It's Catalan. It sounds a lot like Spanish. The first rule of my country: don't say that. Spain is our ally, but we have our history. And it is better to refer to our culture as Catalan and not Spanish. Understood, Kat said seriously. It's just that I took Spanish for 2 years in high school, and I can understand a few of the words. That's possible. Catalan and the Spanish are two people in one region. There is crossover, like with Italian. That makes sense. What does Príncipe mean? Chase froze. Señor Urgel estima aquí, the driver said, interrupting the two. Mr. Urgel, we're here, right? That's what he said. Correct? Gracies Miguel. Podeu dexer no sortir al devant. Trucare quan et necessity, Chase replied before rushing out of the car. Like that, Kat said, sliding out his door behind him. You said thank you, Miguel. Then something about call him when necessary. Volt Bay. I'll have to watch what I say around you, Chase said with a smile. Turning away quickly, Chase presented the place in front of him. This is it. Kat turned, looking at the building. It looked two-story, with the first story being made of patched stone and the second floor being huge glass panels supported by a cross-shaped beam. Through the second-floor glass, Kat saw open beams decorated by streams of white cloth and chandeliers. The chandeliers looked like fireflies tied to strings. The place was part cozy ski resort and part evil lair from a James Bond movie. And hanging all over the outside of the building were the small lights that decorated Christmas trees. Wow. Kat said, taking it all in. Yes, Chase confirmed. Chase headed to the door. As he reached for it, a man and woman exited. Seeing Chase, they froze. Príncipe Chasen, the man said with surprise. Bon dia, Chase replied, walking past them with a tight-lipped smile. Chase refused to look back at Kat and instead entered the pub. The woman standing behind the hostess's desk responded with the same surprise as the couple. Príncipe Chasen. Bon dia. Hearing the hostess, the man behind the bar said, Príncipe Chasen. Bon dia, Chase replied politely. Why does everyone know you? And why do they keep calling you Príncipe Chasen? Kat asked, confused. Chase, starting to panic, looked around the room searching for something to change the topic. When he found it, he froze. Staring at it, the blood rushed from his face. The muscles in his throat clamped like a bear trap, robbing him of breath. He had one thought: he needed to get out of there. They needed to escape as quickly as possible. They needed to slip out before they were seen, but he turned around a little too late. You know what? There's another place I think I'll show you instead. Come, Chase said, rushing her outside. Príncipe Chasen? The hostess said, following him out. Príncipe Chasen, an older man said in front of them on the sidewalk. Chase, what's going on? Chase? What's going on is that all of his people are recognizing him, a voice said from the door they had exited. Chills rattled up Chase's spine. He stopped walking but couldn't turn around. Tears threatened to roll down his cheeks. Angel. Kat said, stunned. What are you doing here? I came looking for my friend, Prince Chasen. Chase, aren't you going to turn around? Angel said, ripping Chase's heart to shreds.
Chapter 10. Kat. Kat's eyes shot from Angel to Chase and back again. She was stunned. The man she had been spending time with, the man she had had mile-high sex with, was a prince. And the last man to abandon her was standing in front of her. What was going on? Chase, you're a prince? Kat said, getting the most shocking part out of the way first. Chase, who had been frozen in place, snapped into action. Without looking back at Angel, he took hold of Kat's wrist and pulled her through the gathering crowd. Príncipe Chasen. Príncipe Chasen. The gathering throng said, seeing him. Bon dia, he replied to each of them as he withdrew his phone and made a call. It took only a moment for the car that had brought them there to reappear beside them. Chase? Angel called out as the two made their escape. Kat looked back at Angel. He looked pained. Chase? He bellowed as Chase closed the door behind Kat and got in on the other side. Kat's mind spun as she considered what had just happened. Monseigneur? The driver asked Chase. NEC, Chase told him. NEC? I don't know that word. Where are we going? Kat asked, confused. Home, Chase said firmly. You mean your home? Like your castle? Chase opened his mouth to speak before giving up. Chase, I'm going to need a bit of an explanation here. Are you a prince? His jaw tightened as he searched for words. Yes? So it's Prince Jason Durgle. Yes? And you didn't tell me this because? Kat, you didn't even know my name until 2 days ago. When was I supposed to mention that I was a prince? And what does it even matter? If you're thinking that it makes me different or special, I would like to remind you that I'm still the same messed up guy you met a few days ago. You mean messed up prince? Kat said, starting to wrap her head around the idea. And going off of my thorough research on the matter, that explains why you're so screwed up. I mean, with all of the climbing up towers and fighting dragons, how could anyone turn out normal? Chase looked at Kat blankly for a moment and then chuckled, breaking the tension. See, I knew you would understand. Everyone forgets about the dragons. Both laughed. Chase reached out and took Kat's hand. He didn't say it, but Kat could see that he was grateful. So the other thing, Kat began. You mean the kissing of unconscious women, he made air quotes, to wake them up? Because that I do not condone. Kat laughed. No. But good to know. I'm talking about Angel. Did you know he was going to be there? Chase rescued good mood disappeared when he heard Angel's name. And I know you don't like to talk about him, but the man who left me on an island to die just showed up out of nowhere at the place you took me to. I think I need to know what's going on. I didn't know he would be there. Hell, I didn't even know he would be in the country. When I last tracked him down, he was in Fiji. Before that it was Thailand, Prague, Eastern Europe. Anywhere where creepy things went bump in the night. I could never have guessed that he would be here, Chase said, rattled. I believe you, Kat told him. So what now? What do you mean? I mean, are you gonna chase after him again? Are you gonna leave me in some tower to go rescue your prince? Chase's eyes flashed to Kat. No. Absolutely not. He left me again. You have not. You are the one who I would chase after. Not him. The best scenario is if I never see him again. Kat stared at Chase, wanting what he said to be true. She couldn't see how it was, though. Chase had searched the world for Angel. No one just got over that. Feelings linger even if they are masked by hate. More than that, his gaping wound was still open. It had only been days since Angel had left him. No one got over a person they loved that quickly. And from what Chase mentioned, he had had feelings for him for years. I see, Kat said, realizing that she had a problem. Both remained silent as their car snaked through the winding mountain roads and pulled up to a walled palace. Oh my God, Kat said as the majesty of it overwhelmed her. You literally grew up in a castle. Chase didn't deny it. Castles are good for a couple of things. They can keep the hoarding invaders out. And they can keep those growing up inside locked in, he said soberly. Kat looked at Chase, realizing how little she knew about him. Just when she thought she was starting to understand something about life and the world, she realized she knew nothing at all. It must have been lonely, Kat offered. When everyone around you is paid to keep their distance, and then someone comes around who lets you in, if they are the only heart you've ever touched, it becomes hard to let them go, even when they run. I get it, Kat said kindly. Do you? Chase said, turning to her. I really do, she said, placing her hand on his. The car entered the rounded driveway and pulled up to the front door. Although it looked like a castle from a fairy tale, close up Kat could see that it wasn't that old. The stone bricks that made up the structure were beige instead of gray. The intimidating front door was large but not stories tall. And electric lights were surrounding the entrance and the grounds. If anywhere, the castle reminded her of the Smithsonian Museum in Washington, D.C. Except instead of thick columns it had archways. And instead of squared corners, every wall ended in a tower with a sharpened pencil roof. Home sweet home? Kat asked as they entered the thick castle doors. Oh my God, she said as the beautiful colors and architecture overwhelmed her senses. Yes, it's a lot, Chase said, embarrassed. No. I would say it's just the right amount for a castle. Chase chuckled. I guess you're right. If you want, I can arrange for you to join a tour. There is usually one every hour. There's a tour every hour? Oh yeah. And at the end, there's a gift shop. What? This place is a tourist trap. We get over 1 million visitors every year. So it's like a museum? A museum? That's as good of a way of describing it as any. Anyway, should we go to the residence? Then you do live here? I did. Not in this part. Could you imagine crossing this hallway to go to kindergarten? I mean, the ceiling is covered in gold leaf. The murals are of religious figures, he said emphatically. No kid would have a chance at being normal if this is what they saw every day. I guess, Kat said, looking around in awe. Are you disappointed that the man I'm sleeping with didn't grow up to be an asshole? Some women are into it, Chase said, recapturing his smile. Well, I did fall for Angel pretty quickly. Actually, so did I. Maybe we're equally screwed up. Kat chuckled. Maybe we are. FYI, I would totally have walked through here to go to kindergarten every morning. I think old bald men wearing robes are hot. Who doesn't? That's why I couldn't walk through here every day. Both held a straight face for as long as they could and then broke into laughter. Kat grabbed Chase's arm and pulled him tight. Would you like me to show you around? This place is very over the top, but it does have its beauty. I would love that, Kat said with a smile. Chase led Kat through the castle room by room. At times he would tell her stories she would never have imagined, like the time when he threw up on a priceless tapestry and thought no one would notice. Or when he accidentally broke the thumb off of a 1,000-year-old statue, and his father told him that was why they couldn't have nice things. Kat decided that the last story was a joke, but it had made her laugh. Chase was very good at that. The more she learned about him, the more she wanted to know. He was now so different from the brooding naked man she had shared a bed with back in Fiji. That guy had been hot, but she couldn't imagine having a life with him. This new guy was just as gorgeous with half of the teenage angst. Father, Chase said, startled by the intimidating older man standing in front of them. Chase no em vas der castigasis de visita, the stern, professionally dressed man said to Chase. In English, please. This is my friend Kat. Kat, this is my father. The man's eyes flicked to Kat. He was standing at the doorway of what Chase called the tea room. And instead of acknowledging her, he judgingly crossed his arms and turned back to Chase. Is she why you did not announce you would be arriving? No, father. My decision to come was last minute. I would have alerted you and mother if I would have planned it. Your mother is visiting her cousins in Germany. I'm sorry I missed her. Are you? Of course. I would have loved to introduce her to Kat, Chase said, gesturing to her again. I see. Well, it looks like you aren't the only one visiting. What do you mean? I mean, Chase's father turned, looking at someone past the door. A moment later, Angel stepped next to him. It seems Angel is also in town. Kat turned to Chase in time to see him react with masked panic. Their eyes met, and there was nothing Chase could do to run from him now. He called, letting me know he was here. Informed that you were on your way to the castle, I told him to come and join us for dinner. So you knew I was in town? You requested the plane. I was informed. Come, Angel, reacquaint yourself with your old friend. I have business to attend to. Dinner will be at the usual time. Chase, he said, giving him a nod and then leaving. With his father gone, Chase turned his attention to Angel. Chase looked weak in his presence. The two men stared at each other until Kat stepped forward and grabbed both of their attentions. Well, this is awkward. Angel, what are you doing here? Chase demanded. I needed to talk to you. Anything you needed to say to me could have been said before you disappeared into the night, again. Yes. Right, Angel said, lowering his eyes. Do you recognize Kat? Chase asked, gesturing to her. I do, he said softly. Are you going to acknowledge her, or are you going to continue to be the asshole you are? You're right, Angel conceded. Kat, was it? Yes, Angel. It was Kat. Katherine, actually. But you can call me Kat, she said. Kat, I would like to introduce myself, Angel said, approaching her with his hand extended. My name is Angel. I am a friend of your friend here. When you and I met, I was desperately trying to rid myself of him, and I saw you as my best option. But after certain things happened, which I'm sure you remember. You mean when he fucked you on the patio of a nudist resort? Angel lowered his eyes. Yes, that is what I'm referring to. I remember it. Angel took a deep breath and continued. After that happened, I had a hard time wrapping my brain around it and took some time to think. I regret leaving you like that. But I left you with the most responsible man in the world and I knew you would be fine. Clearly you were. Chase, I can't tell, is that his version of an apology? You should take it, Kat. It's more than I've gotten in 10 years, Chase said, not taking his eyes off of Angel. Angel, what are you doing? How did you even know I was here? In the castle. Where else would you go? No. How did you know I was in Andorra? I didn't initially. After I left and then realized that you weren't coming after me, I came to the place on Earth that you were most likely to return to. When a contact let me know that you were flying into town, I went to the pub you were most likely to visit. It seems that I still know you even after all of these years, Angel said with a smile. Chase stared at Angel a moment longer, then shook his head in confusion and headed for the door. Okay. Fuck tea. I need a drink. Kat looked at Angel before both followed. Do you realize that what you just said is the most you have said to me in a decade? Chase said, entering what looked like an upscale lounge and headed for the bar. I get that. And I understand why you might be upset. Why I might be upset? Chase asked, pouring a dark drink from a crystal decanter. You've run from me for 10 years. I get it. All right, I get it. But it's not like you didn't know how I felt about you. You ran from me endlessly. How was I supposed to know how you felt about me? I let you fuck me up the ass. That should have made it pretty clear. Kat, you saw it. Was it clear to you how I felt about him? Kat thought about it. Chase, you are pretty big. Chase turned to Kat and snapped. What? Kat wasn't intimidated. You're big down there. What does that have to do with anything? I'm just saying that it says something that he took it, Kat said, motioning with her hands. Whose side are you on? Chase asked angrily. Yours. I will always be on your side, Kat said emphatically. You never have to question that. I'm Team Chase. Always. Chase calmed hearing Kat's declaration. Staring at her, he took a swig of his drink. But you have to admit, him letting you fuck him wasn't nothing. The silence drew out as Chase's eyes bounced between the two. There you go, Angel confirmed. What I did wasn't nothing. And from where I was standing, it was a whole lot of not nothing, he said, remembering Chase pounding him. Can I have one of those now? Angel said, pointing at the drink. Maybe Kat wants one too. He said, turning to Kat. Yeah. Serve them up, barkeep, Kat said, standing next to Chase at the bar. Chase looked down at the decanter locked in his grasp. He next looked at the glasses turned upside down a foot away. About to reach for one, he stopped. I can't do this. I can't just pretend like the last 10 years didn't happen. Get your own drinks. I'm out of here, Chase said, leaving the two in the room. Chase? Kat said, calling out to him. Chase, where are you going? Chase, don't leave me. Chase?
Chapter 11. Chase. Chase left the lounge and crossed the hall, wanting to get as far away from them as quickly as he could. Kat's calls didn't bring him back. Exiting the residential area, he entered the grand hall as a tour walked through. Oh my goodness, the tour guide said in English. We are honored to have Prince Chasen Durgal here. Prince Chasen, would you care to come over and say hello to our guests? Chase stared at the tourist excitedly looking at him. He knew his duty, but he couldn't do it. Good day, he said before backing out and jogging in the other direction. He needed to leave the castle. He had to get away from everything. Headed to the garage, he detoured to grab a set of keys. Deciding on the Maserati, he located it within the 10-car garage and started it up. Within moments, Chase was speeding down the hillside roads. He didn't want to think, just drive. And increasing the speed to 40 and then 50, staying on the narrow winding roads took his full attention. Missing a blinded turn, he quickly adjusted. His memory of the route was slowly coming back to him. He wasn't driving fast enough. Touching a guardrail, his tire jumped. Wiggling left and right, Chase fought to regain control. He did just in time for another curve. And when that sent his tire screeching, he eyed the ledge past the road in front of him, seeing his end. Luck. Maybe a guardian angel was the only thing that got him past it. With the car losing traction as he rounded the curve, his life flashed before his eyes. Nothing he had done had been worth it. All of his years were a montage of endless searching. Was Angel who he had been looking for? Or was his true target someone else? Something else? Hitting the straightaway, Chase didn't slow down. Approaching a crossroads, Chase eyed the path out of town. He could take it to anywhere in the world he wanted to go. He had nothing and no one holding him back. When Chase veered left onto the road into town, it was as much of a mystery to him as anything else he had done in his life. Slowing as the first stoplight approached, he realized he wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't ready to walk away from the two he had left behind or go back. So looking for a middle ground, he spotted a dive bar where the patrons never cared about who he was. Finding a parking spot out front, he immediately regretted his choice of car. Nothing said anonymous like an electric blue convertible Maserati parked in front of a bar. "Fuck it," Chase mumbled before getting out, lowering his head and going in for a drink. Too far inside to casually turn around, Chase looked up and saw everyone staring at him. The place was a hell of a lot busier than he remembered it. The guy behind the bar was also different. For one thing, he had a lot more boobs and a lot less gray hair than the longtime owner did. "Under new management?" Chase asked as he approached the bar. "Prince Jason? Good day. Or good evening, I guess it is at this point." "Good evening. Give me a scotch and soda," he said, feeling everyone stare. Chase was about to take the drink, knock it back, and quickly leave when he scanned the room and found a respite. Chase knew that there wouldn't be anywhere in town where he wouldn't be recognized, but there was somewhere where he wouldn't be bothered. The people of Andorra were polite. So as long as they thought he was engaged in a conversation, they wouldn't interrupt. The question was, who could he talk with who wouldn't know who he was? At a table in the back corner of the room was his answer. Sitting by himself was a guy who couldn't be older than 20, and who definitely wasn't from Andorra. Grabbing his glass, Chase crossed the room and grabbed the kid's attention. He looked startled as Chase dramatically approached. And when Chase took the seat in front of him, the nervous kid became frazzled. "Chase Urgel. Nice to meet you," he said, extending his hand. Ah, the kid stammered, unsure what to do. Regaining his composure, he took Chase's hand and shook it. "Quinn. You got a last name, Quinn?" "Yeah. Toro. Nice to meet you, Quinn Toro. Are you visiting Andorra?" Yeah," Quinn said, trying to get comfortable with what was happening. "I'm backpacking around Europe for the summer." "Really? I've always heard of people doing that. I've never met anyone who has." "You have now," the boy said with an uncomfortable smile. Chase took a sip of his drink, looking at the kid again. He was way too good looking for how awkward he was. His wavy black hair, sharp cheekbones, and perfectly smooth skin resembled guys he saw on runways in Paris. Adding his nerdy demeanor to his beautiful exterior, and his drinking companion was quite the package. "So where are you from, Quinn?" "I grew up in New York," Quinn said nervously. Chase watched the boy squirm and had to fight back a smile. Chase remembered being this awkward as a kid. The difference with Chase was that he learned a lot earlier how to pretend that he wasn't. Chase found Quinn's noodle arms enduring. He was like an adorable puppy. "New York. Me too." "Really? Where?" He stammered, fighting to make conversation. "Manhattan." "Me too. Actually, that's not entirely true. I went to a boarding school a little north of the boroughs. I have a place in Manhattan now." Me too. You went to a boarding school north of the boroughs?" "No. Sorry. I don't know why I said that." "It's because you're nervous," Chase said, deciding to let the boy off the hook. "That okay. We've all been there. No big deal." Quinn laughed nervously. "Yeah, it's because you're really hot." Chase froze. "Oh. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said that. I should go." "No. Don't go," Chase said, thrown by Quinn's openness. "You know, when I was your age, I wouldn't have had the courage to say that to a stranger in a bar. Especially not a guy. Did I offend you? I'm sorry." "No. Not at all. I'm flattered. I'm also into guys, and you're a pretty hot one." "Really?" Quinn said excitedly. "Yeah. What type of guys? Guys like me? Quinn asked excitedly. Ah, yeah. Chase stared at Quinn. He was definitely a good-looking guy. He reminded Chase of how Angel looked when he was Quinn's age. Are you proposing something? Chase asked curiously. Ah, maybe. What? Quinn swallowed. What would you want to do? Chase looked at the gorgeous kid again. He really was very hot. It made him laugh. Did I say something wrong? Quinn said, his face drooping. No, Quinn. You didn't. It's just that any guy in this room who was into guys would die to do something with you. Any of them. You are a hot guy. Quinn smiled. Just not me. Why not? You're hot too. Like really hot. Chase blushed at Quinn's compliment. The boy had no idea what he was doing, but whatever he was doing was working. Because? Chase took a moment staring at the stranger. Because I just left a man who I am uncontrollably and unreasonably in love with. And that's not even the sum of it. There's a woman who's there with him who. Chase sighed. Who, if it were a different time and place, I could see myself spending the rest of my life with. That's why I'm not the guy you're looking for tonight. Oh. I get that, Quinn said, disappointed but not heartbroken. You get that? Chase asked with a chuckle. Because I don't. Yeah, sure. You're in love with a guy and girl at the same time. Have you been in love with two people at the same time? Chase asked, surprised. No. I haven't been in love with anyone. But I have two dads and a mom, so I understand. Chase stared at Quinn, confused. You mean your fathers are gay? No. They're bi. And I don't think my mother is, but they live together, and the three of them raised me. Chase's mouth dropped open. Out of everyone in the world who he could have ended up talking to, how did he end up talking to him? The awkward kid had become the most interesting man in the world to Chase. And suddenly Chase wanted to know everything about him. I'm sorry, you said that the three of them raised you? Chase confirmed. Yeah. So, everyone lived together and did everything together. Yeah. I don't know if things would have worked between all of them if they didn't. My dads love each other. Annoyingly so. But they're really different. One of my dads loves New York and the restaurants and all of that stuff. While my other one wants to spend all of his time at our house in the Bahamas, which is nice. I mean, it's nice but can get kinda boring. And your mother, what manages their schedule or something? Kind of. Daddy Lane will want to go this way, and Daddy Reed will want to go that way, and Mom will make sure wherever they go, it's together. She's like their linchpin. That's really fascinating, Chase said, losing himself in the possibilities. So, I assume me telling you that didn't help my chances with you? Quinn asked vulnerably. Chase looked up at the gorgeous boy. He was so awkward and beautiful and direct. No, it didn't. But you might have just changed my life, if that makes you feel any better. How so? I guess I've been so focused on one thing that I didn't consider the alternatives. What do you mean? I'm not exactly sure. But maybe it's not either or. Maybe it's not 1 + 1 = 2. Maybe it's like... Chase's eyes dipped as he struggled for the right words. Like completing a circuit. Chase looked up. What do you mean? Let's say you're building an electrical circuit with a light bulb and batteries. If the light bulb requires 3 batteries to turn on, when you connect 2 batteries, nothing happens. Most people would think that adding 2 batteries would get the bulb to glow a little, but no. It's either 3 batteries or nothing. Chase stared at Quinn, amazed by how well he summed it up. Yes. Exactly. 1 battery, which is me being alone, doesn't work. And as much as I have tried, Angel and I haven't worked in 10 years. Kat and I could potentially work, but I know that Angel will always be in the back of my mind. But maybe the 3 of us. I don't know if that could work for me, Quinn said, grabbing Chase's attention. Chase looked over to the boy's lowered eyes. Why not? I don't know. I mean, I feel a lot of pressure to have a family like my parents have. I mean, a lot of pressure. I feel like the world is always watching me, waiting to see if I'll screw up. Or if I'll say that what my parents did was wrong. And I want to show the world that I'm alright, you know. That what my parents did could work. And I know that the best way of doing that is to do what they did. To have a family like the one I grew up in, and show the world that there's nothing wrong with it. But I don't know if it's in me. I don't even know if I like girls, Quinn said, looking at him, asking to be loved. Chase allowed his struggles to recede so that he could see the guy in front of him. He wanted to see him. From the moment he sat down, he felt like he had had a fire hose of realizations. But he was sitting in front of a person. He needed to slow down and be human in front of him. The boy wasn't looking for someone to hook up with. He was looking for someone to see him. Chase had heard what Quinn had said. He saw him, perhaps more than anyone else could. Quinn, I know a little something about pressure, Chase said with a sigh. You do? I do, Chase said, regaining his calm. Since we're being honest here, I'll tell you a little secret. Well, I guess you're the only one in this room who doesn't know it, so it's not that much of a secret. But I'm actually a prince. Quinn looked at him confused. You mean like, your father is a king and your mother is a queen sort of prince? Yeah. I'm the Prince of Andorra, Chase said with a tight-lipped nod. Quinn stared at him wide-eyed. Sitting up, he looked over Chase's shoulder and around the room. Everyone's looking at us. Are they? Yeah. They're trying to pretend that they're not, but they are. Chase took a swig of his drink. That figures. This place used to be somewhere I could come to and not be noticed. But I've been gone for a while. I imagine they're curious. People stare a lot at me too. Yeah? How have you been handling it? Okay, I guess. It's been happening my entire life, so I'm used to it. Can I share with you what I've learned about that? Quinn sat up. Yeah. Please. You have to live life like no one's watching. It's not easy. Especially when you're constantly reminded that they are. And you have to look for pockets of normalcy. Find the people who see you as you are and have a life with them. Chase paused and huffed. Maybe I should take my own advice. We're kinda the same, Quinn said, drawing Chase's attention. Are we? Chase said with an amused smile. Yeah. You could do anything in the world, right? You could go anywhere, buy anything. Chase tilted his head in curiosity. Within limits. I mean, yeah. Me too. But you can, so it's hard to figure out which direction you should go. That's why I came on this trip. My advice, Quinn, do something normal. Look for companionship and love no matter who it's with, and try to be happy. That's all you can do, Chase said, tossing back the rest of his drink and getting up. Where are you going? Quinn asked nervously. I'm going to go take my own advice. You sure you don't want to continue talking? Or get out of here, or something? I mean, you're really cool, and I've never done anything like this before. Oh. You mean anything like pick up a guy? I mean anything with a guy or girl. I'm heading back to New York tomorrow. I was kind of hoping that on this trip. Quinn lowered his head. Well, it doesn't matter what I was hoping. But we have a lot in common, you know? It might be cool if. I mean, it would be nice to hang out a little longer together. You know? Quinn said with need in his eyes. Chase stared at the beautiful boy again. Quinn was hoping he would lose his virginity on his backpacking trip around Europe. It was clear. He remembered being in Quinn's position. His heart went out to him. Quinn, you're very direct. Do you know that? Chase asked with a smile. Is that bad? No. It's really good. But your first time should be with someone special. Remember that, he said, turning around. We should get together the next time you're in New York, Quinn said, not wanting to let Chase go. I'll look you up. Quinn Toro, right? Yeah, Quinn said with a smile. Bye, Quinn. You be good. It was brilliant talking to you. You too, Quinn said longingly. See you around, Chase said with a wink before exiting and returning to his car.
Chapter 12. Kat. Chase? Kat called out as Chase disappeared down the hallway. He'll be back, Angel says, drawing Kat's attention. How do you know that? She asked angrily. Because he's not like me. He's the opposite. He's Chase. He chases. It's in his name, Angel said with a charming smile. Kat stared at him suspiciously. Don't do that. Do what? That charm thing you do. It worked on me the first time. But now I know it's just an act. Angel stared at her with a glowing smile until in an instant he dropped it and looked away. It's not all an act. So what do you think? 98%. 95%, Angel said with a smile. Stop it. Angel caught himself and dropped the act. Sorry. It's a survival technique. What? Is it the only way to keep the ladies at bay? No. It's how I get people to want to be around me. Otherwise, bam, they run for the hills. Well, maybe if you didn't treat people the way you treated me, they wouldn't run. By the way, I know it sounded like I was defending you with Chase. I wasn't. You are a real asshole, you know that? Angel dipped his head. I know. But I was being honest when I said that I knew you would be all right with Chase. Chase takes care of people. He always has. You've known him a long time? Kat asked, softening. Since we were 14 years old. The guy you see now is the same guy he was back then. Good and near perfect. He's always been way too good for me. Is that why you keep running from him? Because you think he's too good for you? Angel looked at Kat with sincerity. I know the easy answer is to say that it is. Who wouldn't understand that, right? But I'm tired of lying to people. The truth is that I don't know. I don't know why I keep running from him. I don't know why I stopped. I don't know why I'm here talking to you. My whole life has been me doing things that I can't explain, and that only gets me into worse trouble. If it wasn't for Chase, I would be dead 5 times over. I owe him everything. I love him, you know. Wow. That was unexpected. Yeah? Well, don't ask me to explain why I said it. Because you don't know, Kat said, staring at Angel's sad eyes. The two fell silent as Kat got a drink. Retrieving Chase's crystal decanter, Kat poured the brown liquid into her glass and took a sip. Allowing it to roll around her tongue, her face twisted in detest. Just so you know, that's 100-year-old scotch, Angel said. Kat choked and coughed. She looked at the glass again. So you're saying it's expensive? Kat asked, worried. A bottle of that could buy us mere mortals a car. A pretty nice one, too. Kat stared at her glass before slowly drawing it to her lips. Taking another sip, her face again distorted, but this time she forced a smile and nodded her head in appreciation. Smooth, she said to Angel's amusement. Here. Let me make you something you might like. No. I like this. I thought we were being honest here. Okay, fine. This stuff tastes like dirt. Why do people like it? It's an acquired taste. Like you. No. I'm the drink you like immediately, but regret every sip the next morning. Accurate, Kat said, nodding. Yeah, Angel agreed sadly before making Kat a drink. Kat watched him pour the contents of bottles into a glass. He genuinely looked like he was in pain. She wanted to hate him like she hated Patrick, her ex. But it was hard to hate someone who seemed genuinely sorry. So, you grew up in the royal world too? Kind of. My family was the help. He handed Kat a drink that swirled the colors of a sunset. What is it? Something sweet. Kat sipped it. It's good. Thanks. So, what did your family do for the royals? My father worked for his father. Doing what? Angel paused. He made problems go away. What type of problems? Apparently, when you are a person like our friend Chase or his father, a lot of people want things from you. Sometimes they're polite about it. Sometimes they're not. When they're not, men like them need someone to make those people go away. Oh. Oh. She said, realizing what he meant. Yeah, he said, nodding with a tight-lipped smile. He was a tough man, my father. What happened to him? He died. I'm sorry. Don't be. The day he died was the happiest day of my life. Oh, Kat said sadly. Yeah. Did Chase know what your father did for his family? He must have. Maybe not when we met. We were both just kids back then. We didn't yet know how the world worked. But I'm sure he figured it out eventually. Him knowing is probably the only reason he continued to take care of me. He was scared of your father? No. Chase isn't scared of much. I think he kept taking care of me because he felt sorry for me. So as soon as I could, I relieved him from that burden. The burden of taking care of you? Angel, who had taken Kat's scotch, held the glass in the air to cheers. That's not why you did it, Kat said, disturbed. No. Angel asked, humoring her. No. Look, I haven't known him for very long, but we've spoken. About me. Yeah. A little. And it's probably not my place to say this, but the reason he chased after you was because he loved you. Ha, he said dismissively. Kat looked at him confused. How could you not see that? Have you met me? That's right, you have, he said with a painful smile. And how did that work out for you? Honestly, pretty good. What? Yeah. Leaving me there like you did was probably the best thing that has ever happened to me. I've learned things about myself, about the world. More than that, I met Chase. And he's an easy guy to fall in love with. So, you can beat yourself up about a lot of things. But one thing you don't have to is having left me with him. Angel looked down at his glass. Are you two together? Here's the thing. I don't think he and I can ever be together, not entirely, as long as you are lingering out there. We're being honest, so I'm not going to say that I'm sorry about that. Because you're in love with him too. I'm in love with him. I've been in love with him for so long. But being with him? Now that's what I don't know about. Kat stared at the angst-ridden man inside. Angel wasn't a monster. He was just a broken man in need of help. He and Chase were destined to be together. They just didn't know how. Kat had once talked about helping Chase. Wasn't this what he needed the most help with? It would mean her letting him go. But who was it that Kat wanted to be? She could be the person who acted out of fear that no one will ever love her. Or she could let go of her fear and trust that, no matter what happens, she would be all right. You and Chase should be together, Kat said, making her choice. If only we could. He could never forgive me for everything I've done. He can. You underestimate how much he cares about you. I don't see how. Tell me something. If I help you be with Chase, do you promise not to leave him again? Angel gestured to answer and then stopped. Because I can help you. But I'll only do it as long as I know you'll be good to him. He deserves good things. He deserves the world, Angel agreed. So, do you agree? Angel's eyes searched the floor. I agree. You're not going to leave again? I won't leave again. Kat sighed. Then I'll help you. That's if he comes back. He'll be back. He always comes back. Kat looked away and finished her drink. Another, Kat told him, handing him her glass. The two sat in silence drinking. By her third drink, Kat had a plan. It was simple. No matter what they said and did, the two wanted to be with each other. All she had to do was step out of the way and allow them to do what was in their hearts. Kat stared at Angel with the alcohol flowing through her. It was easy to remember why she had fallen for him so quickly. Even without his brilliant smile, he was irresistible. Unmasked, he looked like he carried the weight of the world on his shoulders. A kiss could relieve him of all of that pain. Whether it was from her or Chase, it would be hot to see. And how much did she recall about his firm, naked body? She remembered his rippling abs, the rounded bulk of his strong shoulders, and the way his member felt. That's right, she remembered. She hadn't just watched Chase fuck him, Angel had fucked her. She could only piece glimpses of it together until now, but staring at him, it all came back. The way he caressed her breast, the way he went down on her. He was an expert. His throbbing member was the largest she had ever had until Chase. Watching the two hung men go at it had to be the highlight of her sexual life. Touching herself as she watched, she wanted desperately to be a part of it. They fucked like they needed it to breathe. To love someone that deeply and desperately was what dreams were made of. If she could have that. Kat, Chase said, drawing her attention. Kat turned to him. I'm sorry I left, Kat cut him off by quickly going to him and placing her finger across his lips. When he relented, she removed her finger and looked him in the eyes. Come, she said, guiding him to the wall-long couch that lined the room. Angel was already there and stared up at them nervously. Sitting Chase next to Angel, the two couldn't look at each other. Dragging a lounge chair inches in front of them, she sat. Sliding a hand onto each of their knees, she stroked their thighs. Momentarily losing herself in the motion, she stopped. Chase, I don't need to tell you who Angel is. You've known him much longer than I have. From what you both have told me, he isn't one to stick around for long. But I want you to notice that he's still here. In fact, he came looking for you. And I can promise you he's not going anywhere. You don't know that, Chase said in a low, soft tone. You don't know him. But you do. Tell me, is this like him? Has he done this before? This is new, Chase said, looking up at Angel for the first time. I'm sorry, Chase. I didn't mean. Kat squeezed his knee, stopping him. Just be there. Okay. You don't have to explain or say anything, just be there. Angel closed his mouth and looked at Chase. The sorrow in his eyes was unmistakable. Chase saw it too. But it wasn't enough to get Chase to move. Seeing this, Kat knew she had to do more. With a hand on either of their...
Hi, this is the author again. Yep, more steamy things are happening. And if you'd like to get a version of this book with the steamy bits in, narrated by me, you can get it for free by clicking on a link in the description and signing up for a free trial. I suggest you check it out. It's really, really fun.
Quickly, the weight of Angel's body was gone. Releasing it, she realized it wasn't returning. She opened her eyes to find it. What she saw was the worst sight she could have imagined. Angel was collecting his clothes. She had been here before. That couldn't be what he was doing now, though. He had promised not to hurt Chase. He had promised not to leave. Kat watched Angel, frozen with panic. She refused to believe what was happening. The only thing that made her accept it was when Angel saw her scared eyes and closed his own in devastation. I'm sorry, he mouthed with tears rolling down his cheeks. Why? She whispered, not wanting Chase to hear. Maybe she could talk Angel out of this. Maybe Chase would never have to know about it. But even as she thought it, her tears released, betraying her hope. I'm sorry, he kept mouthing. I'm so sorry. Don't go, Kat begged, thinking about Chase. I thought I could. But I can't, was the last thing Angel said. Please don't leave us, was all she could say as she reached out her hand and Angel disappeared from her life. Shame, hurt, devastation, and confusion all rattled through her. She wanted to scream at the top of her lungs. She couldn't. As soon as Chase found out, he would hate her and the future she had dared to dream with him would be lost. Instead, Kat laid silently weeping. The only worse feeling she had ever had been the day it finally hit her that her parents weren't coming back. For a long time, she had tricked herself into believing otherwise. But her loss was permanent and forever. And like then, things would never be the same again. Kat remained there, not moving, until somehow she again fell asleep. This time she was awoken by bellows. No. 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 Chase roared, discovering his loss. Angel's absence hurt Chase like an amputated limb. The phantom pain it left behind was immense. Kat didn't have to open her eyes to again start crying. Angel was gone. It was real. And it was now time to get up and live in this new world she had helped create. Sitting up and wrapping her arms around him, Chase was inconsolable. A decade of pain flowed out of him. You made me believe, he eventually said through his tears. It wrecked Kat. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, she said, remembering Angel saying it as he left. We can figure something out. Maybe there's a new experience we can have. Showing me your world made you happy, right? Show me more. What else do you love? Where have you traveled? It's time for you to go, Chase said as the waves of pain curled through him. I don't have to go. I can be here for you. Let me be here for you. I can make this right. Go. Chase shouted furiously. Kat recoiled in fear. Momentarily regaining his sanity, guilt washed through him. I'm sorry, he said, getting up. I can't be around you. Not anymore. Someone will come in and get you home. Goodbye, Chase said, gathering his stuff and leaving Kat alone. All hope was lost. Her adventure, which had begun a lifetime ago with a man she could barely still remember, had ended like everything in her life did, with heartbreak and ruin. Sitting naked on the edge of the couch, all she could do was prop her elbows on her knees with her face in her hands and cry. When an elegantly dressed man came in and stayed ignoring her state of undress, it didn't make a difference. She continued to cry endlessly until there weren't any tears left. Pulling herself together, she looked up at the stalwart man, who politely looked away. When he felt her staring, their eyes met. I've come to get you home, he told her, sobering her up. Thank you, she replied before looking around for her clothes. Chase was a man of his word. Escorted to a waiting limousine, Kat took it to the airport and was walked to Chase's private plane. At the foot of the stairs, she was handed an envelope. Inside you'll find everything you need to get home. You'll also find your baggage claim. Your luggage has been booked through to your final destination, her escort said, ushering her onto the plane and out of Chase's life. Taking off from the tiny runaway, Kat laid back in her seat. She didn't want to open the envelope because of what it represented, but she knew she had to. In it were tickets from Barcelona, Spain to Chippewa Valley Regional Airport just outside of Eau Claire. Everything was first class. Along with that was $1,000 in a mixture of euros and US dollars and a baggage claim ticket. It took a day and a half to find out what the baggage claim was for. She had left her stuff behind in the Fiji hotel a day before she had even met Chase. Could it be that? It turned out that it was everything she had tried on at Chanel in Paris. He had said that he would buy it all, but after she hadn't seen any of it, she had assumed he was joking. Here everything was. And staring down at it all sitting in her lonely Wisconsin home, Kat couldn't see how she could carry on knowing that she would never see Chase or Angel again.
Chapter 13. Angel. Angel collapsed onto Kat's body, exhausted and raw. Chase was so big. With his hard member still inside of him, Angel felt fuller and more complete than at any time in his life. From childhood, Angel had felt empty. He was invisible to everyone around him, especially his parents. His mother was a dandelion that could be blown away by the slightest breeze. She needed him to anchor her in the real world. And his father saw him as a punching bag. The first time Angel ever felt seen was the day at his new school when he looked across the room and saw the most beautiful boy he could imagine. He recognized him. The boy was the Prince of Andorra. Angel's father worked for Chase's father. That meant that he and Chase could never be friends. But on that first day when their two eyes met and Chase's gaze lingered on him, it was like Angel had stepped out from under the invisible cloak in which he was born. School was always very hard for Angel. So most of his class time was spent staring at the gorgeous guy who made his body tingle. Looking at him filled Angel with hope and a reason to go on as his father's weekend poundings grew worse. But the day he couldn't hide his bruises anymore and Chase talked to him, he was almost happy his father had left him bloody on the floor the previous day. As bad as that was, talking to Chase was twice as good. Angel would have gone through any amount of beating and abuse to have Chase take care of him. But there was only so long he could rely on his friend as he did. After years of it, Angel began to feel like a burden. Chase hadn't made him feel like one. It was 17 years of living with his parents. By the time his father disappeared, he couldn't think of himself as a burden to Chase a moment longer. Angel sometimes loved Chase so much that he couldn't breathe. So, the idea that Chase wouldn't want to be around him felt like having his heart ripped out of his chest. He couldn't do it, and he knew Chase would feel that way eventually. Everyone around Angel did. So the only option was to take off. He would run as far as he could, to ensure that he would never become the burden to Chase that he feared he already was. When Angel first left Chase, he didn't care whether or not he lived. A part of him thought that he would die. What did he know about survival? Angel was an 18-year-old kid. He didn't know how to make money or support himself. With no other options, he turned to the only thing he could, theft. Initially, he only stole food. He would walk into a neighborhood grocery store, stick cans of tuna under his shirt and walk out. When that wasn't enough, he broke into homes. As desperate as he was, Angel still had rules. He would only break into vacation homes and homes where he was sure that no one would be there. That was how he got into trouble the first time. He had broken into the home of a local crime boss. When they found him, they pounded him to an inch of his life. Luckily, Angel was used to that. And after a few months, he was at it again. When he had enough money that petty crimes seemed more trouble than it was worth, he switched to an easier way to make money, gambling. He wasn't always so lucky, however. And when he became tens of thousands of dollars in debt, and was told that he would die if he didn't come up with the money fast, he called Chase. Angel had vowed that no matter how bad things got, he would never call his old friend. Returning to Chase's life could only make Chase's life worse. But, knowing that calling him would be the best excuse he would have to see the man he loved again, he did. Walking into that warehouse, Chase was as gorgeous as the first day he had seen him. The love he had for him hadn't dipped one iota. Then, like every day of their childhood, Chase rescued him. Driving away with both of their lives, it reminded Angel of old times. But he knew he couldn't do this to Chase again. So, even as Chase asked him to stay, Angel was sure he had to leave him. Angel considered Chase as the greatest person in the world to suggest that he would take Angel on as his burden. But Angel loved Chase too much for that. Running from his car that first time, Angel hurt so much he considered stepping in front of a truck. At least that way Chase would be free of him. The world would be free of Angel. And what was more, everyone's life would go on as if he had never existed. Angel didn't step in front of a truck that day, or any other, however. But seeing Chase had torn him apart. Angel was sure he wouldn't survive seeing Chase again. Angel swore to himself to forget Chase's number. But faced with life or death a second time, he broke the promise he had made to himself and called his love. As time went on, Angel's calls did grow further apart until he was eventually able to do what he had sworn to do. Angel's life hadn't gotten any better during that time. But his stand in the international criminal underworld had. He hadn't become his father. Angel could never do that. Hurting and intimidating people wasn't something he had inside of him. But he was able to find a niche that didn't come with the constant threat of retribution. His specialty was stealing from the rich. Angel felt no guilt about that. Most of his victims were men who made their fortunes by moving money from one shell corporation to another. Who had they stolen their money from? Angel did know and didn't care. Angel considered his life the closest thing to perfect that it might ever be until, out of the blue, he turned a corner and spotted Chase. The air rushed from Angel's lungs seeing him. In an instant his eyes filled with tears, his brow sweat. He had always been one thought of Chase away from collapsing into uncontrollable despair, and he knew it. He loved Chase as much as the day Chase rubbed Angel's young naked body with ointment. He loved him as much as the day that Chase told his friends that he had caused Angel's bruises instead of the truth about his father. The lone thing Angel could do to go on day after day was to not think about Chase. So, seeing him standing there looking even more beautiful and strong than he ever had, the only thing Angel could do was run. He ran. And he kept running. Quickly, Angel realized that seeing Chase wasn't a coincidence. Chase had come looking for him. He kept looking for him. Why? Why couldn't he just let him go? As much as he wanted to, Angel couldn't get himself to be around Chase. And with all of Chase's royal resources, he couldn't hide for long. Realizing that was when Angel came up with a plan. He had to make Chase think that he had moved on. Angel had to free Chase by making him believe that he didn't want or need him anymore. Angel didn't think he could get himself to do it until his plan was already underway. He had found a girl, a cute girl, who was willing to help him in his rows. Angel didn't even have to con her much. And he would have certainly fulfilled his end of their agreement if he hadn't gotten their boat stranded at a nudist resort, and if Chase hadn't walked into the bar naked. After 10 years of struggling resistance, Angel couldn't fight any longer. He gave in to his feelings like he had wanted to from the first day he saw Chase. When their bodies finally became one, it scrambled Angel's brain. It took everything in Angel to leave their bed and again run. But the veil had been lifted. He couldn't hide from his feelings any longer. He thought about Chase every moment after he left the resort. But by the time Angel went back to the island looking for him, Chase had checked out. Without the international team of detectives that Chase had, Angel could do nothing but guess where Chase might go next. One thought came to mind. It was the summer when they were 16 years old. Unlike the previous years, that was the summer they both went home. Having learned what his father actually did for a living, Angel didn't like being in the castle. To accommodate him, Chase suggested that they meet at a restaurant. So every day for 3 months they would meet, eat, talk, and spend as much time together as they could. It had to be the best time of Angel's young life. That was where he hoped he would find Chase again. When he got a tip that Chase was flying into town, that was where Angel went. Angel couldn't piece together what it meant that was where he found Chase. His brain was still too scrambled. But when Kat did what she did and the three of them ended up in bed, it was all a little too much. Angel wasn't sure why, but he needed to get out of there. The room was closing in on him. With Kat's arm around him, he couldn't breathe. Panic washed through him like a tsunami. He didn't want to leave. He wanted to stay with the two of them forever. He had meant it when he told Kat that he wasn't going anywhere. That wasn't possible now, though. If he didn't get out of there, he would lose his mind. He was sure of it. So with tears rolling down his cheeks, he collected his clothes. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," he whispered to the woman he was leaving for the second time. "Don't go," she whispered, making his heart clench in pain. Angel didn't stop moving. Dressed, he marched down the hallway, tracing his way back to the entranceway. With regret and anguish overtaking him, his walk turned into a run. Running through the residential quarters, everything that had just happened raced through his mind. He had searched out Chase because he wanted to be with him. His whole life, he had wanted to be with him. As much as he wanted to escape it, Chase was the only thing that mattered to him. And not being with him made him a ghost walking among the living. So why had he just left him? Everything he had ever desired had been in reach. His perfect ending was just an arm's length away. Yet he had run from it as he had run from the world. Why had he done it? Why? Slowly running out of breath, Angel charged into the garage and swiped a key from the rack. The royal garage was never locked, and he needed to get away. Pausing only to locate the car he wanted, he lunged himself forward, latched onto the handle of the cherry-red Ferrari, and slipped inside. A stable of horsepower revved when he pressed the button. The car rumbled. Opening the garage, the stallions perched their hips ready to charge. Slamming his foot on the gas, the world whipped by him, leaving everything behind. Racing the dark mountain road on rails, Angel's focus was unmatched. That was good. He didn't want to have to think. If he did, he'd remember the love he had just left behind. He couldn't handle that. So instead, he attacked every curve, threatening to launch himself into the darkness with one misstep. When the winding roads relented, becoming straightaways, Angel opened the engine to see what the car could do. 100 miles per hour. 150. No. Driving in the darkness to who knows where, the glowing panel in front of him topped 200 miles an hour. Angel didn't expect to survive this, and he didn't care. He didn't deserve to live after doing what he had. And the briefest of turns ahead of him would bring his tragic nightmare tale to an end. "Where's the curve?" he asked, not able to stand himself for a moment longer. "Why can't I do what I've always known I should do?" he asked longingly. "I don't deserve to go on. I don't deserve to be here. I'm going to end it," he declared as the darkness overtook him and he gripped the wheel tighter. About to make a sharp turn that he knew would flip the car, bringing his pain to an end, an image flashed across his mind. It was of Chase. He was laughing. It was a memory of the two during the summer when they were 16. They had gotten ice cream cones. They had been walking and eating them when Chase, out of nowhere, touched the tip of his ice cream to Angel's nose. Angel had looked at him surprised, and Chase had laughed. He didn't say anything or explain, he just laughed until they were both laughing and the two were wiping tears away. They had never had a moment like that before or after. It was a moment of pure joy and youthful innocence. As the two had laughed that day, Angel's pains and worries disappeared. Tears streamed down Angel's face as he remembered it. As he cried, his foot slowly eased off of the gas. Angel's life hadn't been all suffering. He had had some good times too. Soccer games, ski trips, hikes in the woods. There were moments of reprieve where he felt happy and loved. And all of those moments had one thing in common. He had done them with Chase. Thinking and driving throughout the night, when the sun rose, Angel wasn't sure where he was. Ahead of him was an endless highway, and on either side of that were open green fields with mountainous backdrops. He had crossed a border a few hours back. Had he entered Germany? It was all a blur, and the blurriness continued. Only stopping for petrol and to occasionally eat, Angel drove until he couldn't go any further. When that happened, he parked the car and caught a train. Night became day before again becoming night, and eventually the scenery changed. And when the train finally stopped, he got off knowing that there was nowhere further he could go. Looking around at the foreign land, the haze which had enveloped him lifted. He was used to blacking out and ending up in strange places, but he never thought he would end up here. He recognized this place. Not from experience, but pictures. The red and orange buildings tipped in gold. The statues of military men riding horses. He was in Moscow. Why had he come here? He had long sworn never to step foot in the country, much less this city. But here he was, as if switching from one bad dream to another. As much as he knew he should get back on the train and go to anywhere else in the world, he didn't. What was the reason for that? He had some idea of why, but he couldn't get himself to think it. Instead, his body moved as if directed by an unseen force. As he walked, he recognized everything. These Moscow streets were the ones he pored over when the nightmares got too much for him. He was never sure if he looked at the maps out of comfort or fear. But that didn't matter as he crossed the city drawn to his demon. He couldn't stop until he was face to face with the source of his endless terror. Standing in front of the Moscow Correctional Facility, he could no longer deny why he was there. Angel didn't speak much Russian, but there were phrases he knew. Staring at the guard at the gate, he said the first phrase he had learned. "I would like to see Antonio Alves." The thick, grisly man behind the glass growled, "Relation?" "Father," Angel replied numbly. "Fill this out," the man said, handing Angel a form and then turning back to a black and white TV. This was it, Angel considered as he followed a guard through the washout halls and waiting rooms. This was the moment he had spent a lifetime running from. When his father disappeared, he hoped and prayed that he was dead. Something told him that he wasn't. You couldn't kill the devil, he told himself. Waking up once too many times in a cold sweat, Angel went in search of him. Angel had tried to steer clear of those who populated his father's shady world, but needing answers, he embraced them. It took no time for him to get his hands dirty, racking off favors for the men he needed, and Angel refused to think of those times. But in the end, it worked. Filled with regret and memories he wouldn't be able to wash away, he was handed an envelope. In it was a picture of his father holding a booking placard. His father had been charged with every crime in the book, and he had been given a death sentence. Not by execution, but Russian neglect and disease. Keeping tabs on him from then, Angel learned that his father was even stronger than he thought. Every year, Angel got word that his father was still alive. How was he doing it? The Russian prison system was designed to be a one-way trip. How was his father still living? Why wouldn't he die? "Sit there," the guard said, pointing Angel to the chair in front of a glass partition. As Angel walked towards it, he shook. The last time he had seen his father, Angel was a scared, weak 17-year-old boy. His father was a King Kong-sized figure in his memories. Who would he be now? If his father attacked him, would their glass divider be able to hold his father back? He suspected not. Would this be the final day of Angel's wasted life? It could be. If it was, Angel was ready for it to end. Whatever Angel was doing, he wasn't living. And that was why he was here. As his father stepped into view, Angel's heart pounded in terror. He couldn't swallow, but he had to. Prickly heat washed across Angel's face, causing him to sweat. He was again the 15-year-old boy, woken up in the middle of the night by his father punching him in a drunken rage. He was the kid being reminded that there was nowhere he could hide, where he would be safe. Fighting to keep his spasming body under control, he watched as his father made eye contact. Surprise washed across his father's face, followed by a slimy smile. Angel didn't know what his father was thinking, but he hated him for it. The wide, rock-hard man strode to the chair behind the glass. The old man with buzzed gray hair wiped his tongue across his teeth. A few of them were missing. He looked like an old junkyard dog who refused to die. Angel stared at him, not moving. It wasn't until his father picked up the phone on his side and gestured for Angel to do the same that he budged. "When they told me who had come to see me, I didn't believe it," he said with a smile that sent a chill down Angel's spine. "I said, there's no way that piece of shit had the courage to come visit me. Not the little bunny I knew." A shiver rattled through Angel's body. The little bunny was his nickname for him. In the few times his mother had come to Angel's defense, his father would say, "Are you worried about the little bunny? You should worry about me." Angel didn't understand the relationship his parents had. It would take a lifetime for him to figure it out. But that wasn't why Angel had come today. "Why?" Angel whispered, his voice cracking. Not wanting his father to see his fear, he repeated it. Unable to modulate it, this time it came out as a shout. "Why?" His father stopped smiling. "Why what?" Having broken the ice, Angel regained his control. "Why did you do all of those things to me?" "What things?" "You'll have to remind me. It's been a long time." "Why did you beat me senseless?" "Do you remember doing that?" "Do I have to remind you of that?" His father stared at Angel. Chilly darkness appeared behind his father's eyes. His words slithered out of his mouth like the snake he was. "I did it because it was what any good father would do." Angel jolted, struck by the monster's answer. "What? You think you're a good father?" I made you a man, he told Angel with cold confidence. You think beating me until I was bloody on the ground made me a man? I was a boy. You were 5 times my size. How could you think that anything you did to me was good for me? Angel asked, stunned. Because you were soft. I could see it in your eyes, even as a baby. You pranced around the house like a woman. No son of mine was going to become a homo. Not as long as you carried my last name. Angel stared at his father as his words sank in. This was about his father thinking he was gay. It suddenly made so much sense. His entire life, Angel had thought that his father had beat on him because he was crazy. Or because his father didn't think Angel was worthy of living. No. It was because his father could see who he was before Angel could. Angel couldn't believe it. Did it work? Did I toughen you up? Did I beat the homo out of you? His father asked with a slimy smile. Angel's wandering eyes flicked up, and for the first time in his life, he wasn't afraid of him. You're asking me if I'm a homo? Angel said loud enough for those around them to hear. Let's see. A few nights ago, I had a guy's member so far up my ass that I saw stars. So tell me, Dad, do you think it worked? His father's smile vanished. His putrid confidence was gone. Shrinking in front of him, Angel understood what was going on when he saw his father's eyes bounce around the room checking who had heard him. Angel had said it loudly. Everyone had heard. A smile crept across Angel's face when he had an idea. I'm a homo, father. I like to take it up the ass. I love it. Shut up, his father whispered, shrinking lower. I love taking it up the ass. I can't get enough of it. Shut up. And do you know how I learned to love it? From you. I mean, the guy who fucked me was good. But there's nothing that could compare to you, right, Dad? Because you knew how to fuck your son good, didn't you? What are you saying? Stop it. His father said, as he looked into the eyes of the guards and prisoners around him. Angel fed off his father's terror. What, you don't remember all those nights when you would come and visit me? I would lie in bed and you would climb on top of me. Angel stopped when an image flashed through his mind. It was of his father. Angel, at 12 years old, laid in bed, hearing his drunken father entering the house. Yelling something at his mother, he bounced through the hallway, until Angel's bedroom door flew open, revealing the silhouette of the wasted man. What flashed next was pain. It wasn't coming from where it normally had. It came from? Angel fought back the memory. He stared at the devil as the devil stared back at him. He needed to get out of there. Angel got up and backed away. Guard. I'm done, he said, not able to take his eyes off of the beast in the glass cage. The beast looked back at him just as terrified. It would be the last time Angel would ever see his face, but that image would forever be burned into his memories. Back in the hallway, Angel forced the images and thoughts to the back of his mind. He turned to look at the guard. He looked back at Angel with an evil that wasn't there when he had entered. Shit, he thought. In his attempt to doom his father, he might have gotten himself killed. Russia murdered gay people. At best, they threw them in a prison like this. Unlike for his father, for him it would be a death sentence. One way or another, he wouldn't survive captivity. And now he had confessed his sins in a room full of eager witnesses. If Angel didn't get out soon, he would be fucked. With his heart pounding and every sound around him amplified from fear, he saw when his escort whispered something to a passing guard. Both men looked at Angel afterward. Fuck, he thought. It's happening. I'm not gonna get out of here. Angel's eyes bounced around the room looking for a way to escape. The corridor was a concrete coffin. There was no way in or out except through the man in front of him, or back down the hall into the lion's den. He had been in situations like this before. He had to keep his wits about him. Get ready to fight. Get ready to kill. Get ready to run, he told himself. And he kept repeating it. Get ready to fight. Get ready to kill. Get ready to run. Get ready to fight. Get ready to kill. Get ready to run, he thought, until suddenly the sacred light of day again bathed him and the prison's doors closed behind him. I'm out, he said, surprised. How did I get out? Angel walked a few steps before he spotted them. 2 guards had exited a door 100 feet from his. With their jackets off and sleeves rolled up, they were carrying thick batons. Locking their eyes on Angel, they started over. Panic washed through Angel, setting him into motion. He walked and then ran. He had done a lot more running than the men chasing him. So when Angel disappeared into the surrounding woods, he knew he would be hard to follow. Angel didn't stop running after he had lost them. He continued until he was on a plane escaping the country. He had booked a flight to the furthest destination he could think of. He wanted to lose himself in a place no one would find him. And as the images, no memories of his father overwhelmed him, he lost track of what he was doing and where he was. Had he made it up? Was the image of his father approaching his bed real? It felt real. They didn't seem like a fantasy. He could remember a smell. It was of cheap alcohol and body odor. How could he remember the smell if his father hadn't gotten close? Angel's mind tumbled, mired in the horror. He needed to stop thinking about this. None of this was real. He had to be making all this up. His father hated him because he thought he was gay, for no other reason than that. But if it was true, if we're true. Angel looked up, not knowing where he was. He was standing in front of a door. He looked around. It was a suburban neighborhood. How had he gotten here? Where was he? Was he going insane? He had to be. Yet he had an overwhelming urge to knock on the door. Why did he come here? Who was on the other side? He wanted to run away, but he was no longer in control. His skin crawled in fear as he involuntarily lifted his fist and knocked. He couldn't swallow. He couldn't move. The door opened and he knew where he was. "Angel," Kat said, looking up at him. "What are you doing here?" she asked, confused. Angel opened his mouth to answer. He wanted to come up with something clever or profound. Instead, he looked into Kat's kind eyes and let go. His soul came out of him as he bawled. Watching him with undeserved empathy, Kat walked up to the man and wrapped her arms around him. "You don't have to run anymore. You're home now," she told him. Angel fell into her embrace.
Chapter 14. Chase. After sending Kat home, Chase stayed in Andorra for as long as he could stand it. The memory of the three of them together haunted him. His heart ached thinking about holding both of them in his arms. His thoughts swung from it being a mistake to send Kat home, to having to clutch his chest thinking about his time with Kat. Kat and Angel were now inescapably linked in his mind, and the pain of Angel running off on him again was too much to bear. Feeling like he was going to pop, Chase requested the family jet and flew back home. He hadn't considered the castle his home for years. New York was where he had spent most of his childhood, and where he resided when he wanted to gather himself. Flying into LaGuardia Airport, the refreshing sense of familiarity filled him. He was sure that he could deal with his loss here. Taking a hired car to his downtown building, he touched the doors on his way inside. He was home again. The lobby, the attached bar, the people behind the front desk, they were all the same. Taking the elevator to his floor and room, he entered the large space and fell onto his knees. Tears threatened to roll down his face as memories of the last few weeks rushed through him. He couldn't believe how much had happened in such a short time. Along with revisiting the best meals he had ever had with someone who he felt unexplainably connected to, he had lived a decades-long dream with Angel. How would he ever get past that? Chase didn't leave his apartment for weeks. The pain was too much. He had all of his food delivered, and split his time between sitting on his large balcony overlooking Central Park, and lying on the couch vacantly staring at images as they flickered on the TV. The thought of getting dressed and going out involved too much to consider. He would need to decide what to wear, where to go. It felt beyond him. As the memory of the greatest and worst time of his life began to fade, Chase remembered something. There was a Chinese restaurant on the east side that he had once visited, and it had made him happy. Not only was the food good, but the quaint space took him back. It was where he and his boarding school friends had gone the first weekend they had snuck off campus. They were 12. At the time, he considered it the greatest adventure of his life. Motivated to get dressed and go, he stepped out of his front door and re-entered the land of the living. Surprisingly, the food was as good as he had remembered. Sitting in familiar territory, he thought of Bernard, one of the classmates who had come with him. He and Bernard ended up at Harvard. They weren't friends there, but they did remain in touch. The two now only saw each other at fundraisers and the occasional social event. He did have his number, though. Feeling nostalgic for a simpler time, he called him. Chase? Bernard? How the hell are you, man? His old friend asked, bringing a smile to Chase's face. The two set a date to get together, and when the time came, both showed up. Chase found out that Bernard was married with a child on the way. That's big, Chase exclaimed. Feels it. What about you? Find your princess yet? Chase's mind flashed on Kat. She would have made an excellent princess of Andorra. The positions were largely symbolic. But Chase had no doubt that his people would love her. Not yet, Chase conceded. You gotta get on that, Bernard said teasingly. No rush, Chase told him, feeling a twinge in his heart knowing that he might never see Kat again. Chase thought about Kat the entire ride home. She was unlike anyone he had ever met. She was genuine and comfortable to be around. Briefly, seeing his world through her eyes had made him see his life differently. It was hard to appreciate fine meals and a castle if it was all you've ever known. Being with her made Chase happier, not just because she was fun to be around and super sexy, but because he could also share her wonder about life. He couldn't forget that he had sent her home for a reason, however. Even thinking about her now made him think of Angel a half dozen times. It was the night that he met Kat when he had fucked Angel for the first time. It was only after he had let go of Angel that the two of them had their first real conversation. And the day that he had introduced her to his home and his father, Angel had been there. There were a few moments that were just theirs, but not many. There was when Chase had watched her fall asleep in his arms during the train ride from Barcelona to Paris. That was special. There were the meals they had shared. And there was when the two had joined the Mile High Club. Those memories were incredible, but there weren't enough of them. Kat would always be tied to Angel in Chase's mind, and thinking about the man who had abandoned his bed for the second time was too much. Kat was also the one who had promised that Angel wouldn't leave again. It would take a lot for Chase to forget about that. Put all of those things together, and it meant that Kat had to be as much a part of Chase's past as Angel was. What that meant was that for the first time in his adult life, Chase had no one. Chase? Oh my God. Chase Urgel. Chase was crossing to the elevator in his building when he heard a familiar voice. He couldn't place it. But when he turned around, he knew exactly who it was. Quinn Toro, Chase said as a smile crossed his face. Chase, what are you doing here? Quinn said, his face glowing with excitement to see him. I live here, he told the good-looking boy when he came over. Quinn looked at him surprised. Me too. Chase was genuinely delighted. Really? Small world. It is, Quinn said, bubbling. The boy paused, taking a not-so-subtle look at Chase's manly frame. So, the last time I saw you, you were going to take your own advice. Did you? Chase was whipped back to that night. He had been talking to Quinn about being in love with both Angel and Kat. It was Quinn's story about his parents' threesome which had inspired him to return to the castle. I did, Chase told him. And how did it go? Quinn asked, visibly apprehensive about hearing the answer. I'm here alone if that tells you anything, Chase said, offering the boy a tight-lipped smile. Oh, I'm sorry, he said, clearly empathetic but not sad about the news. How have you been doing? Chase's head bobbed as he figured out what to say. It's day to day. Okay. What about you? Did you find what you were looking for? Chase asked cheekily. What I was looking for? Oh. You mean? Quinn blushed, embarrassed. No. That's good. Why is it good? Sex is sex. You get it where you can and when you can. But when it's with someone special, it's better. If you've waited this long, you may as well wait for someone special. A guy like you, I'm sure you won't have to wait very long, Chase said with a smile. Quinn stared at Chase with a sparkle in his eyes. Chase wasn't sure if that was a good thing and was about to walk away. Can I make you dinner? I'm sorry. I've been trying to learn how to cook, and one of my dads showed me a recipe I'd like to try out. If I made it for my parents, they would just say that it was great and that I'm a genius who could do no wrong. It would be great to hear an honest assessment. And since you live in the building, it wouldn't be too big of a deal if you popped up. Chase looked at Quinn suspiciously. Was his a friendly invitation, or was this gorgeous kid trying to pick up where he had left off? Chase had never met anyone more forward in his life. He had to admit that he found it refreshing and charming. Add that to Quinn's model good looks and his offer was hard to dismiss. If Quinn did want more to happen between the two of them, what would Chase do in response? He hadn't considered it before because of Kat and Angel. But they were no longer in the picture, and the boy was very hot. Sure. Why not? Chase said casually. Quinn almost squealed. Chase had to stop himself from smiling. He couldn't deny how charming he found his innocence. How's tomorrow night? Tomorrow night works, Chase said with a smile. Can I get your number? I can text you the details. The last way Chase would describe Quinn would be smooth. But he did get his phone number and a dinner date at his place in less than 5 minutes of conversation. Chase was a prince and couldn't do such things. Maybe his parents were right. Maybe the kid was a genius, Chase told himself with a suppressed laugh. Would Quinn end up seducing him by the end of the night? That was a real possibility. Chase was intrigued to see how. The whole thing was the perfect distraction. Returning to his apartment the next morning, Chase got a text from Quinn with his room number and a question. Do you like Bahamian food? Chase had to look it up. It was food from the Bahamas. I've never had it. Is it like Jamaican food? I won't tell my dad that you asked that, Quinn wrote, followed by a winking emoji. Honestly, it's close. And I won't tell your dad you said that, Chase wrote back. It looks good. Great. I'm looking forward to it. Me too, Chase replied, meaning it. Returning to the text exchange later, Chase took notice of the room number. Quinn lived on nearly the top floor. Chase had paid a fortune for an apartment in the building 9 years earlier, and it was on one of the lower levels. To purchase a place that high up, his parents had to either have bought it a long time ago, or they were one of the billionaires the building was known for. Quinn had said that he could do and buy anything he wanted. That had to be connected. As Chase thought more about their conversation, he remembered Quinn saying that people recognized him. What did that mean? Who were his parents and who was he? Chase typed Quinn Toro into Google and was shocked by what came up. Quinn wasn't kidding. There were more articles written about him than the prince of a small country. Quinn Toro was a historic figure. He was the first child born using the genetics of 2 men. Not only that, he actually was a genius. Every child born using the same artificial means was. There was a school full of them. A lot of stories compared it to the school of mutants in the X-Men movies. Quinn Toro could have been the most controversial person alive. Shit! Chase exclaimed as he realized a genuine miracle was about to make him dinner. Chase laughed, realizing the craziness of it all. Having sex with him would have to be on the table. For the first time, Chase understood what others experienced when they found out he was a prince. The idea of connecting with something so special was arousing. How had Kat been so unfazed when she found out about Chase's princely status? He decided that she was even more special than he had given her credit for. Declaring that his night with Quinn was going to be fun, Chase went about his day with a smile on his face. It was the first good day that he had had since the second time he had woken up to find Angel gone. Chase grabbed coffee and breakfast at a cafe a few blocks away and killed the rest of the day doing a little shopping. How did one dress when having dinner with a famous person? Chase browsed the stores before settling on purchasing a bottle of wine instead. When the time came to head up, Chase was ready. He looked in the mirror nervously. He didn't know why he was nervous. This was the same awkward guy who he had met backpacking through Andorra. Chase knew that. But getting lost in the possibilities was fun. Chase knocked on Quinn's door holding his bottle of wine. Quinn opened it, wearing an apron. Wow. You look really good. Quinn said, staring at him stunned. Thanks. You too, Chase said with a smile and meaning it. Quinn had cut and styled his dark curly hair since he had last seen him, and under his apron he wore a tapered white shirt and light blue jeans. He wasn't a built guy. In fact, he was kind of twinkish. But he wore his look well. I brought this, Chase said, holding up the bottle of wine. Oh. Quinn said, staring at it. Chase wondering if Quinn had tripped a circuit when it hit him. Wait. Are you legal to drink this? Quinn looked up at Chase, turning red. He looked adorable. I would be in Andorra, Quinn concluded. Chase laughed at the situation. Well, you do with it what you'd like, he said, handing it to him. Would you like a glass? Quinn offered, inviting Chase in. I'd love one, Chase said, looking around. The place was twice the size of his and incredibly designed. The large open living room spilled into a gourmet kitchen, dining area, and sprawling balcony. Beautiful place. Is this yours? No. It's my parents'. Are they here? Chase asked, unsure which answer he would prefer. No, they're at a party. We have the entire night if we want it, Quinn said suggestively. For the first time, Chase looked at Quinn's body like he would a gorgeous man. The bulge in the front of Quinn's jeans was telling. Chase wondered what he would look like naked, before wondering if he would want to find out. Chase was the only one to drink the wine as they sat and talked about Quinn's great dilemma, what he was going to do with the rest of his life. I'm thinking about going to school. For what? It doesn't matter. I mostly learn through self-study anyway. I pick up things quickly. Yeah. I finally looked you up. Did you? Quinn said, looking uncomfortable for the first time tonight. It was impressive. You were impressed by the weird boy Frankenstein? Is that how you see yourself? Isn't that how you now see me? Quinn was looking down, picking at the placemat, when Chase leaned across the table and placed his hand on Quinn's. No. That's not how I see you, Chase said, drawing Quinn's eyes to his. Chase hadn't meant it to be flirty. He could see Quinn's pain and his instinct was to rescue him from it. Sorry, Chase said, pulling back. No, that's okay, Quinn said, wanting Chase to return his hand. Chase smiled, feeling himself again being seduced. Maybe we should eat. What is this fabulous meal you're making? Quinn looked disappointed, but quickly recovered as he excitedly checked on the food. It's ready, he said, gesturing for Chase to come over. You're probably used to servants serving you, Quinn said, embarrassed. If by servants you mean my food delivery app, then yes I am, Chase confirmed. Quinn laughed. I thought we could dish up from here. Is that fine? Chase looked at the selection of food. There was a pot containing what reminded him of Spanish rice but was darker and with beans. There was a pan of macaroni and cheese, which was as firm as a casserole. And there were fried bananas and coleslaw. I've never been to the Bahamas, but it looks like a Caribbean meal. Nice job. Quinn grinned proudly. I had to practice it a few times. Well, it worked. It smells amazing. The two ate and continued to talk. There was no escaping that Quinn was young. But despite that, he could talk about any subject. Quinn knew about the latest breakthrough in genetics and chemistry. He knew about the geopolitical issues Chase's father had been having with the Spanish government. Quinn's knowledge on every topic was astounding. He really was special and undeniably hot. Chase stared at Quinn unwaveringly. He had never been with a man other than Angel. He had never been moved to. Looking at the guy across the table, he was thinking that it was time that he tried. Unable to hold Chase's gaze, Quinn bashfully looked away. Chase liked that. He felt like a lion eyeing his prey. Quinn's face turned red as he blushed. Chase imagined reaching across the table, grabbing Quinn and not letting him go. You haven't given me a tour of your place, Chase told him. Quinn's voice hitched. Did you want me to? I think I'd like that, Chase told him as Quinn quivered in front of him. Chase's phone rang. Sorry, Chase said, pulling his phone out, intending to turn off the ringer. Glancing at the caller ID, a sharp pain gripped his chest. He stared at the screen like a ghost. Do you need to get that? The trembling boy asked him. Hearing Quinn's voice, he pulled himself out of it. Silencing the phone, he put it back in his pocket. He did his best to pretend that nothing had happened, but Chase was rattled. You okay? Quinn asked, genuinely concerned. Yeah. I'm fine. Really? Because you look freaked out. About to answer, Chase felt his phone buzz. Chase's body shivered in response. After that, his phone buzzed again and again. I'm fine, Chase said, jumping up. Before Quinn could reply, a noise drew both of their attentions to the front door. Oh my God. What smells so good? Someone said, entering the apartment. Quinn, did you cook? Has hell frozen over? Have pigs learned to fly? Lane, leave him alone. You know Reed has been teaching him. And it's not like you've cooked anything in the last 20 years, a woman replied. I cook in other places, Lane joked. Reed, tell me I'm wrong. You can't. Both of you can't. Lane, the woman responded, both amused and embarrassed. Quinn jumped to his feet as newcomers walked into their line of sight. The outspoken guy froze seeing the two. He was followed by 3 other men and 2 women. All of them were in their 40s and 50s, and they were unbelievably good-looking. The men were built. The women were curvy, one because she was pregnant. "I'm sorry. Did we interrupt something?" the outspoken one asked. "Dad? This is Chase," Quinn said awkwardly. "Chase, this is Lane, Reed, and Jules, my two dads and my mom." "Nice to meet you," Chase said, still struggling to gather himself. "Nice to meet you," Lane said hesitantly. "This is Olive, Fury, and Duke," he said, pointing at the other three. "Hello," they all took turns saying to each other. An awkward silence followed. "Is this a date?" Lane asked. "Dad?" Quinn said, mortified. Chase looked at the 6 people standing in front of them. Quinn was a perfect combination of his 2 fathers. Even as they stood there, they leaned into one another like they couldn't stand to be apart. Together, the threesome and Quinn were a family, Chase realized. Having a family like theirs was the dream he once had. And now here was his lost dream staring him in the face. He was about to speak when his phone buzzed again. "I have to go," Chase said, feeling his world spin. "No, don't," Quinn said desperately. "We didn't mean to interrupt. We can go. It wouldn't be a problem. We can head over to Fury's place." "No. You don't have to." "I should go," Chase said. "Please don't," Quinn chirped. "Maybe we should give them some privacy," Reed said. "Would you like to join us in the study for drinks?" "Good plan, Reed." "Offer the pregnant woman alcohol," Lane teased, pointing at Olive's belly. "I didn't mean that everyone should drink," Reed explained as the group exited into the other room. Once they were gone, Chase headed for the door. "You don't have to go," Quinn said, catching up to him and slipping his hand around Chase's large bicep. "I could still give you that tour." Chase turned and looked at Quinn. The guy was beautiful. There was no doubt about it. "Quinn, you're an incredible guy. You're gonna find someone. When you do, it will be epic. I'm just not the one." Quinn's hand slid off of Chase's arm, falling to his side in heartbreak. "I wasn't interested in you just because you're a prince, if that's what you think." Chase offered Quinn a tight-lipped smile. "I never thought that. You'll find your prince. Good luck with school," he said before wrapping his large hand around the back of Quinn's neck and kissing him on the forehead. Chase left the apartment. The door closed behind him. There was now only one thing on his mind. The phone in his pocket burned to come out. He wasn't sure what he would find on it when he did. But in his heart he knew. He wasn't going to do this again. Not after what had just happened. Not after everything. Yet there was nothing else he could think of. The gravity of whatever message was on his phone was a black hole from which nothing could escape. Getting onto the elevator, he exited on his floor. Stumbling to his door, he knew he wouldn't be able to resist the force much longer. He needed to know what was on the phone as much as he needed air to breathe. Alone and secure in his place, he scrambled to pull the device out of his pocket. There were messages from an unknown number. There was only one person whose number was always unknown. "Chase, this is Angel," the first message read. The blood rushed out of Chase's face, making him dizzy. "I need your help. Please. Come alone," the second one read. The third was a string of numbers. They were coordinates. He knew that all too well. The final message simply read, "Please." "No," Chase said, staring at the phone. "No. No. No. No." He shouted, throwing the phone against the wall. It smashed apart. "Not again. Not ever again," he demanded before the weight of everything pulled him to his knees. Thoughts whipped through his head. He had a compulsion he couldn't escape. Every fiber of him screamed to go to Angel. He needed to rescue him. He needed to run to him. But Angel was calling him just so he could run off again. He was going to break Chase's heart. But if Angel needed him, he had to go to him. Dipping in and out of darkness, Chase grabbed his shirt and tore the resistant cloth apart. With his bare chest facing the heavens, he screamed. Ah! Everything hurt. His brain hurt, until he let go, knowing what he had to do. He knew what he had to do. He knew it in his heart.
Chapter 15. Kat. Kat went from room to room in her cozy Wisconsin home searching for her keys. Finding them and grabbing her purse, she headed to the front door. Looking down, she reminded herself that she needed milk, eggs, butter, and something else that was slipping her memory. What was it that she needed? It had to do with breakfast tomorrow. Opening the door, she remembered. What she needed was Chase? Kat said, dropping her purse. She was staring into the eyes of the man she thought she would never see again. What are you doing here? Chase stared at her with sadness in his warm, soulful eyes. His hands were deep in his jacket pockets as the late-night fall air nipped at him. I was given these coordinates, Chase said, resigned to whatever was happening. You were given the coordinates to my home? By whom? She asked, confused. By me, Angel said, stepping into the room behind her. I told him I needed him and asked him to come. You came, Chase. I'll always come, Chase said, looking back at his once and forever love. You asked him to come? Kat asked Angel. And after everything that's happened, you still came? Kat asked Chase. Chase looked at Kat, not needing to reply. Wow. Then maybe you should come in, she said, stepping out of the doorway and closing the door behind him. Sit, Kat said, pointing him to the couch in her living room. Can I get you a drink? I don't have anything fancy to offer you, but... I'm fine, thank you, Chase said, taking a seat on the couch. Kat looked at Angel, and the two sat on the love seat diagonal to it. The three fell into silence. Kat was the first to speak. I'm sure you're surprised to see Angel here. Among other things. Yeah. I can imagine. Angel showed up on my doorstep a few weeks ago and has been here ever since. I've been helping him through stuff. Has it worked? Chase asked coldly. I've been hurt a lot, Angel said, taking the floor. There are things that happened to me that not even you know about. And that's because I didn't know. At least not until recently. What I've learned is that when I was running, it wasn't from you. It was from all of that shit. Having you always coming after me, it told me that I meant something to someone. Even now, after I was just fucking horrible to you, you still came. I don't deserve you. I could never deserve you. But I'm not running anymore. Chase looked at Angel empathetically. There's no running from getting hurt. But things hurt less when you're with someone who cares about you. I know that now, he said, nodding. I know. Kat is helping me understand that. It turns out that she's pretty great, Angel said with a smile while taking her hand. I don't know what I would do without her. Chase's eyes dipped to their intertwined fingers. Are you two together? Angel looked at Kat, wanting to hear her answer. She opened her mouth and paused. If you're asking if we're together sexually, then yes. If you're asking if we're together emotionally, yes, she said apprehensively. So you're together? I guess we are, Kat said, realizing it for the first time. Chase swallowed, hearing her words. Unable to look them in the eyes, his gaze fell to the floor. I see, Chase said, shifting in his seat, looking like he was about to go. I met someone, Chase said instead. You met someone? Angel asked, surprised. Yeah. I mean, not like that. I met someone. His name is Quinn. He's this really remarkable guy. And what's the most remarkable thing about him is his family. He has 2 dads and a mom. And he was the first child ever born from the genetics of 2 men. It's pretty amazing. He has 2 dads and a mom? Kat asked, intrigued. Yeah. Silence overtook them. Chase shifted to get up. I've missed you, Kat said, keeping him seated. We both have. We talk about you every day. We wonder where you are and what you're doing. We imagine you jet-setting around the world. I say that you're living a life closer to James Bond. But he says it's closer to Superman, where you're risking your life to save one person after the other. Neither one of those is true, Chase told them. What was your plan when you showed up at my door? Kat asked softly. Chase looked around, searching his thoughts. I don't know. I think you do know, Kat pushed. I think you flew here to save Angel, thinking he was in danger. He's not, Chase pointed out. Would you like to stay? Kat asked. I mean, it doesn't have to be forever. Maybe just the night? It's late. There's no point in you going anywhere. And as you can see, Angel's safe. I don't know. I don't want you to go, Kat said yearningly. Chase's eyes flicked up to Kat's. Her sincerity was clear. He next turned to Angel. What about you? Angel opened his mouth and closed it again. I have never wanted to be anywhere else but somewhere close to you. I think he wants you to stay, Kat said with a smile. I can set you up in the spare bedroom. Okay, Chase said, not looking either of them in the eyes. Kat smiled. Let me show you to your room. Kat got up and led the two across the living room into the hallway. Stopping to grab a few extra blankets from the closet, she continued to the door at the end of the hall. Opening it, she knew it wouldn't be anywhere near fancy enough for a prince, but it was what she had. And this was Chase. He wouldn't mind. She placed the blankets at the foot of the bed and watched as Chase looked around. The decorations were considered dated when her parents put them up more than a decade ago. It isn't much. It's great, Chase said, cutting her off. Where were you going? What? When I got here. You were headed out. Oh. I was going to pick up groceries before the store closed. They're closed now. It doesn't matter. I could drive to the Walmart, but I think I'm in for the night. Where do you two sleep? Chase asked stoically. The bedroom upstairs. If you want. No, Chase said, cutting her off. I mean, maybe. No, that's fine, Kat said, cutting him off. Get settled. If you need anything, let me know. Either of us. I will. Good night, Kat said, looking at the gorgeous man one last time. Good night, he replied before Kat and Angel left the room and re-entered the hall. Past where Chase could see them, they looked at each other, searching the other's face for how they should feel. Neither had the answer. Should we head up? Kat whispered, not sure what else to do. Yeah, Angel replied, as lost as she was. The two crossed to the carpeted stairs and made a slow march to the bedroom at the end of the hall. Both were lost in thought about what had just happened. They dared not breathe in case their delicate house of cards might topple. Behind their closed door, they looked at each other. He'll stay, right? Kat asked Angel as they sat on the edge of the bed. Yeah. I mean, why not? Angel was about to say he had to. He was going to say that they both needed him to. But he didn't have to, because as he was about to form the words, their bedroom door burst open. Chase stood within its frame like a regal lion staring down at his prey. The two froze, but only for a second. In the length of a breath, Chase pounced across the room and the two stood greeting him. The first lips Chase kissed were Kat's. His strength dominated her. Pulling her into his arms, he cradled her, weakening her knees. With his tongue in search of hers, their lips parted. When the two met, it sent tingles up Kat's spine. She saw stars. Wrapping his arm around Angel, Chase next turned to him. Instead of his lips, Chase found his neck. Collaring him with his butterfly kisses, Chase undressed him. In an instant, he was shirtless and being pushed onto the bed. As he fell, Chase turned his attention back to Kat. She stood sheepishly waiting. He pushed his hand up her shirt, clutched her dare.
Hi, this is the author. Steamy things are going on in the story right now, but because of the platform you're listening to it on, I can't play it. But if you'd like to listen to those steamy things, you can get a version of this audiobook narrated by me, the author, on Audible, and you can get it for free by clicking on the link in the description below. So please, check it out. Otherwise, continue listening.
Chase roared before freezing and then collapsing onto Angel. That was the last thing Kat saw before she let go of her fear, her loneliness, and everything else she had been holding onto for so long, and gently fell asleep.
Chapter 16. Angel. Waiting in a sea of bliss, Angel held the weight of Chase's muscular body for as long as he could. It was the same amount of time it took for his best friend's massive tool to slowly shrink out of him. Once out, Angel's perched hips fell to the side, taking Chase with it. Needing to feel close to them both, Angel climbed up the bed, cuddling against Kat. Chase followed, wrapping his strong arms around them both. The warmth of their two bodies enveloped Angel, melting away his cares. He could have laid between them forever. At least, that was what he thought, until an hour later when he was the only one still awake, and the thoughts came back. Staying with Kat had turned out to be easy for Angel. She had become a rock he could lean on when the demons threatened to overwhelm him. What also helped was knowing that Chase was out there somewhere. He could imagine a life with Chase. In his imagination, it could be perfect and filled with unlimited possibilities. With Chase not there, he was sure he could be the man he always wanted to be with his best friend. He wouldn't need to go anywhere else because he would be satisfied exactly where he was. Why wouldn't he be? He would be in the arms of the man he loved. It was that fantasy that had moved him to call Chase, inviting him here. But lying in between the two people he loved, he realized that it was just that, a fantasy. As much progress as he had made with Kat's help, he would never be rid of the desire to escape. Even as he laid there, he felt the pressure of it all suffocating him. He needed to get out of there. He had to free himself from their clutches. He needed to run. With pounding heartbeats blinding him, Angel fought to breathe. He didn't want to, but he had to go. With the blood vessels in his head about to pop, he pulled his body from within Chase's arms and climbed over Kat as she slept peacefully. Angel didn't have much, but gathering his belongings, he got dressed and took a final look back at the two people he desperately wanted to stay with. They were naked and beautiful, and more than he could ever deserve. Leaving them behind, Angel walked downstairs to the front door. His heart hurt doing it. Unlocking it and opening it wide, the frigid night air hit him, shaking him to his bones. Before him was dark, cold loneliness that brought tears to his eyes. He didn't want to enter it again. But this was where he belonged. He was sure of it. But if it was, why couldn't he take that final step? "Where are you going?" a deep, calm, rumbling voice said from behind him. Angel continued to stare into the darkness. "Angel, I want you to know that I love you. I've always loved you. And if the only way you can feel it is if I spend the rest of my life chasing you, I'll do it. Whatever you need. And I'll never stop." Angel whimpered, struck by a sudden wave of emotion. Gaining control of his body, he couldn't stop the tear that silently rolled down his face. "Do you remember when we were kids and I would return to school after my father spent the weekend beating on me? Sometimes I would look so bad that I would hide in your room so my roommate wouldn't find out. You would always let me, and I would sleep next to you in your bed." "I remember," Chase said, moved to silent tears by the memory. "I would lay there desperate for you to hold me. All I wanted was for you to wrap your arms around me and tell me it would be all right. I remember once, after waiting all night for you to do it, I gathered my courage and reached out my hand. My fingertips touched yours. It felt so good that I finally fell asleep. All I needed was your fingertips. That was enough to get me through another day." "I remember that night," Chase told him. "What?" "I couldn't sleep. I could never sleep when you were there. And desperate to hold you too, I felt your hand gently touch mine. I didn't know if you were asleep or if it was an accident. All I knew was that I never wanted it to stop." Chase stepped forward. Angel didn't move. And when he wrapped his arms around Angel's quivering chest, Chase whispered into his ear, "Everything's gonna be all right. I promise. It will be all right." Hearing his words and feeling his touch, Angel broke down into tears. Letting go of the door, Angel cried in Chase's arms. He did, until he couldn't cry anymore. After, Angel followed Chase back to bed. The two of them took their place cuddling Kat's warm body and peacefully fell asleep.
Chapter 17. Kat. Kat made breakfast for her two guys as they smiled and exchanged glances with each other. "So, what should we do today?" Kat asked cheerfully. "What are our options?" Chase asked, turning to Kat. "I could show you around. The Wisconsin Logging Museum is pretty close to here. Or we could drive to St. Paul and grab something to eat. They have some nice restaurants up there, and it's only an hour and a half away." Chase nodded his head, considering it. "Or Arctic Monkey is touring Brazil right now. We could all fly down and see them. After that, we could fly to the Tsukiji fish market in Tokyo to grab some sushi," Chase said with a smile. Kat wasn't sure if he was joking, but something about it didn't feel right. "Following hot guys around the world is what got me into this mess to begin with," she pointed out. Angel countered, "Mess? Or the best thing that has ever happened to you?" He teased. "Okay, maybe the second one. But seriously, how do I know that I won't be left stranded again? Maybe the two of you will finally realize that you don't need me and you'll run off, leaving me stranded in some gorgeous location, unable to get back home." "You're right. That could always happen," Chase said, taking them by surprise. "Then how about I just make you my princess? Would that tell you that we're not going anywhere?" He asked with a smile. "What?" she asked, stunned. "We just met. You don't even know me yet." "Not really. Kat, I've been looking for family my whole life. I've thought about it long enough to figure out what I want. I've found it with both of you. I don't want either of you to go anywhere. Well, if I'm going to be your princess, what about Angel? I can make him my prince. I mean it. Why can't we all marry each other? Angel laughed. That would kill my father if he isn't already dead. Is that legal in your country? Kat asked confused. No. But I'm the prince in line to be king. I could change the law. I've seen what a family like ours could look like. I want it. I want the two of you. So, what do you say? We won't get married immediately. But we will. And once we do, we'll live happily ever after, he said with a smile. I guess you are a prince, so this could be a fairy tale, Kat joked. What do you say, Kat? Will you live your ever after with me? Chase asked. I will, Kat said happily. Chase got up and kissed her. And you, Angel? You think you could stand to stay with the two of us forever? Yes, Angel said from the depths of his soul. Yes, to the ends of the earth. Chase kissed him. Then the three of them kissed each other. Afterward, the three lived happily ever after.
Epilogue. Chase. Chase led Kat and Angel through a room full of incredibly good-looking people. Kat looked around intimidated. Why are we here again? Because we were invited, Chase explained. My buddy Quinn is about to head off to university, and this is his going-away party. And why is everyone here so hot? Angel asked. Genetics? Chase explained as they approached a familiar face. Lane? Chase said, drawing his attention. Chase, right? I remember you. Glad you could make it. We wouldn't miss it. I would like you to meet my fiancés Kat and Angel, Chase said with a smile. Lane looked at him blankly before a light went off in his eyes. Your fiancés? Yes, Chase said, looking at the two proudly. The one-day prince and princess of Andorra. Oh. Have you thought about having kids? Kids? Absolutely, Kat said, not giving her two guys a chance to object. Then there are people you have to meet. Lane pointed at the most bookish-looking guy in the room. That's Quinn, who our Quinn was named after. Beside him are Blaze and Ariel, his partners. On the right of them are Hart, Ivy, and Vandal. They run a school that you're gonna want to get on a list for. On the right of them are Donnie, Heat, and Jax. You're gonna want to avoid them if you have anything you want to keep secret. And you've met the expecting couples Olive, Fury, and Duke. Word is that Duke will be running for president soon. But you didn't hear it from me. All of these people have families like ours? Angel asked, looking around. Oh, these are just the people who live in the building. You'll meet the rest later, Lane said with a smile. Chase looked at everyone surrounding them and then at his new family. He didn't know how he had been so lucky. Kat, do you really want to have kids? He asked her while Angel paid close attention. With you too. There is nothing that could make me happier. Chase smiled. Angel. He took a deep breath and exhaled. I'm ready. I'm all in. Then we'll do it. We'll make our own prince, Chase said with a smile. And there's nothing that could make me happier, he said, meaning it from the bottom of his heart. The end.
I hope you enjoyed that story. If you'd like to listen to another of my menage romances, this time with the spicy bits included, which I recommend, and narrated by me, you can use the link in the description of this video and get it on Audible for free. How's that? By clicking on the links to Audible in the description and getting a free trial for a new account. After you get my book with a free trial, you can keep it even if you cancel your membership. But get this, if you do keep your account open for at least 62 days, Audible will pay me $75 as a referral fee. In other words, if you'd like to support me, the author, and help me keep posting my books here for free, the best possible thing you can do by a mile would be to sign up for a free account on Audible and use it to get my book first. As a reader of books, I'm a huge fan of Audible. For the past few years, I've only read audiobooks. And the best thing about Audible is that even when you only get 1 credit a month, you have access to a lot of other audiobooks that are exclusive to Audible and are included in your monthly fee. So please, use the link in the description to check out the rest of my Menage books and my other books on Audible. Otherwise, You can check out this channel for a few more of my books because you might like those too. Happy listening.